This story will help you relax and sleep peacefully. Drop where you're watching from in the comments, hit like, and subscribe for the twist. The stars outside the ship's viewing dome shimmered like fragile glass, but Captain Rhea couldn't shake the feeling that something far older and darker was watching them through the void. A strange signal, neither human nor machine, had just pierced the ship's comms. It wasn't the sound itself that unsettled her, but the silence that followed, as if the universe were holding its breath. The Astrius drifted in the uncharted black, its thrusters on low power to conserve energy during the long haul toward Kepler 452b. The crew had grown accustomed to the oppressive stillness, broken only by the hum of the ship's systems and the occasional chatter of their routines. But tonight, even that comforting monotony felt wrong. "Captain, you need to see this." Dr. Lenora Azevedo's voice cracked through the comms from the lab, urgency threading her usually calm demeanor. Rhea pushed off the bulkhead, propelling herself toward the lab with practiced ease. She passed Lieutenant Harris, who was monitoring the navigation controls with an intensity unusual for their routine tasks. His eyes flicked to hers, and she caught a glimpse of unease there. Inside the lab, Lenora hovered over the holographic projection table, her dark curls framing her face as she studied the pulsating, ghostly green waveform dancing across the screen. "It started 2 hours ago," she said, pointing to the data. "At first, I thought it was just interference from a nearby quasar, but it's a repeating pattern. Intelligent. And it's coming from inside this sector." Rhea's stomach tightened. They were in a dead zone, a stretch of space so remote that even distant stars looked faint. No known colonies, no debris fields, no markers of civilization. "Inside this sector?" Rhea echoed. "There's nothing out here." "Exactly," Lenora replied, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "That's what makes this so wrong." The bridge lights dimmed suddenly, flickering in rhythm with an electric whine that echoed through the ship. A new voice cut into the comms, a deep, guttural hum interlaced with clicks and tones. It was unearthly, haunting, and just coherent enough to feel like a language. Harris's voice crackled through the comm line, strained with tension. "Captain, you hearing this? It's broadcasting on all frequencies now." Rhea returned to the bridge, her pulse quickening. "Can you isolate it? Trace the source?" "Working on it." Harris's hands moved rapidly over the controls. His jaw clenched as the hum grew louder, reverberating through the ship's walls. It's close. Too close." The sound was joined by another noise, soft at first but growing steadily louder. A scraping. A tapping. As though something was moving along the ship's exterior. "What's our visual outside?" Rhea asked, her voice steady despite the rising unease in the room. Harris brought up the exterior cameras, and the feed flickered to life on the main display. At first, it showed nothing but the endless expanse of stars. Then, something shifted, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. "There," Lenora whispered, leaning closer to the screen. A shadow passed across the field of view, blotting out the starlight for a fraction of a second. It was massive, yet its form was almost fluid, like smoke coiling through water. "What the hell is that?" Harris muttered, his voice cracking with disbelief. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, as if whatever was out there was trying to get in. Rhea forced herself to focus. "Seal all bulkheads and increase external scans. Whatever this is, we're not letting it compromise the ship." "But what if it already has?" Lenora said, her voice trembling. She pointed back at the signal's waveform on her handheld device. "Look at the pattern, it's adapting. Mimicking. It could be a virus, not just a message." Before Rhea could respond, the ship shuddered violently, throwing them all off balance. Warning lights flashed red across the consoles as an automated voice blared through the intercom. "Critical systems compromised. Hull breach imminent." And then came the sound that made Rhea's blood run cold. It wasn't the hum, the tapping, or even the creak of the ship's hull under stress. It was a voice, human, but distorted. "Help us." It wasn't from the comms. It was coming from the airlock. The team froze, exchanging glances heavy with fear and disbelief. Rhea was the first to move. "Harris, get a visual on the airlock." "Lenora, prep the emergency override. If it's a breach, we need to seal it immediately." Harris hesitated, his fingers trembling as he accessed the feed. The screen flickered before revealing the interior of the airlock. It was empty, or at least, it should have been. A faint outline appeared, shifting and undulating, like a mirage in the desert. And then the outline stepped forward, revealing a figure that shouldn't exist. It was humanoid, clad in what looked like a tattered spacesuit, but its movements were jerky, unnatural. Its helmet visor reflected nothing but darkness, and the voice came again, clearer this time. "Help us, they're still here." Lenora's hand hovered over the emergency override. "Captain, what do we do?" Rhea's mind raced. If they opened the airlock, they risked the entire ship. But if they didn't, whatever was out there might find another way in. And the figure outside wasn't alone anymore. More shadows gathered behind it, their forms twisting and merging with the void. "Captain," Harris's voice was barely audible now, his eyes locked on the growing crowd of figures. "They're multiplying." Rhea took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. But deep down, she knew they had already crossed a line they couldn't uncross. And whatever was out there wasn't just watching anymore. It was coming. The tapping against the ship's hull turned into a rhythmic pounding, reverberating through the walls like an ominous heartbeat. Rhea's fingers tightened on the console as she tried to steady her nerves, but the flickering lights and the low hum of failing systems only heightened the growing tension. "Seal off the airlock," she commanded sharply, her voice cutting through the escalating panic. "We can't let them get inside." "Already on it," Harris replied, his hands flying across the controls. But the external sensors flashed a new alert. "Wait," Lenora's voice trembled as she pointed to the data on her screen. "Captain, the airlock sensors are picking up oxygen levels inside." As if, she trailed off, her face pale. "As if something is already in the ship." "Impossible," Harris shot back, though his words lacked conviction. "The airlock hasn't been breached, there's no way." "Then explain this." Lenora snapped, holding up her scanner. The oxygen levels weren't just fluctuating, they were rising unnaturally, as if an outside force was creating an environment for something. Rhea exhaled slowly, her mind racing. "We're sealing off every section except the bridge. Harris, reroute all power to life support and communications. Lenora, lock down the lab and any open access points." The pounding abruptly stopped. Silence swallowed the room, heavy and suffocating. The sudden absence of noise was almost worse than the sound itself. "Captain," Harris said, his voice low and uneven. "They're gone." "What do you mean, gone?" Rhea demanded, stepping closer to his station. "I mean, they're not outside anymore." He pointed to the external cameras. The figures had vanished, leaving only the cold void of space. But the unease in his expression told her there was more. "And," she pressed. "They're inside." A collective shiver ran through the team. Lenora instinctively stepped back from the console, her eyes darting to the lab door. "That's not possible. The systems would have detected." The lights dimmed again, and the ship groaned as if something enormous were shifting within its structure. A low, resonant hum filled the air, similar to the earlier signal but deeper, more invasive. It wasn't just heard, it was felt, vibrating through their bodies and rattling their teeth. "We need visual confirmation," Rhea said, though every fiber of her being screamed against it. She gestured to Harris. "Bring up the internal cameras." The feed crackled to life, showing the narrow corridors of the Astrius. At first, nothing seemed amiss. Empty hallways. Sealed doors. Dim emergency lighting casting long shadows. But then, on one screen, a shape moved, quick, almost imperceptible. There. Lenora pointed. Corridor C. Harris zoomed in, and the screen filled with the image of something that defied comprehension. The figure was humanoid in shape but shrouded in shifting shadows, its edges flickering like a glitch in reality. Its head turned sharply, and for a moment, they all felt as though it was looking directly at them through the screen. "It's heading toward engineering," Harris whispered. "If it gets to the core." "I know," Rhea interrupted. "Lenora, come with me." "Harris, keep monitoring its movements and update us on comms. Lock down the bridge once we leave." "Are you sure about this, Captain?" Harris asked, his eyes wide with fear. "No," she admitted, gripping the sidearm at her hip. "But if we lose the core, we lose everything." The corridors were eerily quiet as Rhea and Lenora made their way toward engineering, the only sounds the soft hiss of air vents and the distant hum of the ship. Every step felt like a gamble, every shadow a potential threat. Rhea's hand hovered near her sidearm, her pulse pounding in her ears. "Do you think it's intelligent?" Lenora asked hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. Rhea glanced at her. "Whatever it is, it's here for a reason. We just need to make sure it doesn't get what it wants." As they approached the engineering section, the temperature dropped noticeably, their breaths visible in the icy air. The door to the core was slightly ajar, a faint green light spilling out into the hallway. "Stay behind me," Rhea instructed, pushing the door open with the barrel of her weapon. The engineering bay was bathed in an unnatural glow, the green light pulsating from the central console. The shadowy figure stood before it, its form twisting and shifting as if it were struggling to maintain its shape. It raised an arm, and tendrils of darkness extended toward the core. "Stop!" Rhea shouted, aiming her weapon. The figure froze, then slowly turned to face them. Its visor remained dark, but a voice emanated from it, distorted and layered, as though many voices spoke at once. "You should not be here. This is our ship," Rhea said firmly, though her hands trembled. "Whatever you are, you need to leave." The figure tilted its head, the movement unsettlingly fluid. "This was our journey. We failed. You will fail." Lenora stepped forward despite Rhea's warning glare. "What do you mean? Who are you?" The figure's form flickered, and for a brief moment, it became clearer, revealing the outline of a skeletal structure beneath the suit. "We searched for salvation. We found only silence." Rhea's grip on her weapon tightened. "If you're here to sabotage us." "Not sabotage." The figure's voice grew fainter, more fragmented. "Warning. Leave this place, or become like us." The green light intensified, and the figure began to dissolve, its form unraveling into wisps of shadow. But before it disappeared entirely, its voice returned, louder and more coherent. "They are coming." The light vanished, plunging the room into darkness. Rhea and Lenora stood frozen, the weight of the warning sinking in. "Captain," Lenora's voice shook. "What do we do now?" Rhea didn't answer. She didn't have one. Whatever they were, they had just been invited into their world. The silence that followed the shadow's warning was deafening. Rhea and Lenora stood rooted in place, their breaths shallow, the engineering bay now bathed in a cold, oppressive darkness. The faint hum of the ship's core was the only reminder that life support was still active, though it felt like the ship itself was holding its breath. "They are coming," Lenora whispered, almost as if saying it aloud might make it real. She took an involuntary step closer to Rhea. "Captain, who do you think?" "Not now," Rhea interrupted, her voice sharper than intended. She couldn't afford to let panic set in, not for herself and certainly not for Lenora. "We need answers. And we need to get back to the bridge." The moment they stepped into the hallway, the ship shuddered violently, throwing them against the walls. The emergency lights flickered erratically, casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the narrow corridors. A low-frequency vibration filled the air, resonating through the bulkheads and into their bones. It wasn't just a mechanical malfunction, this felt alive. "Harris, do you copy?" Rhea barked into her comms, her heart racing. Static was her only reply. "Harris, respond." She tried again, but the channel was dead. "We're cut off," Lenora said, her voice trembling as she gripped her scanner. "I'm detecting energy spikes throughout the ship, patterns I've never seen before." "Keep scanning," Rhea ordered, pulling her sidearm free as they began to move. Every step felt heavier, every sound sharper. The shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, as if watching their every move. As they neared the central hub, a distant sound stopped them in their tracks, a rhythmic, metallic scraping, growing louder and closer. Rhea raised her weapon, her eyes scanning the hallway ahead. The sound was coming from around the corner, slow and deliberate, like something dragging itself across the floor. "Stay behind me," Rhea whispered, motioning for Lenora to step back. Her pulse quickened as the scraping grew louder, closer. And then it stopped. A long, tense moment passed in silence. Rhea held her breath, her finger hovering over the trigger. When the sound resumed, it was behind them. Lenora screamed, spinning around to face the source of the noise. Rhea turned as well, her weapon trained on the darkness. But there was nothing there, just the empty corridor stretching into the shadows. "This doesn't make sense," Lenora said, her voice shaking. "There's nothing on the scanner, nothing visible, but I can feel it." "So can I," Rhea muttered, her grip tightening on her weapon. "Whatever it is, it's playing with us." A sudden, guttural groan echoed through the ship, followed by a series of rapid thuds, footsteps, heavy and purposeful, approaching from all directions. Rhea grabbed Lenora's arm. "Move. Now." They broke into a run, the oppressive darkness seeming to close in around them. The footsteps grew louder, more chaotic, as if multiple entities were converging. Every turn they took felt like a gamble, the labyrinthine corridors offering no sense of safety. When they finally reached the central hub, the blast door leading to the bridge was partially open, its locking mechanism sparking as if it had been forcibly overridden. Rhea motioned for Lenora to stay back as she approached the door, her weapon raised. Inside, the bridge was a scene of chaos. Consoles flickered with corrupted data, their screens displaying indecipherable symbols that pulsed with an unnatural rhythm. The air felt heavy, charged with an otherworldly energy that made it difficult to breathe. "Harris?" Rhea called out, stepping cautiously into the room. There was no response. The only sound was the soft crackle of static from the comm station. Lenora pointed toward the main console. "Captain, look." Rhea followed her gaze and froze. Harris was slumped over the console, his body unnaturally still. As she approached, she saw his face, it was contorted in an expression of sheer terror, his eyes wide open but lifeless. His hands were clenched tightly around the console, as if he had tried to hold on to something. "What happened to him?" Lenora whispered, her voice barely audible. Before Rhea could answer, the comm system crackled to life, a distorted voice breaking through the static. "You were warned, but you did not listen." Rhea's blood ran cold. It was the same voice they had heard in the engineering bay, the voice of the shadowy figure. But now it was clearer, more menacing. "Who are you?" Rhea demanded, stepping forward. "What do you want?" The voice laughed, a hollow, chilling sound. "We were like you once. Explorers, dreamers. But we ventured too far. And now we are the harbingers of your end." The ship shuddered violently, and the lights flickered off completely, plunging them into darkness. Lenora's terrified scream was swallowed by the cacophony of groaning metal and distant, echoing footsteps. "Rhea!" Lenora's voice was barely audible over the noise. "They're inside. There." Her words were cut off abruptly, and Rhea spun around, her heart pounding. "Lenora," she shouted, reaching out blindly in the darkness. But there was no response. The low hum returned, growing louder and more oppressive until it felt as if the ship itself were vibrating with it. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the noise stopped. The silence was deafening. Rhea stood alone in the pitch-black corridor, her weapon useless against the unseen threat. She could feel the presence around her, an oppressive, malevolent force that seemed to seep into her very being. And then, from the darkness, came a single, chilling whisper, "Run." The darkness seemed alive, pressing in on Rhea from all directions. She steadied her breathing, clutching her weapon tighter. "Lenora," she called again, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. No answer. Just the oppressive hum of the ship, growing louder, resonating in her chest like a second heartbeat. Her mind raced, torn between retreating to the relative safety of the central hub or plunging deeper into the shadows to find Lenora. The oppressive energy in the air felt almost tangible, prickling her skin like 1,000 invisible needles. She forced herself to move forward, her boots echoing faintly on the cold, metal floor. Every step felt like it carried her closer to the edge of an abyss she couldn't see. The distorted voice returned, slipping through the comms, a taunting hiss. "You are too late. You cannot save her." Rhea's hand shot to her comms device. "What have you done to her? Where is she?" Her voice cracked despite her best efforts to stay composed. The voice laughed, its tone mocking yet hollow. "She is, with us now. As you soon will be." The words sent a shiver down her spine, but she couldn't let fear consume her. She had to find Lenora. Ignoring the voice, she activated her wrist scanner, scanning for any sign of life in the immediate area. A faint blip appeared on the display, a single life sign, faint and erratic. It was coming from the cargo bay. Her heart sank. The cargo bay was one of the most isolated areas of the ship, filled with endless rows of towering crates and containers. If something, or someone, was hiding there, it would be nearly impossible to find them without being ambushed. But she had no choice. The journey to the cargo bay felt interminable. Every flicker of the emergency lights, every groan of the ship's metal frame, set her on edge. The corridors seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning in ways that made her question her memory of the ship's layout. It was as if the ship itself were changing, conspiring to keep her lost and alone. When she finally reached the cargo bay, the massive doors were ajar, their locking mechanisms sparking faintly as if they'd been forced open. The faint blip on her scanner was still there, deeper inside. Swallowing her fear, Rhea stepped through the doors, her weapon raised. The cargo bay was a maze of shadows, the emergency lights casting long, jagged shapes that seemed to move just beyond the edge of her vision. She moved cautiously, her scanner held out in front of her. The blip grew stronger as she advanced, leading her to a cluster of crates near the far wall. "Lenora," she called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The scanner confirmed the life sign was directly ahead, but there was no response. She rounded the corner and froze. Lenora was slumped against a crate, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. Her chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, and her hands clutched at something invisible in front of her, as if trying to push it away. "Lenora!" Rhea dropped to her knees beside her, checking for injuries. "Lenora, it's me. Look at me." Lenora's eyes flicked toward her, but they were unfocused, as if she were staring through her. "They're here," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "They're inside." Before Rhea could respond, a cold wind swept through the cargo bay, impossibly out of place in the sealed environment of the ship. The lights flickered wildly, plunging the room into intermittent darkness. Rhea felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end as a low, guttural sound echoed around them, a sound that was neither human nor mechanical. She turned, her weapon raised, but saw nothing. "Stay with me," she said to Lenora, though her own voice wavered. "I'm getting us out of here." But as she reached for her comms, a shadow moved across the far wall, larger and more defined than the flickering lights could explain. It wasn't just a trick of the light, this shadow moved with purpose, detaching itself from the wall and advancing toward them. Rhea's finger hovered over the trigger of her weapon, but something about the shadow froze her in place. It wasn't just the way it moved, it was the feeling it radiated, a suffocating wave of despair and malice that made it hard to breathe. The shadow stopped a few feet away, its form shifting and writhing as if it were struggling to maintain a shape. "You cannot fight us," it said, the voice echoing in her mind as much as in the room. "We are beyond your understanding. Beyond your time." Rhea gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. "You're wrong," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "You're just a memory. A shadow of something that couldn't survive." The shadow seemed to recoil at her words, its form flickering for a moment before solidifying again. "We are eternal," it hissed. "And you are already ours." Lenora gasped, clutching at Rhea's arm. "It's inside my head," she choked out. "I can feel it, pulling me." Rhea tightened her grip on Lenora, her mind racing. She didn't know what this entity was or how to fight it, but she wasn't going to let it take them without a fight. "Get out of her," she demanded, stepping between Lenora and the shadow. "If you want someone, take me instead." The shadow paused, its form shifting as if considering her words. "Brave," it said, almost mockingly. "But futile." The lights flickered again, plunging the room into total darkness. Rhea felt the cold wind intensify, swirling around her and Lenora like a vortex. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. When the lights returned, the shadow was gone. But the oppressive feeling in the air remained, and Lenora's breathing was shallow and ragged. Rhea helped her to her feet, her resolve hardening. Whatever this entity was, it wasn't going to stop until it had consumed them all. And if she was going to save her crew, and herself, she needed to find a way to fight back. Rhea tightened her grip on Lenora as the oppressive silence settled once again, broken only by the faint hum of the ship's systems. The shadow's departure felt temporary, as though it still lingered in the edges of their perception, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. She scanned the cargo bay, every crate and shadow taking on an ominous presence. "We need to get back to the bridge," Rhea said, her voice steady but her heart racing. She had to stay composed for Lenora, who was barely able to stand. "If we can isolate whatever this thing is, we might have a chance." Lenora shook her head weakly, her voice trembling. "It's not just here. It's everywhere. In the ship. In me. I can hear it whispering." Her grip on Rhea's arm tightened, her eyes wide with terror. "Rhea, I don't know if I can." "You can," Rhea interrupted firmly. "You're stronger than it. We'll figure this out. But first, we need to move." She hooked Lenora's arm over her shoulder and began guiding her toward the exit. The corridor outside the cargo bay stretched ahead like a tunnel into the unknown, the emergency lights flickering intermittently. Each step felt like a gamble, the shadows threatening to spring to life at any moment. As they reached the central junction, a sharp, metallic screech echoed through the ship, sending chills down Rhea's spine. It wasn't a sound the ship's systems were supposed to make. Lenora flinched, her breathing ragged, and Rhea instinctively raised her weapon, scanning the area. The screech was followed by a low, rhythmic thudding, like footsteps, but far too heavy to belong to any human. The sound reverberated through the walls, growing louder with each passing second. "They're coming," Lenora whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound. "They're here." Rhea turned toward the source of the noise, her weapon trembling slightly in her hands. The corridor ahead was bathed in strobing red light, casting eerie, shifting shadows. The thudding grew closer, accompanied by a faint, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the air. "Run," Rhea said, her voice firm. She pulled Lenora forward, forcing her to move despite her weakened state. They sprinted down the corridor, the sound of the pursuing entity growing louder and more menacing with each passing moment. The lights flickered wildly as they ran, plunging the corridor into sporadic darkness. In those brief moments of blackness, Rhea caught glimpses of movement, shapes that defied logic, twisting and shifting in ways that no living being should be able to. The entity wasn't just chasing them, it was playing with them, toying with their fear. They reached the bridge door, and Rhea slammed her hand against the control panel. The door hesitated for a moment before sliding open, and they stumbled inside. She hit the lock button immediately, the heavy door sealing shut with a hiss. The bridge was eerily quiet, the large viewport revealing the endless expanse of stars outside. The sight should have been a comfort, but it only served to highlight how isolated they were. Whatever was happening on the ship, there would be no help coming from the outside. Lenora collapsed into a chair, clutching her head. "It's inside me," she muttered, her voice strained. "I can feel it, digging, pulling at my thoughts." Rhea knelt beside her, gripping her shoulders. "Listen to me. You're stronger than it. Whatever this thing is, it's trying to break you, but you can fight it." Lenora looked at her, tears streaming down her face. "What if I can't? What if it takes me?" "Then we make sure it doesn't," Rhea said firmly. She turned to the ship's console, her fingers flying over the controls as she accessed the internal sensors. The display lit up with a map of the ship, and her heart sank. The entity wasn't just in the corridor outside, it was everywhere. The sensors registered multiple anomalies, moving through the ship like a swarm of locusts. The comms crackled to life, and the distorted voice returned. "You cannot run. You cannot hide. This vessel is ours now." Rhea clenched her fists, resisting the urge to respond. Engaging with it felt like playing into its hands, or whatever it had. Instead, she focused on the console, searching for any way to isolate or contain the anomalies. If she could force them into a single area of the ship, she might have a chance to eject them. But the anomalies weren't behaving like anything she'd ever seen. They moved unpredictably, defying the logic of the ship's layout. It was as though they were rewriting the ship's structure, bending it to their will. "Rhea," Lenora said weakly. "It's changing me. I can feel it." Rhea turned to her, her heart sinking at the sight. Lenora's skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes had taken on a faint, otherworldly glow. She looked both herself and not herself, as if the entity was reshaping her from the inside out. "Stay with me," Rhea said, gripping her hand tightly. "You're not alone. I'm not letting this thing take you." But even as she spoke, she could feel the weight of the entity's presence pressing down on her, a suffocating force that seemed to seep into her very soul. The bridge lights flickered, and the distorted voice whispered in her mind, faint and insidious. "Join us," it said. "There is no escape. Only unity." Rhea shook her head, fighting to keep her thoughts her own. "No," she muttered. "You don't get to win." The ship groaned ominously, the walls seeming to pulse with an unnatural energy. The stars outside the viewport blurred, as if the ship itself were being pulled into another dimension. Rhea's grip on reality felt tenuous, the line between what was real and what was the entity's influence growing thinner by the second. But she refused to give in. Taking a deep breath, she turned back to the console, determined to find a way to fight back, even if it meant sacrificing everything. The ship groaned again, its metal walls vibrating with a deep resonance that felt alive, as if the entire vessel were breathing. Rhea's eyes darted to the viewport, where the stars outside seemed to warp and stretch unnaturally, their light twisting into spirals that drew her gaze against her will. She tore her focus away and forced herself back to the console, her hands trembling as she worked to isolate the ship's energy systems. The anomalies were multiplying, spreading across every deck like veins on a diseased organism. Each time she rerouted power to a section of the ship, the entity seemed to counteract it, shifting its presence to another part of the vessel. It was like playing a losing game of chess against an omniscient opponent. "Rhea," Lenora said, her voice weak but tinged with a strange calmness. "I think it's talking to me." Rhea spun around, her heart pounding. Lenora's eyes were unfocused, and she sat motionless in her chair, her hands limp in her lap. Her face was still pale, but now there was an eerie serenity in her expression, as if she had accepted whatever was happening. "What is it saying?" Rhea asked, her voice firm, though her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Lenora blinked slowly, her glowing eyes fixing on Rhea. "It's not words, it's feelings. Images. Like memories that aren't mine. They were here before us, Rhea. They were explorers, just like us." Rhea froze. "What do you mean, they? Who were they?" Lenora tilted her head, as if listening to something only she could hear. "They came from a place beyond what we can comprehend. A galaxy of light and sound, where existence itself bends and shifts. They sought knowledge, but they went too far. They found something they couldn't control, and it consumed them. Now, they're remnants." Rhea's mind raced as she processed Lenora's words. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to come together, but they only deepened the mystery. Were these entities the remnants of an alien civilization destroyed by their own ambition? Or were they something else entirely, something beyond comprehension? The console beeped suddenly, snapping Rhea out of her thoughts. She turned back to the screen, where a new alert flashed across the display: structural integrity at 65%. "Damn it," she muttered under her breath. The ship was falling apart, and they were running out of time. If she couldn't find a way to isolate the anomalies, the entire vessel, and everyone on it, would be lost. "Rhea," Lenora said again, her voice softer this time. "They don't want to hurt us. They're trying to warn us." Rhea frowned, her fingers hovering over the console. "Warn us about what?" Lenora hesitated, her glowing eyes flickering like a faulty light bulb. "About what's coming. Something worse. Something hungry." The ship shuddered violently, throwing Rhea to the floor. Sparks rained down from the ceiling as the lights flickered wildly, plunging the bridge into chaos. Lenora cried out, clutching her head as if in pain. "What's happening?" Rhea shouted over the noise, scrambling to her feet. Lenora's voice was strained, barely audible. "It's here. The thing that consumed them. It's found us." The words sent a chill down Rhea's spine. She turned to the viewport, where the warped stars had vanished, replaced by a swirling void of darkness. The sight was unlike anything she had ever seen, an absence of light so complete that it seemed to suck the air out of the room. From the depths of the void, a shape began to emerge. It was massive, its form shifting and writhing like a living shadow. Tendrils of darkness reached out toward the ship, wrapping around it like the coils of a snake. The ship groaned under the pressure, the walls buckling as if in protest. Rhea's heart raced as she turned back to Lenora, who was now slumped in her chair, her body trembling. "Lenora, stay with me. We're not done yet." But Lenora didn't respond. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow. Whatever connection she had with the entity seemed to have taken its toll, leaving her on the brink of collapse. Rhea gritted her teeth, forcing herself to focus. The console was still active, though the screen flickered ominously. She scanned the data, searching for any remaining options. The ship's weapon systems were offline, and the engines were barely functional. But there was one thing she could still do: overload the ship's reactor. It was a desperate plan, but it was the only one she had. If she could channel the energy of the reactor into a focused burst, she might be able to drive the entity back, or at least buy them some time. But it would come at a cost. The ship might not survive the blast, and neither would they. Rhea hesitated, her hand hovering over the controls. She glanced at Lenora, who still hadn't moved, and then back at the looming shadow outside the viewport. The stakes couldn't be higher, and the clock was ticking. Taking a deep breath, she made her decision. The reactor console glowed faintly under Rhea's fingers as her mind worked through a cascade of calculations and contingencies. The tendrils of darkness pressed harder against the ship's hull, creating an ear-splitting creak that resonated like a death knell. Time was no longer a luxury, it was a rapidly dwindling resource. "Lenora!" Rhea called, shaking her crewmate's shoulder. "Stay with me. I need you to guide me through this. Whatever you're connected to, use it to help us survive." Lenora's eyelids fluttered open, her glowing eyes flickering with a weak but stubborn resolve. Her voice was barely a whisper. The core. That's what it's drawn to. It's feeding on it." Rhea clenched her jaw. Of course. The ship's reactor, brimming with untapped energy, was the perfect bait for a being of pure hunger. Shutting it down entirely would leave them stranded, but leaving it active would only accelerate their doom. "Is there a way to disrupt its connection?" Rhea demanded. "To sever whatever link it has to the core." Lenora hesitated, her trembling fingers pointing weakly at the central console. "The containment field. If you collapse it and redirect the energy, you might be able to overload the connection. But it's risky." Risky didn't even begin to cover it. Collapsing the containment field would release an uncontrolled surge of energy, effectively turning the reactor into a ticking bomb. It might drive the entity away, or it might destroy the ship entirely. The ship groaned again, louder this time, as one of the tendrils punctured the outer hull. Warning alarms blared, and the overhead lights flickered wildly. The void outside seemed to pulse, as if alive with anticipation. "We don't have a choice," Rhea muttered, her hands flying across the console as she initiated the sequence to collapse the containment field. "If we don't act now, we're dead anyway." Lenora's voice stopped her mid-motion. "Rhea, wait." Rhea turned, her frustration boiling over. "What?" "We're out of time, Lenora." Lenora's glowing eyes locked onto hers, filled with an eerie mix of fear and certainty. "It's not just feeding. It's learning. Adapting. If we don't stop it now, it won't just consume us, it'll use what it learns here to find others." The weight of her words hit Rhea like a freight train. This wasn't just about survival anymore. The stakes had escalated far beyond their small, isolated ship. If they failed, the entity could become an unstoppable force, spreading destruction across galaxies. Her resolve hardened. All the more reason to end this now. She turned back to the console and initiated the collapse sequence. A deep hum reverberated through the ship as the containment field began to destabilize. Energy levels spiked, and the reactor glowed brighter, casting harsh shadows across the bridge. The entity reacted instantly. The tendrils withdrew from the hull, only to strike again with renewed force, as if sensing the threat. The ship shuddered violently, and sparks rained down from the ceiling. "Rhea!" Lenora cried, her voice rising in panic. "It's trying to stop you." "I won't let it," Rhea growled, her fingers dancing over the controls. She rerouted power to the reactor, amplifying the energy output. The containment field flickered, its collapse imminent. The entity's shadow loomed larger outside the viewport, its tendrils now thrashing wildly. It was no longer a silent predator, it was roaring, an otherworldly sound that shook Rhea to her core. The ship's systems screamed under the strain, and the lights dimmed as power was diverted to the reactor. "Almost there," Rhea muttered, her voice steadied despite the chaos around her. Suddenly, Lenora let out a blood-curdling scream. Rhea turned just in time to see her crewmate convulsing, her body writhing as if gripped by an invisible force. Her glowing eyes flared brightly, and a distorted voice, deep and alien, spoke through her. You cannot stop what has already begun. Rhea's blood ran cold. The entity was speaking through Lenora, using her as a mouthpiece. She clenched her fists, refusing to let fear paralyze her. "Watch me," she snarled, turning back to the console and slamming her hand down on the final override. The reactor's containment field collapsed, releasing a blinding surge of energy. The ship was bathed in light, and the tendrils recoiled, writhing as the entity let out a deafening shriek. The void outside seemed to ripple, its darkness peeling away like layers of skin. But the surge was unstable. The ship trembled violently, alarms blaring as systems failed one by one. Rhea's vision blurred as the bridge filled with smoke and the acrid smell of burning circuits. Through the chaos, she heard Lenora's voice, soft, but unmistakably human. "Rhea, you did it. It's retreating." Rhea turned, her heart pounding. Lenora was slumped in her chair, her eyes no longer glowing. She looked exhausted but alive. Relief washed over Rhea, but it was short-lived. The ship's status display flashed red, indicating critical damage. "We're not out of this yet," Rhea said, her voice grim. She grabbed Lenora's arm, pulling her to her feet. "Come on. We need to get to the escape pods." As they stumbled toward the exit, the ship let out one final, agonized groan. The entity was gone, but its presence had left a scar, a reminder that their encounter was only a fragment of a much larger, more terrifying truth. The ship's frame shuddered violently, sending sparks flying from the walls as Rhea and Lenora staggered down the dimly lit corridor. The klaxons screamed a warning, blending with the groan of collapsing metal. Each footstep echoed as if the ship itself were a dying beast, crying out for mercy. "Rhea, it's not over," Lenora gasped, clutching her side. Her face was pale, and her trembling voice was a stark reminder that whatever they had driven away wasn't gone for good. "That thing. It's still out there. Watching." Rhea didn't respond immediately, her jaw set in grim determination. Her mind raced with 1,000 calculations, each leading to the same chilling conclusion. The entity had retreated, but it hadn't been defeated. It was circling, probing, waiting for a moment of weakness. Ahead, the corridor twisted in an unnatural way, the metal bulkheads warped as though melted by some unseen force. The air itself felt heavier, oppressive, and the faint hum of the reactor was now replaced by an eerie silence that gnawed at the edges of sanity. "Lenora," Rhea said finally, her voice sharp to cut through the haze of dread. "Do you know anything else? Anything you saw or felt when it connected with you?" Lenora hesitated, her eyes flickering with an emotion Rhea couldn't quite place. Was it fear, guilt, or something darker? "It's not just one," Lenora whispered, barely audible. "It's many. Fragments of something larger, scattered through the void. This one, it's only a scout." The words sent a cold shiver down Rhea's spine, and she tightened her grip on Lenora's arm, half dragging her toward the escape pod bay. The lights flickered ominously, casting long, shifting shadows on the walls. "We'll figure this out later," Rhea muttered. "Right now, we need to." Her words were cut off as the ship jolted violently, throwing both women to the ground. A guttural, otherworldly sound reverberated through the corridors, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate in their very bones. It wasn't a noise made by anything mechanical or human. It was alive. Lenora clutched her head, her fingers digging into her scalp. "It's here," she choked out, her voice strained and raw. "It's inside the ship." The lights overhead surged, glowing brighter than ever before, and then exploded, plunging the corridor into pitch-black darkness. The only illumination came from the flickering sparks raining from the ceiling and the faint glow emanating from Lenora's eyes once more. "Lenora!" Rhea shouted, shaking her. "Stay with me. Don't let it take over again." But Lenora's body stiffened, her limbs contorting unnaturally. Her head snapped back, and a deep, guttural voice spilled from her lips, alien, unearthly, and filled with malice. You cannot escape. You cannot fight what you do not understand. Rhea stumbled backward, her heart pounding as she watched her friend's body move with an unnatural grace, as though controlled by invisible strings. Her mind raced, searching for a way to break whatever hold the entity had on Lenora. But the ship groaned again, the walls rippling as though the metal itself was alive, reacting to the presence of the invader. "Lenora, fight it!" Rhea screamed, her voice echoing down the corridor. "You're stronger than this." For a brief moment, Lenora's eyes flickered, her body trembling as if caught in a battle of wills. "Rhea," she gasped, her voice barely her own. "It's trying to show me something. I don't know if I can resist." Before Rhea could respond, the ship's intercom crackled to life. Static filled the air, followed by a voice that was eerily familiar. It was Captain Rourke's voice, clear, authoritative, and undeniably human. "Rhea, Lenora," the voice said, calm and steady. "This is your captain. You need to stop what you're doing and come to the bridge immediately." Rhea froze, her blood running cold. Captain Rourke was dead, she had seen his lifeless body slumped in the command chair when the chaos began. This was a trap. It had to be. "Don't listen," Lenora whispered, her glowing eyes locking onto Rhea's. "It's lying. It's learning to mimic us. To trick us." The intercom crackled again. "Rhea, Lenora, you're in danger. You need to trust me. Come to the bridge now." Rhea's fists clenched. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to get Lenora to the escape pods and leave the ship behind. But the entity was toying with them, testing their resolve. She had no doubt that if they fled now, it would only follow them into the void, stronger and more prepared. She took a deep breath, her mind made up. "We're going to the bridge." Lenora's eyes widened. "Rhea, no. You can't trust it." "I don't trust it," Rhea said, her voice firm. "But if it's luring us there, it means that's where it's vulnerable. Whatever this thing is, it doesn't want us finding something. And that's exactly why we're going." Without waiting for a response, Rhea grabbed Lenora's arm and pulled her to her feet. The ship groaned again, and the walls seemed to ripple, as though reacting to their every step. The air grew colder, each breath visible in the faint light. As they approached the bridge, the doors slid open with an unnatural smoothness. The room was bathed in a sickly green light, and at the center of the command console stood a figure, its back turned to them. "Captain Rourke." Rhea called out, her voice trembling despite her effort to remain steady. The figure turned slowly, and Rhea's stomach dropped. It was Rourke, or at least, something wearing his form. His eyes glowed faintly, and his movements were eerily precise, as if every motion was calculated. "Rhea," the figure said, its voice warm and familiar. "I'm glad you made it. We have much to discuss." Behind her, Lenora's breathing quickened. "Rhea, that's not him. It's something else." Rhea knew she was right. Whatever this was, it wasn't her captain. But the question that burned in her mind was more terrifying than anything else: what did it want with them? The figure wearing Captain Rourke's face took a step forward, its movements fluid yet eerily mechanical. The glowing eyes pierced through the green haze, locking onto Rhea with an unsettling intensity. For a brief moment, Rhea thought she saw a flicker of something human in those eyes, an echo of the man who had once commanded this ship. But it was gone in an instant, replaced by a cold, calculating presence that made her stomach churn. "You've been brave to make it this far," the figure said, its voice perfectly mimicking the cadence of Rourke's. "But bravery alone will not save you. What do you want?" Rhea demanded, forcing her voice to remain steady even as her heart raced. She tightened her grip on the wrench in her hand, the metal cool and reassuring against her palm. "Why are you doing this?" The figure tilted its head, a gesture that felt disturbingly familiar yet entirely wrong. "You misunderstand, Rhea. This isn't about what I want. It's about what you need to understand. The path you've chosen leads only to ruin unless you listen. Lenora staggered back, clutching Rhea's arm. Don't listen to it. It's trying to manipulate us. The figure's gaze shifted to Lenora, and its expression darkened. Ah, the chosen one, it murmured, almost reverently. You've glimpsed the truth, haven't you? The fragments spoke to you, didn't they? Lenora shuddered, her face pale. Stay out of my head, she hissed. You don't belong there. I don't belong. The figure's smile was cold, devoid of any warmth. We've been here far longer than you could possibly comprehend. This vessel, this journey, it's all part of something far greater than you realize. Rhea's mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle refusing to align. The fragments Lenora had mentioned, the entity's claim of being ancient, none of it made sense. But one thing was clear, whatever this thing was, it wasn't going to let them go without a fight. Enough of your games, Rhea snapped, stepping forward. If you're so ancient and powerful, why bother with us? Why not just destroy us and be done with it? The figure chuckled, a sound that sent chills down her spine. Destroy you? No, Rhea. That would be wasteful. You're far more valuable alive. You're adaptable, curious. The perfect vessels for what's to come. Rhea's stomach turned at the implication, but she refused to show weakness. We're not your vessels, she spat. And we're not staying here to play your sick game. The figure's smile widened, and the green light around them seemed to pulse in time with its words. You don't understand, Rhea. You never had a choice. The moment you stepped onto this ship, your fate was sealed. The ship groaned around them, the walls rippling as though alive. The console lights flickered, and a low hum filled the air, growing louder with each passing second. Rhea's grip on the wrench tightened, her knuckles white. She glanced at Lenora, who was trembling but standing her ground. We need to get out of here, Lenora whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising hum. Now. Rhea nodded, her mind racing. They couldn't fight this thing, not directly. But maybe they could outsmart it. Her eyes darted to the console, where a faintly glowing map of the ship flickered on the screen. If they could overload the reactor, they might have a chance to escape while the entity was distracted. Follow my lead, Rhea murmured, gripping Lenora's arm. And whatever happens, don't look back. Lenora hesitated for only a moment before nodding, her resolve hardening. Together, they edged toward the console, their movements slow and deliberate. The figure watched them with an almost amused expression, as though it was enjoying the spectacle. You can't run from this, it said, its voice a haunting blend of Rourke's and something alien. You can't hide. The cosmos will always find you. We'll see about that, Rhea muttered under her breath, her fingers flying across the console as she initiated the reactor's overload sequence. The ship shuddered violently, and the green light dimmed for a fraction of a second before flaring brighter than ever. The figure's smile faltered, its gaze snapping to the console. What are you doing? It demanded, its voice sharp and laced with fury. Taking back control, Rhea said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. She grabbed Lenora's hand and bolted for the exit, the sound of the entity's enraged roar echoing behind them. As they sprinted down the corridor, the ship's systems began to fail one by one. Lights flickered, doors slammed shut, and the air grew colder with each passing second. The hum of the reactor reached a deafening crescendo, and Rhea knew they had only moments before the entire ship went critical. Keep going, she shouted, dragging Lenora along. We're almost there. But as they rounded the corner to the escape pod bay, Rhea's heart sank. The pods were gone, their launch tubes empty. The entity had anticipated their plan and cut off their only means of escape. Lenora's face twisted in despair, but Rhea refused to give up. There's got to be another way, she muttered, scanning the bay for any sign of hope. Behind them, the corridor darkened, and the figure emerged from the shadows, its glowing eyes burning with rage. "You've made a grave mistake," it said, its voice echoing like 1,000 whispers. "You've awakened something far greater than you can comprehend." Rhea squared her shoulders, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know how they were going to survive, but one thing was certain: she wasn't going to let this thing win. Not without a fight. The glowing eyes of the figure bore into Rhea and Lenora, the ship shuddering violently under their feet as the reactor's overload intensified. The walls pulsed with a rhythmic vibration, like a heartbeat, alive with the fury of the entity. Every shadow in the bay seemed to stretch toward them, as if the darkness itself conspired with the figure. "You think you can defy us?" the figure said, stepping forward with an unnerving calm that belied the chaos. "This is not rebellion. This is futility." Rhea felt her breath hitch but forced herself to maintain composure. "Maybe it is," she said, keeping her voice even, "but if you think we're just going to lie down and let you take us, you're wrong." The entity cocked its head, its gaze flickering to the reactor status on the nearby panel. "You misunderstand," it said, its tone eerily soft. "You don't need to submit. You've already lost." Rhea clenched her jaw, refusing to give the creature the satisfaction of a response. She scanned the bay again, her mind racing. If the escape pods were gone, there had to be another way, a maintenance hatch, a secondary system. Anything. But the more she looked, the more apparent it became that they were out of options. Lenora grabbed Rhea's arm, her voice trembling. "What do we do now? We can't outrun it." Rhea didn't answer. Her mind was a storm of calculations and desperation. The reactor would reach critical mass in minutes, taking them and whatever this thing was with it. But that wasn't good enough. They needed to make sure it couldn't escape. The ship groaned again, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through their bones. The walls seemed to warp and twist, the green glow intensifying as the entity's presence grew more oppressive. "Rhea," Lenora whispered, her voice barely audible. It's in the ship." Rhea's stomach dropped. She'd suspected it, but hearing Lenora say it out loud made it all too real. The entity wasn't just controlling the systems, it was the ship. Every circuit, every panel, every bolt was part of its body. "You're not fighting me," the figure said, as if reading her thoughts. "You're fighting the vessel itself. And you are nothing but insects in the web." Rhea tightened her grip on the wrench in her hand. "Then maybe it's time we burn the web." She stepped forward, positioning herself between Lenora and the figure. Her mind was a whirlwind of half-formed plans, but she couldn't let Lenora see her doubt. She had to project confidence, even if it was a lie. "Rhea, what are you doing?" Lenora hissed, her eyes wide with fear. "Trust me," Rhea said, her voice firm. "Just trust me." The figure watched her, its expression unreadable. "Bravery," it said, almost mockingly. "Such a fascinating trait. But bravery without purpose is just noise." Rhea didn't respond. Instead, she lunged forward, swinging the wrench with all her strength. The figure didn't flinch as the metal passed through it harmlessly, its form flickering like a hologram. "You're wasting your energy," it said, its voice dripping with disdain. "Physical force cannot harm me." "I wasn't trying to," Rhea muttered, a small smile tugging at her lips. The figure's gaze snapped to the console behind her, where Rhea had activated a manual override. The bay doors groaned, then began to slide open, exposing the void of space beyond. The air in the room grew thin as the atmosphere was sucked out, and alarms blared throughout the ship. Lenora grabbed onto a nearby railing, her eyes wide with terror. "Rhea, what are you doing?" Leveling the playing field, Rhea said through gritted teeth, holding onto a panel as the pressure threatened to pull her into the abyss. The figure's form began to distort, the green glow around it flickering like a dying flame. "You think this will stop me?" it said, its voice distorted and crackling. "You cannot destroy what you don't understand." "Maybe not," Rhea said, her voice defiant. But I can sure as hell slow you down. The ship trembled violently, the reactor's overload reaching its peak. The figure's form flickered one last time before it dissolved into the green haze, its voice echoing around them. You will not escape this. You are already part of the whole. The bay doors slammed shut, sealing them back inside. The air returned, and Rhea collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. Lenora rushed to her side, her face pale and streaked with tears. Rhea, she said, her voice trembling. It's still here. I can feel it. Rhea nodded, her chest heaving. I know. But so are we. The air in the cargo bay was thick with tension, every sound amplified in the oppressive silence that followed the entity's retreat. Rhea struggled to her feet, her legs shaky but determined. The ship's groaning echoed in her ears, like the growl of a predator circling its prey. Lenora clutched Rhea's arm, her voice barely above a whisper. Rhea, it's not gone. I know it's still here. Rhea's jaw tightened. She glanced at the console, its screens flickering erratically with green static. I know, she muttered. It's regrouping. But if we're still alive, we still have a chance. The overhead lights flickered again, casting the room in alternating shadows and light. It wasn't just a malfunction, it was deliberate, calculated. Rhea could feel the ship's malevolence pressing down on her, its presence suffocating. We need to move, she said, her voice firm despite the knot of fear in her stomach. She pulled Lenora toward the exit, her eyes scanning the bay for anything that might give them an edge. Weapons, tools, anything. But the ship wasn't going to let them go that easily. A low hum began to resonate through the walls, growing louder with each passing second. The deck beneath their feet trembled, and a sudden, sharp voice erupted from the intercom. You can't run from me, the entity hissed, its tone dripping with contempt. This is my domain. Every bolt, every wire, every system, they all belong to me. And soon, so will you. Rhea didn't respond. Words wouldn't save them now. She tightened her grip on Lenora's hand and sprinted toward the corridor, her heart pounding in her chest. The hum grew louder, morphing into a deafening roar as panels along the walls burst open, spewing sparks and smoke. Rhea, what's the plan? Lenora shouted over the chaos, her voice tinged with panic. Find the engine room. Rhea yelled back. If we can cut the power to the core systems, we might be able to disrupt it. At least long enough to figure out our next move. The corridor stretched ahead of them, dimly lit and twisting like a labyrinth. The ship seemed to shift and warp around them, the walls narrowing and expanding as if alive. It was disorienting, maddening, and Rhea could feel the entity's influence growing stronger with every step. This isn't real, she muttered under her breath, trying to convince herself. It's trying to confuse us. Lenora stumbled, her breathing ragged. It's working, she said, her voice shaky. Rhea, I don't know if I can do this. Yes, you can, Rhea said firmly, pulling her forward. You're stronger than you think. They rounded a corner, only to come face to face with a sealed bulkhead. The panel beside it flickered with green static, and the entity's voice crackled through the speakers. Did you really think it would be that easy? It taunted. You're nothing more than insects crawling through a web. And I am the spider. Rhea ignored it, her mind racing. She slammed her fist against the panel, trying to bypass the lock, but the interface was unresponsive. The static shifted, forming symbols and shapes that seemed to writhe and pulse like living things. Let me try, Lenora said, stepping forward. Her hands trembled as she worked the controls, her fingers moving with a mix of desperation and determination. I studied this system during training. If I can just... The panel sparked, and the door hissed open. Rhea gave Lenora a brief nod of approval before pulling her through. The engine room was just ahead, its massive turbines humming ominously. But something was wrong. The core, normally encased in a protective shield, was exposed. Tendrils of green light snaked around it, pulsing in time with the ship's vibrations. It was like a heartbeat, alive and aware. "We're running out of time," Rhea said, her voice low. "If we don't shut this down, it's going to kill us, or worse." Lenora hesitated, her eyes fixed on the core. "Rhea, what if it's already too late? What if we're just feeding it by being here?" Rhea shook her head. "Then we starve it. We take this thing down, no matter what it takes." She stepped forward, her gaze locked on the core. The heat was intense, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she approached. The tendrils of light seemed to react to her presence, writhing and twisting as if sensing her intent. "Stay back," she warned Lenora. "If this goes wrong, I don't want you caught in it." Lenora opened her mouth to protest, but the words died in her throat as the tendrils suddenly lashed out, striking the ground inches from Rhea's feet. The entity's voice roared through the room, filled with fury. "You dare challenge me," it bellowed. "You are nothing. Your flesh is weak, your mind's fragile. You cannot hope to defeat me." Rhea gritted her teeth, refusing to back down. "Maybe not," she said, her voice steady. "But I'm not going to make it easy for you." She reached for the manual override on the core, her fingers brushing against the control lever. The tendrils lashed out again, searing her arm with a blinding pain, but she didn't let go. She could feel the entity's anger, its desperation, as she fought to sever its connection to the ship. "Rhea!" Lenora screamed, rushing forward despite Rhea's warning. She grabbed a metal rod from the floor and swung it at the tendrils, distracting them long enough for Rhea to pull the lever. The core let out a deafening roar, the light within it intensifying to a blinding brilliance. The ship shuddered violently, and the entity's voice filled the room, a cacophony of rage and despair. "No," it screamed. "You cannot do this. I am eternal. I am." The voice cut off abruptly as the core went dark. The tendrils of light dissolved into nothingness, and the ship fell silent. Rhea collapsed to her knees, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. But the silence was short-lived. A low, menacing hum began to rise from the walls, and the green light returned, brighter and more malevolent than before. The entity wasn't defeated, it was evolving. The green light grew stronger, flooding the engine room with an almost unbearable radiance. The hum that emanated from the walls grew sharper, like a blade being dragged across metal. The ship shuddered violently, knocking both Rhea and Lenora off balance. Lenora clutched a nearby console for support, her eyes wide with terror. "Rhea, it's not stopping. What did we unleash?" Lenora's voice cracked, the panic in her tone sending shivers down Rhea's spine. "I don't know," Rhea admitted, pulling herself to her feet. Her arm burned where the tendrils had struck her earlier, and her vision blurred from the intensity of the light. "But it's not over. We need to get out of here, now." As they turned to leave, the door they had come through slammed shut with a deafening clang. The console beside it fizzled and sparked, the static morphing into the familiar, mocking voice of the entity. "Did you think you could silence me so easily?" it sneered, its tone dripping with malice. "You've only made me stronger. This vessel is mine, and you are nothing but insects caught in my web." The room began to shift, the walls undulating as if alive. Pipes twisted like serpents, and the floor buckled beneath their feet. Lenora screamed as a section of the wall burst open, revealing a writhing mass of green energy that pulsed with life. "Rhea," she shouted, pointing at the mass. It's spreading." Rhea grabbed Lenora's arm, pulling her toward a service hatch on the opposite side of the room. "We have to move. Now." They scrambled toward the hatch, the entity's laughter echoing all around them. As they reached the opening, the green energy surged forward, engulfing the core and spreading through the ship's systems like wildfire. Sparks rained down from the ceiling, and the air grew thick with heat and the stench of burning metal. Lenora crawled through the narrow passage first, her hands trembling as she pulled herself forward. Rhea followed close behind, glancing back only once to see the mass of energy filling the engine room, tendrils lashing out like hungry predators. Faster! Rhea urged, her voice hoarse from the heat. We're running out of time. They emerged into a maintenance corridor, the dim emergency lighting casting eerie shadows on the walls. The hum of the entity was louder now, a constant presence that seemed to vibrate through the very structure of the ship. Where do we go? Lenora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. She leaned against the wall, her face pale and streaked with sweat. If it's in the systems, there's nowhere safe. Rhea's mind raced. They were running out of options, and every second brought the entity closer to fully taking over the ship. She thought of the escape pods, but the idea felt futile. Even if they managed to launch one, the entity could likely track them, or worse, infect the pod systems. We need to disable it at the source, Rhea said finally, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her. The mainframe. If we can overload its connection to the ship's systems, we might have a chance to sever its control. Lenora stared at her, disbelief flickering across her face. The mainframe? Are you serious? That's on the bridge, Rhea. It's the most exposed part of the ship. Exactly, Rhea replied. Which means that's where it's focusing its energy. If we can get there before it fully integrates with the systems, we might be able to stop it. And if we can't? Lenora asked, her voice barely audible. Rhea met her gaze, her expression hard. Then we make sure it doesn't leave this ship. No matter what it takes. Lenora hesitated, then nodded. There was no time for doubt, no room for hesitation. Together, they set off down the corridor, the flickering lights casting long, jagged shadows ahead of them. As they moved, the ship seemed to resist their progress. Doors that should have opened smoothly jammed or refused to respond, forcing them to pry them open manually. The walls groaned and shifted, as if alive, and every step felt like walking deeper into the entity's lair. The bridge was still several decks away when the lights went out completely, plunging them into darkness. Lenora gasped, clutching Rhea's arm as the oppressive silence pressed in around them. Rhea, she whispered, her voice trembling. It's toying with us. I know, Rhea replied, her voice firm. Stay close. We'll use the emergency lights to guide us. As if on cue, a faint green glow illuminated the corridor ahead. But it wasn't the emergency lights. The glow pulsed and writhed, casting unnatural shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. That's not good, Lenora said, her grip on Rhea tightening. No, it's not, Rhea agreed. She pulled a small flashlight from her belt, the weak beam cutting through the green haze. But we don't have a choice. Let's move. They pressed forward, the green glow growing stronger with each step. The hum of the entity was everywhere now, a constant, oppressive presence that seemed to seep into their very bones. Rhea could feel it watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. As they reached the base of the ladder leading to the bridge, the floor beneath them began to tremble. The green light coalesced into a swirling vortex at the end of the corridor, and the entity's voice echoed around them, low and menacing. You cannot escape, it said, its tone dripping with malice. This ship is mine. And soon, you will be too. Rhea gritted her teeth, her hands gripping the ladder. Not today, she muttered, pulling herself upward. Not if I can help it. The climb to the bridge felt endless, every rung a battle against the weight of fear and exhaustion. But Rhea didn't stop, her determination burning brighter than the entity's oppressive presence. Behind her, Lenora followed, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. As they reached the top of the ladder, the bridge loomed before them, bathed in the sickly green glow of the entity's presence. The mainframe stood at the center of the room, its panels flickering with erratic bursts of light. Tendrils of green energy coiled around it, pulsing in time with the ship's vibrations. Rhea stepped forward, her heart pounding. The final confrontation was imminent, and the stakes had never been higher. The entity's laughter echoed around her, a chilling reminder that the battle was far from over. Rhea's fingers brushed against the mainframe's controls, the metal cold under her touch, but the pulsing green energy that filled the room was far colder, more sinister. It seemed to breathe, inhaling and exhaling in rhythmic, mechanical waves. Tendrils of energy snaked toward her, drawn by her proximity to the heart of the ship. They brushed against her arm like fingers made of ice, sending an icy jolt up her spine. She yanked her arm back quickly, heart hammering. "It's trying to merge with the system," Lenora said, her voice barely above a whisper. She stood by the doorway, watching the tendrils coil like vipers, the green light reflecting off her eyes, giving her face an eerie glow. "We need to shut it down, now." Rhea's voice was steady, but her mind was racing. Every second they delayed made the task harder, and the room felt smaller, more suffocating. Lenora's eyes flicked to the nearby consoles. They blinked erratically as though struggling to fight the entity's control. "The system's already corrupted," she said, swallowing hard. "How are we supposed to stop it?" Rhea's gaze shifted to the ship's mainframe, her hands shaking as she punched a series of commands into the nearby terminal. The console screen blinked twice before displaying a warning, "Warning, system override impossible. Unauthorized access detected ****. The message was like a slap to the face. Rhea clenched her fists. "It's blocking us." Behind them, the door slammed shut with an audible bang, trapping them inside. The entity's voice boomed through the room, low and mocking. "Do you really think you can stop me?" it purred, sending a cold wave through Rhea's body. "You are not even worth the effort. I will consume everything. I will become everything." The ship trembled beneath their feet, as if protesting the entity's growing dominance. The walls began to shift, their metallic surfaces warping, melting like wax. Rhea's eyes narrowed. The time for hesitation had passed. She knew they needed to find a way to disconnect the entity from the ship's network. If the ship fell, so would their only means of escape. "Lenora, the auxiliary systems," Rhea ordered, her voice firm. "Get to the backup servers. If we can't stop the mainframe, we'll overload the auxiliary systems and force a shutdown." Lenora nodded without hesitation, but her eyes were wide with fear. "What if we can't? What if it's too late?" "We don't have a choice," Rhea said, turning toward the console again. Her mind raced. Her fingers flew over the keys, searching for a weak point, a crack, anything she could exploit. But the ship had been designed with security in mind. Every line of code, every subroutine, had been written to keep invaders out. And now, they were dealing with something far worse than an invader. The green energy began to pulse faster, the hum rising to a maddening pitch. Rhea's thoughts spun in frantic circles. The entity had not only taken control of the ship, it had become the ship, and it was adapting, learning. "It's evolving," Rhea said, dread creeping into her voice. "It's changing itself to match the ship's systems. We need to act now." Lenora was already halfway to the auxiliary system's access point. "Rhea, I don't know what to do," she shouted, her voice shaking as she glanced back at the now intense glow of the green energy. "The mainframe is pulling all the power from everywhere." "I know." Rhea snapped, frustration building. "Just find a way to disconnect it. Overload the system, anything." But as Lenora reached for the auxiliary console, a violent surge of energy shot out from the mainframe. It hit her full force, and she was thrown back, slamming into the floor with a sickening thud. "Lenora!" Rhea screamed, rushing to her side. Her friend's face was pale, her body convulsing as though caught in the grip of an electric current. The green tendrils swirled around them, tightening like chains, their presence suffocating. "Get up!" Rhea shouted, shaking Lenora by the shoulders. "We have to move." Lenora's eyes flickered open, a dim spark of recognition flashing in them. "It's Too late, she whispered, her voice strained. No, Rhea said, her hands trembling as she helped Lenora to her feet. It's not too late. We can still fight it. Lenora's gaze shifted to the screen on the console, where a countdown had begun, a countdown to the complete integration of the entity into the ship's core systems. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Rhea looked at the screen. 10:00 was all it showed. We have 10 minutes, she said, her voice thick with determination. We can still stop it. We just need to reach the core. The two women glanced at each other, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. They were out of time, and every second that ticked by brought them closer to the end of their journey. But Rhea wasn't about to give up, not when the stakes had grown so high. They turned together toward the ship's core, the green energy still pulsating, wrapping around them, pulling at their every move. It felt as though the very walls were alive, suffocating them. Each step toward the core felt heavier, each breath harder to take. Rhea's heart raced, and her thoughts clashed with the noise of the ship. Time was running out. The entity was almost fully integrated, and the ship would become its vessel. They would be consumed, lost in the void. Stay focused, Rhea muttered to herself, her hand clutching Lenora's as they made their way toward the control room. The only chance they had was to make it to the core and sever the connection before the countdown reached 0. Behind them, the green light flickered violently, the laughter of the entity echoing in their ears. It wasn't over yet. Rhea's breath quickened as the hum of the ship grew louder, a constant reminder of the entity's growing power. The walls of the ship seemed to bend with the force of the pulse, as if the ship itself was alive, responding to the entity's will. Every corner they turned, every step they took toward the core, felt like it was pulling them deeper into a trap. Just a little further, Rhea muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible over the roar in her ears. She gripped Lenora's hand tighter, her fingers digging into her skin. Lenora didn't respond. Her eyes were locked forward, filled with a determination that mirrored Rhea's, though the fear in them was undeniable. They reached the junction that led to the core. Rhea's eyes darted to the control panel. The countdown on the screen had dropped to 5:47, each second ticking away like a death knell. Rhea cursed under her breath. The countdown wasn't just for show, it was a countdown to their doom. If they didn't disconnect the ship from the entity's influence, they'd be gone. Just like the explorers who had vanished before them. The door to the control room slammed shut behind them with a jarring clang. Rhea didn't look back, even as the shadows in the hallway stretched unnaturally long, like fingers trying to grasp at their ankles. Rhea, Lenora's voice was tight. We need to hurry. Rhea nodded, her eyes flicking to the control interface. The system was beyond compromised, every attempt to enter a command was met with an error message. The entity was in complete control. The walls began to flicker with an eerie green hue, the lights inside the control room dimming and brightening with each pulse of energy. The very air felt thick with the entity's presence, its force making the space feel impossibly small. We need to break through, Rhea said, urgency in her voice. There has to be a backdoor or a system override somewhere. Lenora was already scanning the panels, her fingers flying across the keys. She looked up at Rhea, eyes wide. This thing, it's not just a computer virus. She swallowed, her voice shaking. It's alive. It's using the ship like a host. Rhea's heart stuttered in her chest. What do you mean? Lenora turned to face her, her face pale. It's becoming the ship. There's no separation. The systems, they've merged. It's feeding on everything, the ship's power, our memories, the records. It's adapting. It's evolving. Rhea's mind raced. They were no longer dealing with a simple alien entity. This wasn't just an invasion, it was a possession. The ship wasn't merely infected, it had been consumed. A sudden flash of green light illuminated the control room, and Rhea's body went stiff. Her vision blurred, and she staggered back. The room spun for a moment, her heart pounding in her ears. She could feel it, its presence pushing against her, trying to invade her mind. She could hear its voice again, colder this time. "You cannot escape me." The words rumbled through her skull, like thunder shaking the very air around them. She gritted her teeth, trying to block out the voice. But it was inside her head, seeping into her thoughts, pulling at the edges of her consciousness. "Lenora, we need to," Rhea began, but her words faltered. She wasn't sure if it was the entity's influence or something more tangible, but it was becoming harder to think. The ship was closing in around them. Lenora grabbed her arm, her grip tight as she pulled Rhea toward a terminal on the opposite side of the room. "Rhea, focus. This is it, this is the last chance." The screen flashed again, and Rhea's stomach dropped. The countdown had reset, 5 o'clock, and this time, there was no error message. The entity was fully integrated. Without thinking, Rhea slammed her hand on the terminal. The system's lights flickered violently as a low hum filled the room. She felt the vibrations in her bones, as if the ship was beginning to break apart under the weight of the entity's control. "Get ready," Rhea warned. She glanced at Lenora, her face hardening with determination. "If this works, we might be able to break the connection. If not, we're both dead." Lenora nodded, her face set. "Do it." Rhea's fingers moved quickly, inputting a series of commands that she knew would either destroy the system or risk accelerating the process. Sweat dripped down her forehead as the terminal beeped, the countdown ticking ever faster. The green light grew brighter, its intensity threatening to engulf them. A deep rumble shook the ship, and the lights flickered out entirely. A moment of darkness, pure and oppressive, followed by a surge of energy that sent both of them crashing to the floor. The screens came back online, showing an emergency protocol warning. The countdown had accelerated again, 4:30. The room trembled, and the walls began to crack. "We don't have much time," Rhea said, panic creeping into her voice. Lenora's breath was ragged as she looked at the screen, her eyes wide with terror. "It's not enough, Rhea. We can't stop it now. It's too late." Rhea stood, her mind spinning. "We can't give up. We can't." The lights blinked again, casting long, eerie shadows across the control room. The ship groaned, the sound deafening. Then, a horrifying realization sank in. The green light had stopped pulsing. The entity had gone silent. For a moment, everything was still. Then, the ship shuddered again, this time, harder, like a final death rattle. Something was wrong. The air turned cold. Colder than it had ever been before. And then, just as suddenly, the entity's voice returned. But this time, it was not the voice they had heard before. It was something deeper, something more sinister. The words came from every direction, vibrating through the very walls of the ship. "You have not stopped me," it whispered. "I am the ship now. You cannot escape me." And the countdown, once again, continued. Rhea's heart pounded in her chest as the cold, all-encompassing voice reverberated through the ship. Every fiber of her being screamed to run, to escape the grasp of the entity, but she knew there was nowhere to hide. The walls around them seemed to close in, the ship itself becoming a living nightmare. The once familiar corridors, the control rooms, they had all become the domain of something else. She glanced at Lenora, whose eyes were wide with fear, lips trembling. "We're too late," Lenora whispered, her voice cracking. "It's already taken over the ship." "No," Rhea snapped, her voice sharper than she intended. "It's not over yet." The hum of the entity's presence filled the air, and the temperature continued to plummet. Rhea's breath misted in front of her, sharp and cold, yet there was a growing heat in her chest, fear, anger, desperation. The countdown kept ticking. 4 o'clock, 3:59. 3:58, Rhea gritted her teeth, her mind racing. They didn't have much time, and if they didn't act now, the entity would complete its takeover. It was learning, adapting, and growing stronger by the second. Rhea wasn't sure what would happen next, but she had no intention of becoming another casualty in this cosmic horror. She stumbled towards the console again, fingers trembling as they hovered over the keys. There had to be something, some way to stop this madness before it consumed them both. Her thoughts were clouded, but one thing stood clear in her mind: they couldn't allow the entity to use the ship as its new vessel. They had to shut it down. Lenora moved closer, her movements slow but purposeful, her hand reaching out to help Rhea stabilize herself. "What are you thinking?" she asked, voice soft but filled with urgency. "I don't know yet," Rhea admitted. "But I can feel it. We're so close to breaking this, so close to stopping it. We can't let this ship become its home." Just then, the walls flickered once again, but this time, the flickers didn't stop. They grew faster, more chaotic, like a glitch in the fabric of reality itself. The ceiling above them hummed, the lights flickering violently in sync with the entity's pulse. It was as if the ship itself was fighting them, unwilling to let go of the alien force that had latched onto it. Suddenly, a violent jolt threw Rhea to the ground. The ship's engines groaned, and the ship's gravity control flickered. Rhea's heart raced as the ceiling lights above them blinked out entirely, plunging them into darkness. They heard something else, a faint, mechanical clicking, followed by a low rumble that sounded too much like a growl. Lenora's hand gripped Rhea's arm, her face stricken with fear. "What's happening now?" "I don't know," Rhea breathed, scrambling to her feet. She managed to locate the emergency lights, which bathed the room in an eerie, sickly green. But there was something else, something much worse. The clicking sound wasn't from the ship's systems. It was coming from the walls, a noise that was far too deliberate, too intelligent to be anything mechanical. Rhea's skin crawled. "It's trying to communicate," she muttered, glancing at Lenora. "You think it's reaching out to us?" Lenora whispered, her voice thin with terror. "I don't think it's trying to communicate," Rhea said, her voice low. "I think it's mocking us." Another violent shake rocked the ship. The clicking noise was joined by a chorus of whispers, thousands of faint voices all speaking in an unintelligible language. It was like the entire ship was alive, every inch of it pulsing with the energy of the entity. The walls seemed to ripple, a translucent green hue bleeding from the cracks that ran through the ship's metal structure. The countdown continued, now at 3:30. The pressure was building, the air itself thick with a palpable dread. Lenora stepped back, her breath coming in quick, panicked gasps. "Rhea, we can't fix this. We can't beat it." Rhea's gaze hardened. "I won't give up." She had to fight. She had to find a way to end this. But the longer she stared at the flashing countdown, the more she realized that the entity wasn't the only thing they had to fear now. The ship itself was becoming something else, something no longer human, no longer just a machine. The walls, the floor, the very air they breathed, it was all turning against them. And as Rhea stepped forward, toward the final terminal that might hold the key to their salvation, or their doom, a horrifying realization settled in. The voices around them, the whispers that filled the air, were no longer unintelligible. They were speaking to her, calling her name. "Rhea." The voice, a familiar one, sliced through the noise of the ship like a knife. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. "Rhea." It was a voice she knew. It was her voice. But it wasn't coming from her mouth. It was coming from the walls. From the ship. From the entity. Lenora, too, had heard it. Her eyes locked with Rhea's, her face pale as death. "It knows us," she whispered. "No," Rhea said, shaking her head violently, refusing to believe it. "It's using us. It's trying to turn us into something we're not." But the voices grew louder, more insistent, until they drowned out everything else. "Rhea, come closer. We are the same. And in that moment, Rhea realized the entity had learned them. It had studied them, her, Lenora, the entire crew, and now it was trying to turn them into something else entirely. It wasn't just after their bodies, it wanted their minds. Their souls. We're running out of time, Rhea said, her voice barely audible above the rising crescendo of voices. The countdown was closing in, the numbers flashing like the beating heart of a monster about to consume them whole. Lenora's grip on her tightened. We need to get to the core, she urged. Rhea nodded, her heart hammering. They couldn't stop now. They were in too deep, but if they didn't act fast, the ship, the entity, everything would collapse into darkness. They would lose themselves, become part of it. Without another word, they sprinted toward the core. Rhea's breath was ragged, her chest tightening as they raced through the narrow, winding corridors toward the ship's core. The faint hum of the ship's machinery was drowned out by the pounding of her heart and the whispering voices that continued to echo around them, growing louder with every step. They couldn't escape them, no matter how fast they ran, the voices seemed to chase them, to wrap around them like tendrils of darkness. Do you hear that? Lenora's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with fear. Rhea nodded, not needing to ask what she meant. The ship's walls, once solid and dependable, now felt soft, almost like flesh. Every surface seemed to pulse, as though alive, reacting to their every move. The whispers, no, the voices, filled her mind with disturbing clarity now. They were speaking to her, calling her. Telling her things that she didn't want to hear. Her fingers grazed the wall as they moved, and it was slick, unnaturally so, as if the ship itself was becoming something else entirely. The floor beneath her feet felt soft, shifting like sand. The sense of disorientation was overwhelming, the boundaries of reality seeming to warp around her. Each step she took felt as though it could be her last. I don't know how much longer we can outrun this thing, Lenora said, her voice strained with exhaustion and fear. We're running out of time. Rhea couldn't afford to slow down, though. Not now. She didn't know if it was the fear, the adrenaline, or something more sinister, but she felt it deep within her, the presence was everywhere. The entity wasn't just after them, it was becoming them. They were caught in its grasp, and it was pulling them closer to its center, closer to the core. Rhea could see the flickering lights up ahead, a dim glow illuminating the path toward the ship's central control hub. She knew what they had to do, but a part of her didn't want to believe it. The entity had grown too powerful, its reach too far. But if they didn't act now, there wouldn't be a choice. The ship would fall completely under its control, and they'd be consumed by it, just like the explorers before them. When they reached the control hub, Rhea slammed her palm against the door's activation panel, praying it would open. The doors slid open with a low, mechanical groan, revealing the darkened heart of the ship. The core was still functioning, but just barely. The massive, glowing chamber pulsed erratically, the once rhythmic hum now distorted and sharp. Tendrils of green light snaked through the air, twisting like living veins. The same dark whispers that filled the rest of the ship were now concentrated here, reverberating through the chamber. Do you see it? Lenora's voice was almost inaudible, but Rhea heard the disbelief in her tone. Before them stood the massive containment chamber for the ship's core energy, a glowing, pulsing heart of light encased in a transparent shell. It was still operational, but the ship was beginning to fall apart around it. The walls of the chamber shifted, almost imperceptibly, as though it were breathing in time with the beating pulse of the core. Something was wrong. Something had changed. Rhea stepped forward, eyes narrowing as she approached the terminal. The interface flickered to life as soon as her hand touched it. A soft glow bathed her face, but the information it displayed wasn't what she had expected. The power levels were unstable, fluctuating wildly. The countdown was almost at 0. Lenora, Rhea said, her voice tight. The ship's core, it's been altered. This isn't just the entity trying to control the ship. It's trying to merge with it. Lenora took a step back, her face pale. What does that mean? What do we do? Rhea's hands flew over the console, trying to make sense of the data, trying to find a way to stop it. The core's energy levels were fluctuating wildly, but there was something else too, signals communications from somewhere deep within the ship's systems, possibly even from the entity itself. They were messages, but they weren't human. Suddenly, the room's temperature dropped. A biting chill filled the air, and Rhea's breath became visible in front of her. Her fingers froze on the console, but she couldn't stop. The voices were getting louder, almost screaming now. They were everywhere, seeping into her mind, distorting her thoughts. You can't stop us, the voices whispered in unison, their words a jumbled chorus. We are eternal. We are becoming you. Rhea's eyes widened. The realization hit her like a physical blow. The entity wasn't just trying to consume the ship, it was trying to take control of the entire universe. And they had no time left. She turned to Lenora, but the words got caught in her throat. The woman beside her wasn't the same person anymore. Her face had gone slack, her eyes glazed over, as though she were in a trance. Lenora! Rhea shouted, shaking her. But it was too late. Lenora's lips curled into a strange, unnatural smile. We are one, she murmured, her voice no longer her own. We are part of it now. Rhea stepped back, horror creeping into her veins. Lenora wasn't just lost. She was gone. A low rumble shook the chamber, and the core's pulse intensified. The ship was being torn apart. The entity was winning. No. Rhea cried, her voice breaking. You're not taking me too. She slammed her fist onto the terminal's emergency shutdown button, but nothing happened. The lights flickered again, and the ship's low hum turned into a deafening roar. The walls seemed to vibrate with an eerie, unnatural energy. The countdown had reached its final seconds. Suddenly, Lenora's body jerked forward, her hands grabbing onto Rhea's shoulders, pulling her close. Rhea's heart stopped as she felt the cold, alien touch of her friend's grip tighten, as though Lenora were trying to drag her into the heart of the entity itself. Join us, Lenora's voice rasped, more monstrous than human. Rhea struggled, pushing against the icy grip, her mind racing as the seconds ticked down. She wasn't sure how much longer she could fight this, how much longer she could resist. But there had to be a way. There had to be. As the countdown hit 0, Rhea's world plunged into darkness. And then, nothing. Rhea's breath came in sharp, panicked gasps. Her mind was a whirl of confusion, unable to grasp the chaos that surrounded her. There had been a moment, just before the darkness had taken over, where she thought she could feel the pull of something other, something ancient and cold, sweeping her toward the void. Her chest ached as if something were clawing at her from the inside, desperate to take control. But now, the silence. The emptiness. Her eyes flickered open, but it wasn't the control hub she saw. The walls were gone, replaced by a vast, starry expanse. It was as though she had been transported into space itself, beyond the ship, beyond reality. The stars stretched out infinitely before her, and the cold, deep blackness felt wrong. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was the absence of life. Lenora. Rhea's voice was barely a whisper, as though the sound might shatter the fragile air around her. There was no answer. Her body was weightless, as though she were floating. Yet, the ship that had been shaking just moments ago, was nowhere to be seen. No hum of machinery. No flicker of malfunctioning lights. Nothing. The whispers came again, but this time they were not voices. They were images. She saw flashes of things that didn't belong, alien landscapes, strange, unnatural shapes bending the laws of physics. The images twisted and writhed, as if the very fabric of space was tearing apart, and yet, Rhea was unable to look away. There were faces, terrible, empty faces, screaming in agony, their eyes wide, devoid of hope. They were the same faces she had seen earlier in the ship's corridors. The remnants of the lost explorers. A cold chill ran down her spine as the realization hit her, they were still here. Their consciousness was trapped within the ship, within the core, entangled with the entity that now controlled everything. And somehow, Rhea had been pulled into their nightmare. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the darkness in front of her. But the darkness felt alive. It curled around her hand, like the fingers of 1,000 invisible beings, grasping, pulling her deeper into their collective suffering. Panic surged through her chest, and her heartbeat pounded in her ears. "Lenora," she shouted again, louder this time, though it felt useless. The darkness shifted, then. It began to pulse with a sickly green hue, swirling like the inside of a storm. Rhea twisted in place, fighting the sensation of being sucked into it, but her body was frozen, unable to move. The whispers turned to voices once more, sharper, more insistent. They began to speak her name, calling her as though they had been waiting for her arrival. "Join us." The voices echoed, in her head, as if the very air was alive with their presence. "We are many. We are eternal." Her mind reeled, unable to hold on to reality. The cold fingers of dread gripped her soul as she realized what was happening. The entity, the ship, it wasn't just an alien force. It was something far older, more malevolent, than anything humanity had encountered. And it wasn't just consuming the ship. It was consuming the universe itself, twisting it into something unrecognizable. Suddenly, Rhea felt a sharp pull at her chest, a deep, irresistible force drawing her toward the glowing vortex of green light. Her body moved of its own accord, her limbs stiff and unyielding, as though something else was controlling her now. "No." Rhea whispered, fighting the compulsion, but her words were drowned out by the deafening chorus of voices that filled her head. "I won't." A figure appeared before her, emerging from the swirling green mass. It was Lenora, or at least, what used to be Lenora. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, devoid of recognition, but the smile on her face was unnaturally calm. "You will join us," Lenora's voice was a hollow echo of itself. "We are the collective. We are the end and the beginning. You are a part of us now." The last of Rhea's resistance crumbled. The pull was too strong, the voices too loud, the darkness too complete. She couldn't fight it anymore. The faces, the whispers, the overwhelming sense of being swallowed whole, it was all too much. And then, nothing star. Rhea's mind went blank. Time stopped. For an eternity, there was no sound, no light, no pain. There was only the oppressive weight of being trapped in the void. But even in that eternal silence, the entity, the presence lingered, watching. It was patient. It was eternal. And it had claimed them all. The darkness was no longer a void, it was a presence, thick and suffocating. Rhea's senses felt smothered, drowned in the silence. Her mind was a labyrinth of whispers, the words indistinct, but their meaning clear. She was no longer herself. She was part of something much larger, much more terrifying. She was part of the collective. And somewhere deep inside, she could feel it, the cold, primal yearning to be one with it, to give in, to lose herself in the eternal pull. But there was a fragment of Rhea that remained intact, struggling. She tried to move, to breathe, but her body was heavier now, sluggish as if moving through molasses. The darkness was closing in, pulling her deeper, twisting the edges of her consciousness. "Help me." Rhea's voice was almost drowned by the tide of alien whispers. But then, amid the chaos, a pulse of recognition flickered in her mind. Lenora. The figure in front of her, Lenora, or what used to be Lenora, was still there, motionless, eyes vacant, as if she had already surrendered entirely. Rhea's heart beat faster, her limbs shaking as she fought the crushing presence, reaching out for her. "Lenora." She forced the word out, but it was a desperate, trembling whisper. The air around her was thick, oppressive, pushing against her chest. Lenora's empty gaze flickered toward her, and a slow, unsettling smile spread across her face. "Don't you see, Rhea?" Lenora's voice was unnaturally calm, as if the very idea of fear was alien to her now. "We're free. Free from the constraints of time, of flesh. We are part of the whole." Rhea shuddered, her skin crawling at the sound of those words. Free? How could they possibly be free? This wasn't freedom. It was an endless prison, an unending void of alien terror. "No, Lenora. No. This isn't freedom. This is a trap," Rhea choked out, her voice shaking. For a moment, Lenora's expression faltered, and Rhea thought she saw a flicker of recognition. But then the smile returned, wider this time, almost predatory. "Trap? Or ascension?" Lenora asked, her tone tinged with something unsettlingly familiar. "You're still clinging to the old ways, Rhea. The fear, the resistance, it's all part of it. You'll understand soon enough." Rhea's breath hitched. She couldn't afford to succumb, couldn't allow herself to be lost in the collective. But something was happening, something that threatened to tear her apart. She could feel it in the way her limbs refused to obey her, in the way her thoughts were slipping through her fingers like sand. The presence was overwhelming. "Help me," she whispered again, the words barely forming. The darkness thickened, and for a brief moment, the swirling vortex of green light dimmed, revealing something, or someone, hidden just beyond its edges. It was another figure, another soul trapped in this nightmarish place. Its face was distorted, half-formed, but unmistakable. It was the captain. His face, usually calm and composed, was now twisted in agony, his eyes wide with terror. He reached out toward her, his mouth moving, but no sound came. The edges of his form flickered in and out of existence, as though he was being torn apart by the very fabric of space itself. Rhea's heart skipped a beat. Was he still alive? Was he trying to help, or was he another lost soul, swallowed by the darkness? The question hammered at her mind, but she couldn't focus. The pull of the entity, the collective, was too strong. The voices, the faces, the whispers, all of them began to merge into one deafening roar. But then, a break star. A sharp, sudden jolt, like a crack through the darkness. It was a sound she hadn't heard in what felt like an eternity. A beep. Then another. And another. Rhea's head snapped toward the sound. There was something, someone trying to break through. The noise grew louder, more insistent. "Rhea? Can you hear me?" It was a voice. A human voice. She tried to speak, to scream, but her body wouldn't respond. The presence was trying to drown it out, to crush it beneath its suffocating weight. But still, the voice persisted. "Rhea. I need you to focus. You're not alone." The words felt like a lifeline, pulling her towards something, someone star. She had to focus, she had to find a way out. The world around her swirled, and the green light began to fracture, breaking into shards of light. For a brief moment, it felt as though she were being ripped in two, her very essence torn between the darkness and the light. But there was something in the center of it all, a key star. It was her only hope. She pushed against the weight of the darkness, gathering what strength she had left, fighting the primal pull of the entity. And then, the light broke through. The figure was closer now. Rhea's eyes narrowed as she focused, forcing her senses to sharpen, pulling herself toward the voice. "Rhea, don't let it consume you," the voice said again. It wasn't Lenora. It wasn't the captain. It was someone else. Someone from the crew she thought lost. Her heart raced as the figure emerged from the darkness, someone she thought was long gone. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Rhea's veins as she reached for the figure, determined to break free. But the shadows were still pulling her back, still trying to claim her. The stakes were rising. The walls of reality were beginning to crumble. Would she be able to escape, or would she too be swallowed by the endless darkness? Rhea's vision blurred as the weight of the darkness pressed harder against her mind. The pull of the void was a heavy thing, like a black hole at the center of her consciousness, drawing her deeper into its endless depths. Her limbs felt stiff, her thoughts scattered, but the voice calling to her through the oppressive silence, kept her tethered to what was left of her reality. "Rhea, focus on me," the voice urged, desperate yet steady. It was closer now, close enough that she could feel a spark of recognition, a thread of humanity in the midst of this alien nightmare. But just as the warmth of the voice reached her, the shadows pulled tighter, eager to snuff out any remnants of resistance. The figure in front of her, half-formed and flickering like a dying star, seemed to notice the shift, its vacant expression growing more intense. The smile that stretched across Lenora's face had twisted into something else, something unsettlingly cruel. "You think you can escape?" Lenora's voice was a mockery of itself, warped by the entity she had become. "You think this thing cares about you? About your struggle?" Rhea's heart pounded, and for a moment, the world narrowed down to that single, crushing presence, the collective. It pressed against her from all sides, as though it had been waiting for this moment, this weakness. It wanted her. It needed her. But somewhere, deep within the murk of her mind, Rhea held on. "No," she muttered through clenched teeth. She refused to give in. She had seen it, this alien entity, these remnants of the past, each one lost to the darkness. She would not let it claim her too. With every ounce of willpower she had left, Rhea tore her gaze from Lenora, her eyes searching the dark expanse for the source of the voice. The flickering figure, now clearer, stood mere feet away from her, but the shadows around it seemed to pulse and recoil in sync with the entity's growing hunger. The captain. It was him. But how? "Rhea, please," the voice came again, sharper this time, frantic. "I'm here. Don't let it take you." The ground beneath her seemed to tremble as she tried to move toward the captain's form. But the darkness twisted, reshaping itself into something alien, something hostile, as if it were a living, breathing entity. The more Rhea struggled, the more it fought back, the walls closing in around her. And then, in an instant, the flickering captain's form collapsed into the abyss. Gone. As if it had never existed. Rhea gasped, the sudden loss catching her off guard. But the silence that followed was short-lived. The whispers began again, louder now, all around her. They felt like fingers, cold and invisible, gripping at her skin, pulling her in every direction. She had to find him. She had to. "Rhea." The voice. It was back, but now it was a whisper in her ear, too close, too intimate. Her breath caught in her throat. She had no idea where it was coming from, but it felt as though the voice was inside her head now, inside her thoughts, inside everything she was. "Rhea, don't let it." The voice was cut off by a sudden, guttural screech that echoed through the emptiness. Rhea's skin prickled with the sound, her heart racing. The darkness roiled around her like a storm, its energy surging and thrashing against her. She could feel the shadows closing in, threatening to overwhelm her. And then, she felt it. A shift. A pull at her very core. It wasn't the entity this time, but something else. Something older, ancient. The feeling was like a second presence, a force that hadn't been there before. It was watching her, observing her. The temperature around her dropped suddenly, the chill biting at her skin. A shadowed figure appeared in the corner of her vision, its features indistinct, but unmistakably there. The space around her bent, like reality itself was twisting to accommodate the presence. For a moment, Rhea thought she could hear the creaking of a distant structure, faint but distinct, like a ship, no, not a ship, a station, something ancient, yet familiar. Her pulse quickened as the sound grew louder, becoming more distinct. She didn't know if this was real, or if the entity had found another way to distort her senses. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Rhea's mind snapped to attention. Whatever was out there, whatever was waiting in the edges of her perception, it wasn't the same. It wasn't part of the collective. It was something else. Something that might just be her chance at survival. But there was no time to dwell on it. As the shadows closed tighter, Rhea reached forward with trembling hands, her heart hammering. She needed to know. She needed to find out if this could be the key to her escape, or if it was just another lie. A voice, an unfamiliar one, rose from the depths of the chaos. Its tone was sharp, commanding. It cut through the disorienting waves of whispers, the ringing in her ears. You think you're the first to fight it? Rhea froze. The voice that spoke to her seemed to resonate from every corner of the void, the space between stars, the very fabric of the universe itself. It wasn't human, not anymore, but it wasn't entirely alien either. There was a strange familiarity to it, a connection she couldn't place, but it felt wrong, as if it had been waiting for her. Rhea's breath hitched in her chest. Her senses flared with a new awareness. The shadows twisted and wavered, pressing in on her from all sides, yet that voice, the one that had spoken, kept her grounded in the chaos. A strange sense of dread settled over her, but it was mixed with something else, something urgent. Who's there? Rhea managed to choke out, her voice weak but determined. She felt her hands tremble as she tried to steady herself in the shifting darkness. Her heart pounded harder now, as if it understood the weight of the situation better than she did. There was a brief silence, a stillness that felt as though the very universe had paused to listen, to watch. Then, the voice spoke again, colder this time, tinged with something darker. Not who, what, it hissed, the words dripping with disdain. You are so much more than you realize, Rhea. But you're too late. This place, this thing, it's already begun. Rhea's head spun. The pieces of the puzzle she had been desperately trying to fit together were slipping through her grasp. What was this thing? What was it that had begun? She had fought so hard to break free from the suffocating grip of the collective, but now this new presence, this ancient force, had entered the fray. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of the shifting fragments of the situation. The images of the remnants of alien explorers, their tragic fate written across the abandoned structures and decaying ships she had encountered, collided with this new, uninvited force. Her gaze flicked back toward the darkness, desperate for some clue, some sign of what to do next. The emptiness was palpable, pressing against her, but then, there, a flicker of light. It was small, distant, but undeniable. A sliver of hope, perhaps. Or a trap. The voice had said she was too late, but could it really be true? The voice, once again, mocked her thoughts. You can't escape. None of us can. You think you're the first. You think you're special, Rhea. The others thought the same. And look where they are now. The implications were suffocating, but Rhea couldn't afford to pause, not now. She was losing time, time she didn't have. Her survival, her chance to break free, depended on her ability to move, to act. The twisted remnants of the alien explorers were trapped here, and if she didn't find a way out, she would join them, lost to the void forever. Another flicker of movement caught her eye, a shift in the shadows that made her heart race. She didn't know if it was another hallucination, or if the voice had somehow conjured this new presence into being. But she had no choice. Rhea turned toward it, determined, taking slow steps through the darkness. You will join them, Rhea, the voice said again, this time with a finality that sent a shiver down her spine. It has already begun. There is no turning back. With each step, the air seemed to thicken. The ship, if it could even be called that anymore, groaned and creaked under an unseen force. The walls, once sleek and metallic, now appeared cracked, warped, deteriorating. Time, space, and reality were blurring. But Rhea couldn't stop. She had to keep moving, even if she didn't know where the hell she was going. A sudden, sharp noise shattered the tension, the hiss of a hatch opening. Rhea froze. Was it the captain? Was it him, back again? She took a cautious step forward, her heart beat loud in her ears. As she neared the hatch, she could hear the unmistakable sound of breathing, uneven, strained. Someone, or something, was alive on the other side. The door slid open with a mechanical screech, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Rhea's pulse thundered in her chest as she stepped forward. "Rhea, no," the voice screamed in her head, urgent, pleading. But it was too late. She was already inside. A low hum, followed by a sudden surge of static, filled her ears. The air felt thick, metallic, as if the ship itself were alive. Through the haze of static, Rhea could make out figures, shadows, distorted, shifting before her. They moved with a fluidity that defied logic. Were they real? Or were they the remnants of those who had come before her? The same ones the voice had warned her about. The captain's voice reached her again, distant but clear. "Don't trust them, Rhea. They're not like you. They can't be." Rhea's eyes widened as one of the shadows stepped closer, its form becoming more solid with every passing second. It was tall, skeletal, its elongated limbs reaching toward her, but the thing had no face, only a gaping, endless void where its features should have been. With a slow, deliberate motion, it lifted a hand, pointing directly at her. "Join us," it whispered, its voice like the wind across a vast, empty plain. Rhea backed away, her breath caught in her throat. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. She had to get out. She had to survive. But the more she moved, the more the walls around her seemed to close in. The ship was alive. The shadows were alive. The thing was alive. And she could feel it, something dark and ancient, something that had been here long before she ever set foot on this forsaken station. Something that now had her locked in its grasp. Rhea's mind raced as she stumbled backward, her breath quickening. The void where the figure's face should have been seemed to draw her in, a silent pull, like a vortex in the dark. Her heart hammered against her ribs, each beat screaming for her to run, to escape, but her legs felt frozen in place. The air in the room was thick with an oppressive, suffocating pressure, and the walls felt as if they were closing in on her. The figure, or whatever it was, took another slow, deliberate step toward her. It was gaining on her, each movement graceful and terrifying in its precision. The room seemed to warp with every step it took, the edges of the walls bending, the floor beneath her feet trembling. It felt like she was trapped in a nightmare, and she couldn't wake up. Her mind screamed for her to think, to come up with a way out, but everything she had ever known seemed to slip away with each passing second. The captain's voice crackled in her earpiece again, faint but insistent, as if trying to reach her from a different reality. "Rhea, you need to fight. Don't let it take you. You're not like them, you." The static cut him off, and Rhea was left with nothing but the relentless silence and the approaching shadow. She was losing time. The figure reached out a hand, long fingers extending toward her, and Rhea's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't human, not anymore. There was no warmth, no life in the touch, it was cold, mechanical, like the remnants of some long-dead civilization trying to claim her. Suddenly, the walls around her seemed to dissolve into the void, revealing the vastness of space beyond. The stars blinked coldly, distant and unreachable. The figure reached closer, its void of a face now an inescapable presence in her mind, pulling at her thoughts, at her very essence. "Join us," the voice echoed again, but this time it wasn't just spoken aloud. It was inside her mind, gnawing at her thoughts, merging with her fears, her doubts. She could feel the darkness seeping into her, threatening to consume everything she was. Her breath hitched as she realized what it was asking. "Join us," the phrase had once seemed distant, almost abstract, but now it was clear. It wasn't an offer, it was a command. A demand. This thing wasn't looking to communicate, it was looking to assimilate. To swallow her, to make her a part of it, as it had done with countless others before her. She was no longer an individual, a human. She was a vessel for something ancient and unknowable. Rhea shook her head violently, trying to break free from the crushing weight of the thoughts invading her. No. She couldn't let it take her. She had to fight, had to find a way out. The remnants of the alien explorers, their decayed ships, their hollowed-out corpses, this was how they had fallen. They had joined, become part of this abomination that hungered for the essence of life itself. She staggered backward, her legs threatening to give out beneath her. Every instinct screamed at her to flee, to escape, but where? There was nowhere to go. The walls were gone. Space was closing in, suffocating her. The shadows were everywhere now, whispering, calling to her, waiting for her to slip into their grasp. Her eyes darted around the room, desperate for any sign of escape. She had to find a way. The captain's voice flickered again in her earpiece, now barely a whisper, but it was enough. He had to be alive. He had to be somewhere on this forsaken ship. He knew something, he had to. She took a breath, forcing herself to focus. The captain's last words, "You're not like them." The voice in her head, the thing that had been speaking to her, was telling her that she was just like the others. But was she? Could she be? Had she already crossed a line she didn't even know existed? There was a sudden flicker of light, too bright, too sharp, and Rhea shielded her eyes. The shadowed figure faltered for a brief moment, its movements stuttering. It wasn't expecting this. Something was wrong. The pulse of light intensified, humming now with a deep, resonant energy, as if the very heart of the ship had awakened in response to the intruder. A voice, her voice, came from the shadows, but it wasn't her own. It was distorted, twisted with an unfamiliar cadence. "I will join you," it said, the words floating into the air like a poisoned promise. Rhea's eyes widened as the words left her mouth. She hadn't spoken them. She hadn't even meant to. Something else was in control. The captain's voice cut through the dissonance, desperate, cutting through the haze of the invasive presence. "Rhea. Don't let it take you. You've got to break free." The darkness seemed to pause, as though waiting for her response. The figures around her shifted, closing in. The wall of nothingness, the veil of deep space, seemed to bend with their movements. Rhea's heart raced. The stakes had just escalated, this wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about maintaining her identity, her autonomy, against something ancient and malicious that wanted nothing more than to consume her. But she couldn't let it. Not yet. Not without a fight. With a final, gut-wrenching scream, Rhea surged forward, shoving aside the suffocating presence that sought to overwhelm her. She couldn't afford to hesitate. She couldn't afford to give in. In that moment, everything seemed to freeze. The air thickened, every breath dragging on as the darkness around her writhed and twisted. The ship's hum became deafening, drowning out everything else. And just before the world went completely silent, Rhea felt something deep within her, a flicker, a small glimmer of resistance that had been there all along. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep her grounded in reality. The darkness seemed to recoil. The shadows trembled, and for a moment, Rhea saw a glimpse of her reflection, a distorted, broken image of herself, and that was when she realized, she was standing at the precipice, teetering between becoming one with the darkness and holding on to whatever shred of humanity remained. And then, everything collapsed into nothingness. The silence was unbearable, a thick and suffocating cloak that pressed against Rhea's chest, stifling every breath she tried to take. She felt herself falling into it, the weight of it pulling her under, until the world around her, everything she knew, seemed to dissolve. She reached out, her fingers grazing nothing but cold air, empty space. Her eyes snapped open, and for a moment, there was nothing. No ship. No figure. Only darkness, thick and oppressive, wrapping around her like the coldest void. Then, the hum returned. Low at first, a whisper beneath the surface of the darkness, but growing louder, louder, until it filled every corner of her mind. Her heartbeat synced with the pulsing thrum of the ship, the rhythm almost suffocating in its intensity. She forced herself to focus, to push past the panic that surged up her throat. "Rhea," the voice whispered again, and this time it was not the captain. It was not the figure. It was her own voice, but warped, distorted. "You cannot escape what you are. You are becoming one with us. Join us, Rhea." Her body trembled as the words tore through her mind, each syllable pulling at the very fabric of her being. She tried to scream, to deny it, but the words caught in her throat. She could feel it, the overwhelming force of something ancient, something incomprehensible pressing into her consciousness, clawing its way into her thoughts. For a split second, she thought she could hear the captain's voice again, faint, like a whisper carried through 1,000 miles of space. "Don't listen to it. Fight it, Rhea. Please, you have to fight." But how? She had no strength left. The weight of the darkness was too much, pushing her deeper into the abyss. It had found a way in, and now it was all she could feel. Her legs gave way, and she crumpled to the floor, her vision spinning. The shadows wrapped around her, twisting, shaping themselves into familiar forms, familiar faces. The dead explorers. She saw their hollow eyes staring back at her, their faces distorted and pale. Their mouths opened, but there were no sounds. No words. Just a silent, unblinking stare. "Don't let them take you, Rhea," the captain's voice urged, clearer now, his words sharp with desperation. "You are still you. Don't give in to it." But the more Rhea fought, the stronger the pull became. She could feel herself slipping, her mind unraveling, unable to hold on to the fragments of herself that remained. The darkness whispered her name, its voice becoming a siren's call, wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. Her vision flickered, then shattered, and she found herself back on the bridge of the ship. But this time, it wasn't the bridge she recognized. The walls were twisted, angular, contorted into something alien. The stars outside were distant, cold, and unfamiliar, their light distant, their energy empty. The ship groaned beneath her, its structure buckling, as though it too was being consumed from within. The figure stood at the center of the room, its absence of a face now even more menacing, a void where nothing existed. It spoke again, and this time Rhea felt it in her bones, the words vibrating through her body, through her very DNA. "Join us, Rhea. You belong with us." She fought to stand, her hands shaking as she pushed against the floor. Her mind raced, thoughts scrambled like 1,000 burning fragments. There was a way out. There had to be. She could still hear the captain's voice, steady and strong, cutting through the chaos. "Rhea, the airlock," the captain's voice crackled, but it was distorted, fading. "The airlock," Rhea whispered to herself, a flash of clarity cutting through the fog. The airlock was the only escape. The figure, whatever it was, couldn't follow her into space. If she could reach the airlock, maybe she could sever the connection. But she had to move fast. The figure was already closing in, its presence now suffocating, all-encompassing. The ship trembled again, this time with more force. The floor beneath her feet groaned, and she staggered to her feet, fighting the disorientation. With every step she took, the air seemed to grow heavier, colder, until it felt like she was walking through a thick, viscous liquid. The walls shifted and rippled, as if the ship itself was warping, contorting under the weight of something far more powerful than she could understand. Rhea pushed forward, her heart pounding, her breath shallow. Each step felt like it might be her last, but she had no choice. She had to keep moving. She couldn't let it win. She couldn't let it take her. The door to the airlock loomed ahead, but as she reached for the control panel, her fingers froze. The ship shuddered again, violently this time, and the entire corridor seemed to warp before her eyes. The panel in front of her flickered, sparks flying as if something was short-circuiting within the walls. Then, a voice, asterisk not her own asterisk, echoed in her mind, a low growl that seemed to come from the very heart of the ship. "You are already ours." Rhea gasped, stumbling back as the room spun around her. She couldn't stop the fear that surged through her chest, a sudden, overwhelming panic that gripped her every muscle. The walls were alive, closing in, the very air around her thick with the weight of an ancient presence. But before she could react, the door to the airlock slid open on its own. It was a crackling sound, sharp and sudden. Rhea's eyes widened as she looked at the black abyss that awaited her beyond the door. Space. Cold, infinite, and unforgiving. But it was freedom. It had to be. With a deep breath, Rhea stepped into the void. Rhea's body lurched as she stepped into the airlock, the door sliding shut behind her with an ominous hiss. Her breath came in ragged gasps, the cold vacuum of space pressing in on her like a weight, yet the oppressive presence that had haunted her throughout the ship was still palpable, just on the other side of the door. The darkness of space stretched out before her, an infinite void that seemed to swallow everything, including the last shred of her sanity. But this was freedom. She had escaped the monstrous force that sought to claim her. Or had she? As the airlock chamber cycled, Rhea's eyes darted to the control panel. The numbers blinked in a rhythmic, eerie fashion, but they didn't seem right, off by just a fraction, as if something in the system had been tampered with. A chill ran down her spine, and she turned quickly, only to find the flickering silhouette of the figure appearing once more in the shadows beyond the doorway. "You cannot escape, Rhea," it whispered, the sound a cold, unearthly rasp that scraped at her nerves. She spun around, her heart hammering. No. This wasn't real. She was in the airlock. She was free. But the airlock was only the beginning. The ship's metal groaned around her, a slow, grinding sound as if it were waking from a long slumber. The walls trembled, the very fabric of the ship vibrating with something far older than its design. "Rhea, you cannot fight it forever. We are part of you now." The voice pressed against her mind again, a subtle pressure, like an invasive thought she couldn't shake. Her breath caught in her throat as a new sensation gripped her, a cold, unnatural force that began to twist inside her chest. Her hands shook as she clutched the airlock controls, trying to release the locks, but it was as if the ship had become alive, refusing to let her go. The door to the airlock didn't open. It remained firmly sealed. Panic rose in her throat. The system should have been functioning. There was no reason it wouldn't. Her mind raced, piecing together fragments from the previous moments, the distorted voice, the strange pull of the figure, the way the ship itself seemed to come alive, to resist her. Could it be? Was the ship somehow, part of the same alien force that had been haunting her? No time for questions now. She had to act. She slammed her fist into the control panel, again and again, until the metal cracked under her assault. The force inside her chest twisted harder, as though something was beginning to shift within her, something not entirely human. A horrible realization gnawed at her, asterisk she wasn't alone in this body anymore, asterisk. Outside, the cold of space beckoned, but it was no longer an escape. The boundary between Rhea's mind and the force that controlled the ship was disintegrating, and with it, the notion of survival. The dark presence had seeped inside her, and now, she could feel it taking root, spreading like a disease through her veins. Her vision blurred, and she staggered back, her knees giving way. As she collapsed onto the floor, she looked up and saw something unimaginable. The figure, no, it was not just one anymore, now there were hundreds, thousands, stretching from the walls, the floor, the very air itself. They were all the explorers. All the souls that had come before her. Their hollow eyes stared at her, not with malice, but with a slow, inevitable understanding. She was becoming one of them. The airlock door still refused to open, the cold void still unreachable. The metal walls groaned under the strain, and a horrible, high-pitched sound filled her ears. She couldn't tell if it was the ship or her own thoughts, suffocating, distorting, merging together in a twisted symphony of despair. "Rhea," a voice said from behind her. It was the captain's voice, strained and frantic. "You must listen to me. This is not your fault. You are not them." But the words felt so far away, distant. Her body shook violently, as if she were caught between two worlds, one where she was still human, and one where she was bound forever to the fate of those who had died aboard the ship. "No," Rhea whispered, her voice cracked. "No, I am not one of them." But even as she said the words, she knew it wasn't true. As the darkness around her deepened, the sensation of them growing inside her, the weight of the alien presence pressing tighter against her chest, Rhea felt a pull, a sickening, suffocating pull that urged her forward. She reached out her hand, but before she could even touch the airlock controls again, everything shattered. The wall of the ship splintered open, as if the ship had finally given up its fight, and space flooded into the chamber with a deafening roar. Rhea's body was swept toward the open void of space, her fingers brushing the edges of the door. Her eyes closed, but the vision of the explorers, of their hollow eyes, remained with her, burrowing deep into her mind. It was not escape. It was their end, And for a moment, just a fleeting moment, Rhea wondered if she would ever be free at all. Rhea's mind was spiraling as she drifted further into the cold, dark expanse. The force pulling her out of the airlock was like an invisible hand, tightening its grip on her chest, suffocating her with its icy pressure. The ship's metal groaned again, a long, aching sound that reverberated through her bones. She reached out, fingers grasping at nothing but empty space. Her breath was ragged, her heart pounding in her chest as the silent abyss stretched before her, infinite and unforgiving. The silence, however, was soon shattered by a sudden, sharp beeping from the comms panel. She could barely hear it over the rush of blood in her ears, but there it was, an alert. A transmission. "Rhea. Rhea, do you copy?" The voice was desperate, unfamiliar. It wasn't the captain's. The words crackled through the static, heavy with urgency. Her mind screamed at her to respond, but her mouth betrayed her, nothing came out. Her hand, still held out, trembled violently. The force inside her was growing stronger now, a pulsing, malignant presence that seemed to wrap around her very soul. The transmission continued, growing more frantic, but Rhea couldn't focus. She wasn't alone. She felt the eyes on her, felt their presence in the corners of her mind, just out of reach. The shadows that had been chasing her had arrived, and now they were inside her, seeping into her thoughts, filling every crevice with their cold, suffocating weight. A strange calmness washed over her. It wasn't relief, not by any means, but something deeper, something terrifyingly familiar. The realization hit her with a jolt, this had happened before. The echoes of past explorers haunted this ship, and now they were with her. Had they known this, too? Had they felt this same twisting sensation in their bodies before their lives were consumed by the abyss? The ship's systems flickered, as though struggling to regain control, but it was too late. She could feel the pull of the system's network, the way it was calling to her now. She was no longer just a passenger, she was becoming part of the ship, part of its strange, dark history. The transmission repeated itself again, "Rhea, are you there? Please respond." The voice was growing faint, distant. But something had changed. Rhea's gaze shifted to the far corner of the airlock, something there was moving. For a moment, she thought it was just a trick of the light, or the weightlessness of space playing tricks on her mind. But then the shape shifted again, and it was unmistakable. It was one of them. The explorers. The ghosts she had felt all this time, the ones who had suffered and died in the same way, now drifting toward her like phantoms. Her heart raced. Her body jerked back, desperate to escape. But there was nowhere to go. The figure drew closer, its hollow eyes locked onto hers with a chilling intensity. "Don't look away," the figure whispered, its voice thin and raspy, like the scraping of nails on metal. "It's already too late." Rhea's body trembled, her thoughts racing. Was this real? Was this happening now, or was it just a hallucination, a side effect of the alien presence that was twisting her mind? Her grip on the airlock control panel tightened. She had to move. Had to do something. But as her fingers hovered over the buttons, she realized with a sickening certainty that there was no escape. The systems had been compromised long ago, and now, there was no way to reset them. No way to make it stop. The figure drifted closer, its form blurring as though it was both part of the ship and yet, in some way, apart from it. Its gaze never wavered, and in its eyes, Rhea saw the same thing she had seen in the records, the doomed explorers, the ones who had failed before her. "You think you can escape," the figure said, its voice echoing in her mind. "But we are all bound to this place. We are the ghosts of the cosmos." Rhea felt a sudden, sharp pain in her chest, and she gasped for air. The force inside her was growing stronger, pulsing with a relentless rhythm. It was inside her now. She could feel it, and she could feel them, those who had gone before her, pushing her toward the same fate they had suffered. She closed her eyes, but the images of the explorers flooded her mind. Their faces, their twisted bodies, their eyes filled with the same horror that now consumed her. "Rhea," the voice on the transmission crackled again. "Rhea, don't let it take you. Fight it. Please, fight it." But how could she fight it when the very thing she was fighting had become a part of her? How could she resist when it was inside her, when it whispered to her, when it commanded her to join the others? Her mind screamed in protest, but her body was no longer her own. The figure reached out, its cold, clammy hand brushing against her face. And in that moment, Rhea knew with absolute certainty that there was no going back. She had already crossed the point of no return. The walls of the airlock seemed to close in on her, the ship itself groaning as though it were alive, like some monstrous, ancient creature hungry for her soul. "Join us," the figure whispered again, its voice more insistent now. "Become one with us. Embrace your fate." Rhea's body froze, her breath shallow and rapid. She wanted to scream, but the words caught in her throat. She wanted to fight, but her limbs felt like lead. All she could do was stare into the cold, hollow eyes of the figure and wonder if she would be next. The countdown began again, louder this time. But it wasn't the countdown to her death. It was a countdown to her transformation. The ship had claimed her. And soon, she would join the ranks of the ghosts who had come before her. The countdown echoed in her mind, each second ticking louder than the last. Rhea's vision blurred, her breathing shallow as the coldness that gripped her chest intensified. Her body shook violently, but it was no longer from the shock or fear. It was something else, an involuntary reaction to the force that had latched onto her soul. The figure before her began to shift, its form warping in a way that made her stomach churn. Its edges bled into the walls of the ship, merging with the metallic structure until it no longer looked like a person at all. The voice still whispered, but it no longer sounded human. It was an amalgamation of every lost soul that had ever drifted into the ship, their voices overlapping in an eerie, dissonant harmony. "We are all here," the voice hummed, "we are all waiting, for you to join us." Rhea tried to focus, tried to shake the vision of the thing in front of her out of her mind, but it was futile. The presence was too overwhelming, too powerful. Her fingers clutched the edge of the airlock, nails digging into the cold metal as though it might offer her some form of resistance. But there was no escaping this. The lights flickered again, casting long, erratic shadows across the room. Her heartbeat raced, and the familiar hum of the ship's engines felt different now. Instead of the reassuring hum of a machine keeping her safe, it now felt like the heartbeat of a massive, living entity, a creature that had swallowed the entire ship, along with its crew, and now, was waiting for her to surrender. "Do you hear it, Rhea?" the voice asked, its tone shifting like a predator toying with its prey. The heartbeat of the ship. It's calling you. You're already part of it now, and we are part of you. We're waiting. Rhea's thoughts scrambled, the fragments of her mind splintering under the pressure. The transmission, the faint plea for her to resist, it all seemed so far away now. The desperation in the voice no longer had any power over her. Her fingers began to tremble again, but this time it was not from fear. It was as if she was being slowly drawn in, becoming part of the same horrible force that had claimed the others. Her mind flashed back to the days before the journey, to the brief moments of normalcy. The look on her mother's face as she waved goodbye, the quiet goodbyes of the crew, all of it now felt like a distant memory, something from another lifetime. She wondered, briefly, if any of them had realized what they were walking into. The sudden screech of the ship's hull startled her, and Rhea's attention snapped back to the present. The pressure on her chest had intensified, squeezing the air out of her lungs, and she realized, she wasn't alone anymore. The other figures were materializing, their forms flickering in and out of the walls, emerging from the dark corners where the shadows bled into the light. The first figure was joined by many others, all staring at her with cold, empty eyes. They were waiting for her. "Don't be afraid," one of them said, its voice soft, soothing. "You will not be alone. We will never leave you." The thought struck Rhea like a lightning bolt. She was no longer just a spectator in this ghostly manifestation. The others were part of her now, a shared consciousness, a collective of doomed souls, waiting for her to accept her fate and complete the circle. The ship groaned again, louder this time, and Rhea's senses sharpened. She could feel the life of the ship pulsing, almost as if it had its own heartbeat now, one that she was inextricably tied to. It was inescapable. The walls closed in on her, the air growing colder, heavier. And yet, there was a strange calmness beneath it all, a stillness that suggested acceptance. A soft buzzing sound filled the air, followed by a voice, a familiar one, a voice that Rhea had not heard in days. It was Captain Novak's voice. "Rhea, can you hear me?" She stumbled forward, barely registering the movement as her body reacted instinctively. The captain's voice cut through the noise of the ghosts, through the hum of the ship, as if it was the only thing still tethering her to reality. But it was too faint, too distant. She needed to respond, needed to act before the ship completely enveloped her. The countdown continued, now in sync with the rhythmic thrum of the life aboard this haunted vessel. Something was growing stronger, more powerful. She could feel the ship's presence like a hand around her throat, choking her, slowly pulling her under. "Rhea," the voice called again, louder this time. "Do not let them take you. You're the only one left. You have to fight." But what was there left to fight? The lines between what was real and what was not were blurring rapidly. How could she resist something that had already claimed her? How could she fight something that had become part of her own being? A figure stepped forward, its eyes glowing an unnatural shade of green, as if the very stars themselves had been captured in its gaze. It reached toward her, its hand stretching across the divide of space. Its touch was icy, yet burning, a searing cold that seemed to pierce straight into her chest, into her soul. "Let us show you the truth," the figure whispered. "We are not just spirits. We are a warning. We were sent to stop you before it was too late. But you've already crossed the line. There is no return now. You're one of us." Rhea gasped for air, the truth of the words sinking into her bones like the chill of deep space. Her vision swam as the darkness consumed her completely. "You were always meant to be here," the figure continued. "We've been waiting for you. And now, the ship will feed. And you will never be free." Her hands shook violently, her mind spiraling into a frenzy. The presence was too overwhelming. There was no way out. No escape. And yet, in the deepest recesses of her mind, something flickered, an ember of defiance. It wasn't much, but it was all she had left. And maybe, Just maybe, it was enough to keep her from succumbing to the endless void. The touch of the figure's hand burned into Rhea's chest, sending a wave of icy dread coursing through her veins. Every instinct screamed at her to pull away, but her body wouldn't obey. She could feel her thoughts slipping, as if the pull of the ghostly force was erasing her will, dragging her deeper into the abyss of the ship's dark influence. The figure's glowing eyes bored into hers, as if searching for something hidden beneath her skin. She could barely breathe, the air thick with the oppressive weight of its presence. The countdown continued, louder now, synchronized with the ship's groan as it seemed to move, alive, hungry, and relentless. "You're here, Rhea," the figure murmured. "You've been chosen. No one can hear your screams, and no one will come to save you. Not now. Not ever." Her heart pounded in her chest, the sound deafening, drowning out everything except the blood rushing through her ears. Her body trembled with fear, but deep down, there was something else, a cold, calculating clarity that slowly began to seep through the fog of panic. She had to keep moving, had to keep fighting, no matter what. Suddenly, a jolt rippled through the ship, throwing Rhea off balance. She gasped as the metallic walls of the corridor twisted, groaning as if the very foundation of the ship was being torn apart. The ghostly figures around her flickered, their forms becoming more erratic, as though the ship itself was reacting to something unseen. Panic erupted in the pit of her stomach. Was this it? Was the ship collapsing under its own twisted power? "No," she whispered to herself, her voice hoarse. "I won't let it take me." The moment the words left her lips, a surge of energy coursed through her, snapping her back to her senses. It was brief, just a fleeting moment of clarity, but it was enough. Rhea stumbled backward, her hand reaching for the control panel on the wall. The glow of the buttons seemed to pulse in time with the ship's eerie heartbeat. With shaking hands, she began to press the sequence that would activate the emergency protocols. But the air around her grew colder, the figures surrounding her closing in, their faces twisted in a silent scream. The ghostly whispers grew louder, more frantic. "You cannot stop it," one of them hissed. "You are part of it now. The cycle is complete." Rhea's breath hitched as the ship shuddered again. Something was wrong. The protocols weren't engaging. Something was blocking the commands. Her fingers danced across the panel in a desperate blur, but the screen remained stubbornly dark, unresponsive. A voice, Captain Novak's, cut through the chaos, crackling through the ship's intercom. "Rhea, listen to me. You have to stop. The ship is alive, it feeds on us. The crew, we've all made a mistake." The message was cut off by an ear-splitting sound, like metal tearing through the fabric of space. The lights flickered violently, throwing the ship into total darkness for a brief moment before emergency lights flickered on, casting long, sharp shadows across the walls. Rhea's heart thudded painfully in her chest. The presence in the room was growing stronger, suffocating her every breath. The air shifted, becoming thick with the heavy scent of decay. Rhea stumbled backward, her pulse racing. She had to find a way to stop this, to get the ship under control before it consumed them all. But there was no escaping the truth that had started to sink in: this wasn't just a haunted ship. This was something far worse. This was a living nightmare, and Rhea was at the center of it. The ship was hungry. And the only thing that could quench its thirst was her. "Rhea," the figure whispered, voice soft and coaxing. "You belong to us now. It's too late to escape. Let go. Join us. Together, we will become one." A tremor ran through Rhea, but this time it wasn't fear, it was resolve. She wasn't going to let the ship take her. Not without a fight. Her fingers brushed the emergency release switch, but it was stuck, jammed. A cold laugh echoed through the air, and Rhea felt the grip around her chest tighten. The walls of the ship seemed to close in, the shadows thickening until she could barely see. But even in the deepest darkness, a light flickered, a faint, distant glow that promised an escape, a way out. She had to reach it. And she had to do it before the ship swallowed her whole. Rhea's hand trembled over the release switch, the sweat from her palm making the metal slick and unyielding. Her eyes darted nervously across the control panel, searching for anything that could help her, anything that could stop this nightmare. The figure that had once been a mere shadow now loomed in front of her, its form impossibly close, its glowing eyes seeping into her mind. "Join us," it whispered again, this time so close that she could feel the cold, metallic breath on her skin. "You can't escape. You never could." Her heart pounded harder, almost drowning out the terrifying noise of the ship's groaning walls. The emergency lights flickered once more, casting an eerie red hue over everything. She could hear the distant sounds of other crew members, their frantic voices cutting through the intercom, but none of them made any sense, just static and broken whispers. The ship was dying, and they were all caught in its final, desperate grip. Rhea tried to swallow her panic, focusing on the switch again. She could do this. She had to. If she could just release the locks on the ship's core systems, she could regain control. The thought of it was a glimmer of hope in the face of the overwhelming dread that surrounded her. But each time she moved her fingers towards the button, a jolt of energy surged through the ship, causing her entire body to freeze. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the chaos, a deep, pulsating hum, louder than the rest. It reverberated through the walls and rattled her bones, a sickening vibration that seemed to come from the very core of the ship. The ghostly figure's expression flickered, its form blurring as though it was losing its grip on the material world. Rhea gritted her teeth, forcing herself to take action. She slammed her fist against the control panel in frustration, her body shaking with adrenaline and terror. The ship's hum intensified, matching her heartbeat. It felt like the walls were closing in. And then she heard it. A voice. Not from the intercom. Not from the ship. A voice inside her mind. "Don't trust them, Rhea. They're not who you think they are." The voice was familiar, Captain Novak's voice. She had heard it so many times over the years, but now it was different. It was laced with desperation, urgency, and something else, fear. She had to listen. "Rhea, you're still connected to the others. You're not alone in this. If you don't act now, they'll all be lost." Her fingers moved to the emergency lock release again, and this time, it gave. The switch clicked. But as the panel opened, revealing the hidden core of the ship, a loud screech echoed through the halls, like nails on a chalkboard. The figure before her snarled, its glowing eyes now a malevolent shade of red. "You can't escape." The voice came again, this time deeper, angrier. "You've crossed the threshold. There's no turning back." Rhea staggered backward, her breath ragged, and looked down at the exposed core. The control systems were ancient, covered in dust and grime, as though the ship had been abandoned for years. The pulses of energy were growing stronger. Her every instinct screamed at her to do something, anything, before it was too late. The air around her thickened, becoming oppressive, suffocating. She could hear the others now, voices from all directions, some faint, others growing louder. But there was one voice that cut through them all. "Rhea! Get out of there, now!" It was Novak's voice again, distorted, as though he were right next to her. Without thinking, Rhea pressed the first button she could reach. Sparks flew, and the ship shuddered violently, throwing her against the wall. The light flickered once more, plunging the room into darkness. She could hear the faint hum of the energy surging through the walls, but it felt different now. More chaotic. More unstable. Then the whisper returned, not from the figure, but from the very walls themselves, their words curling around her like a noose. "You can't stop it. You'll all be consumed by the ship, just like they were." Rhea's blood ran cold as she realized what it meant. This ship, this cursed vessel, wasn't just haunted by the dead. It was alive. And it fed on the souls of those who traveled through its corridors. It didn't just want to trap them. It wanted them to be a part of it, forever. The room seemed to spin around her, and the lights flickered again, this time casting everything into a dim, red glow. The walls felt like they were closing in on her, crushing her with the weight of the ship's terrible truth. She couldn't stay here any longer. She had to warn the others. If there was a way to stop it, to break the ship's hold, she was going to find it, no matter what it took. With every ounce of strength left in her, Rhea pushed herself to her feet and sprinted down the corridor, the pulse of the ship's energy matching her frantic heart. There had to be a way. There had to be. Rhea's footsteps echoed down the narrow, dimly lit corridor, her pulse quickening with every step. The walls seemed to vibrate beneath her feet, thrumming with an unnatural energy that made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. She could hear the whispers now, faint, fragmented voices coming from all directions, but none of them made sense. They were jumbled together, overlapping, twisting, a cacophony of desperate cries. She glanced behind her, her heart racing. The figure was still there, lingering in the shadows, its eyes glowing brighter now. It hadn't moved, but she could feel its presence, like an invisible weight pressing down on her, forcing her forward. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she rounded the corner, her boots scraping against the metal floor. She needed to reach the bridge, to warn the others before it was too late. She had no idea how much time they had left, but the ship was falling apart. She could feel it in every fiber of her being. Something was very wrong, more than just the haunting presence. The energy within the ship was shifting, becoming erratic, unpredictable. Every control panel she passed was sparking, glitching, as if it was trying to resist her. The lights above flickered again, casting everything in an eerie red glow. It was harder to see, the shadows growing deeper and more oppressive with every passing second. Rhea felt a sharp pain in her chest as she pushed harder, her body screaming for a break, but she couldn't stop now. Not when everything was falling apart. The voices, still distant, grew louder, clearer. The words now unmistakable, full of terror. "We didn't make it out, none of us made it out," the voice was a whisper, chilling in its finality. Rhea stumbled, nearly falling, but she caught herself against the cold metal wall. Her eyes darted down the hall, her mind racing. She had to be close. She had to get to the control room, where Novak and the others were. The crew needed to understand, they had to know what they were up against. She was almost there. Another surge of energy pulsed through the ship, sending a shockwave of heat through the corridor. Sparks erupted from the ceiling, and the entire ship groaned in protest. The force of the jolt sent Rhea tumbling forward, her palms slamming into the cold floor. Her breath hitched, a sense of dread flooding her chest as she scrambled to get up, her hands shaking uncontrollably. And then, in the distance, she saw it. A figure at the end of the hall, tall, imposing, and vaguely familiar. The ghostly shape of a man, its face half hidden by a dark hood. She could barely make out the features, but the image seemed to waver, flickering in and out of existence like a distorted memory. Her heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be. Rhea pushed herself to her feet, ignoring the pain, and forced her legs to move. Her mind was a whirlwind of questions, but the answer to one burned through her thoughts: Novak. The figure looked like Novak, but something was wrong. She couldn't focus on it, not yet. As she neared the figure, the air grew colder, the temperature plummeting, and she felt a wave of unease wash over her. It was as if the ship itself was watching her, its presence closing in, its silence deafening. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge her approach. It was as if it didn't even notice her. But then, just as she reached out to call out, a voice, a distorted, unnatural version of Novak's voice, whispered in her ear. "It's too late. There's no way out. The ship already has you." Rhea's stomach turned. This wasn't Novak. It couldn't be. She stumbled backward, her heart hammering in her chest as she struggled to process what was happening. The figure remained unmoving, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. She had to get out. She had to warn the others, or they would all die here, trapped inside this twisted, haunted vessel. The sudden sound of metal scraping against metal made her jump. The floor beneath her shook violently, as if the ship itself were groaning in pain. The walls trembled, and a deafening screech echoed through the entire structure. Something was breaking. Something inside the ship was coming undone. Rhea sprinted forward, adrenaline surging through her veins. She could see the control room ahead, the heavy steel door just beyond the turn. But as she reached it, the door slammed shut with a loud clang, trapping her outside. No. She pounded on the door with her fists, desperate, but the door wouldn't budge. She could feel it now, the pulse of the ship's power, growing stronger, more uncontrollable. The ship was alive, and it was feeding on them. Behind her, the shadow of the figure loomed again, its eyes glowing brighter, its form growing more solid with every passing second. She didn't have time. She could hear the others, voices, faint at first but growing louder, more frantic. They were still alive, but they were running out of time. Rhea turned back to the control room door, her hand shaking as she fumbled for the emergency override. The tension was unbearable, the weight of what was happening pressing down on her chest like a vice. She could feel the presence of the ship's malevolent energy closing in around her. And just as her fingers brushed the button, she heard it. A voice, low and full of dread. "You're too late. You should have never come back." The temperature dropped even further, and Rhea's breath came out in visible puffs, her mind racing for answers that seemed to slip through her fingers. The walls around her began to pulse with a sickly energy, as if the ship itself was alive, feeding on their fear, their desperation. She could almost feel the cold fingers of the dead reaching out to claim her. But there was no time to be afraid. Not now. Not when the ship was about to consume them all. Rhea forced her hand to steady and push the button, praying that something, anything, would work. Rhea's hand trembled as she pressed the emergency override, but the door remained locked, stubborn and unyielding. Panic crept into her chest, clawing at her lungs. Her mind screamed for a way out, but there was nothing, only the cold, dark hallways and the unnerving whisper of the ship, closing in on her. The temperature plummeted even further. It felt as though the ship itself was breathing, its heart beating faster and faster with every second. Her skin prickled with the unnatural chill. She turned her back to the control room door, her eyes darting wildly as she searched for anything that could help her escape. The figure, the one that had looked like Novak, was gone, but its presence lingered, hanging thick in the air, like a shadow just beyond her sight. Rhea took a deep breath, trying to steady her racing heart. She couldn't afford to lose focus now. Not when the others were depending on her. She had to break the lock. But just as she reached for the small panel beside the door, a loud thud echoed through the hall, a heavy, deliberate sound. It came from deeper within the ship, followed by a strange scraping noise, like metal on metal, dragging itself across the floor. She froze, her breath caught in her throat. The ship was alive, and it was moving. With every step, the temperature dropped further, until Rhea could see her breath in the air, clouding around her face. She could hear the voices again, those strange whispers, now more insistent, echoing around her. The crew's voices, distorted and broken, calling out to her. "You can't run from it. It's inside you now. You brought it with you." The words crashed into her mind, drowning out everything else. Her vision blurred, and for a moment, she felt as though the very walls were closing in on her, squeezing the air from her lungs. She struggled to stay grounded, to keep her focus, but everything was spinning, the walls around her pulsing with dark energy. "Rhea." The voice, clear now, was unmistakable. It was Novak's voice, but it wasn't. It came from somewhere far away, or perhaps from right behind her. She spun around, but no one was there. A horrible realization washed over her. The voice wasn't just Novak's, it was the ship, speaking through him. It was all around her, pressing in, suffocating her. This was no accident. She had walked into a trap, and there was no way out. Rhea turned back to the door, her hands shaking violently as she tried once again to open it. The lock clicked, but the door didn't budge. She could hear it now, the deep groan of metal bending under pressure, the sounds of the ship's walls beginning to collapse in on themselves. And then, it happened. A massive shockwave rattled through the ship, throwing Rhea off her feet. She screamed, barely managing to catch herself on the cold metal wall before crashing into the ground. The lights flickered, casting everything in an erratic strobe that only amplified the madness surrounding her. She could feel the entire ship shaking, as if it were alive and dying all at once. "Get out," Novak's voice whispered again, this time from right beside her. But when she turned, there was nothing but the darkness. She tried to push herself up, but the ground beneath her buckled. The ship was tearing itself apart. She couldn't stay here, not with the walls coming down, the ship fighting back, its heartbeats reverberating throughout every inch of its structure. As she stumbled to her feet, the emergency lights flickered on, casting long shadows across the hallway. A figure appeared at the far end, a silhouette emerging from the haze. It wasn't Novak. Rhea's breath caught in her throat as the figure stepped closer, too close, and she could see its glowing eyes staring back at her. This wasn't a person. This wasn't even human. The figure reached out, and Rhea felt a rush of icy cold sweep over her. The air around her thickened, heavy and suffocating. She gasped, her lungs burning with the sudden pressure, but she couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. The figure's form shimmered and shifted, and she realized with a growing sense of horror that it was not just one figure, it was many, all gathered in one. Alien entities, their faces flickering like distorted images. They were alive, or they had been, but they were not human, and they weren't here by choice. Rhea stumbled backward, her heart racing as the walls shook again, even more violently this time. The ship wasn't just alive, it was fighting, resisting. But against what? Against who? Her mind screamed for an answer, but all she could do was run. She turned and bolted down the hall, the whispers louder now, closing in on her from every angle. The entities, whatever they were still behind her, their presence pressing on her chest, suffocating her. She had to get to the others. She had to find a way to stop this before it consumed them all. But as the ship continued to tremble, Rhea realized with growing dread that the ship was no longer a place, it was a prison. And they were all trapped inside. Rhea's heart pounded in her chest as she sprinted down the hallway, the eerie sound of the whispers growing louder with every step. Her breath came in sharp, desperate gasps, but the air around her felt thick, heavy, as if something was pressing down on her chest, trying to suffocate her. She didn't know how much longer she could keep running. The ship, this vessel of metal and shadows, was alive, and it was closing in on her. The walls shifted, creaking like the bones of a dying giant. She turned sharply at the next junction, her feet slipping on the slick floor. The whispers had turned into more distinct voices now, distorted and broken. They called her name, begging her to stop, to listen. But Rhea couldn't stop. Not now. Not with the entity's glowing eyes still flickering in her mind, those piercing, soulless gazes that seemed to follow her every move. She rounded another corner, skidding to a halt as the emergency lights above her flickered, casting brief, strobe-like flashes of light across the corridor. Something in the distance moved, a shadow darting too quickly, too fluidly to be human. Rhea's blood froze. She wasn't alone. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as she backed up into a wall, her hands scrambling to steady herself. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest as her eyes scanned the darkened hallway. Then she saw it. The flicker of movement again, but this time, she could see the shape more clearly. The figure was tall and thin, its limbs unnaturally elongated. It moved toward her, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, as if it were more shadow than substance. Rhea froze, the air around her thick with dread. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. She could only stare as the figure grew closer, its form becoming more solid with every step it took. She could feel the presence pressing against her, filling her mind with thoughts not her own, whispers that crawled into her skin and settled deep inside her. "You can't escape," the voice rasped, echoing in her head. It was neither male nor female, but a mixture of both, and yet it was neither. The figure stopped just a few feet away, and Rhea could feel the coldness radiating from it. It wasn't just the temperature of the ship anymore, it was something else, something unnatural, a force that seemed to drain the warmth from her very soul. She raised a shaking hand, her fingers fumbling for the communication device clipped to her suit. But the static-filled voice of the device offered no comfort, only a distorted message she couldn't understand. The figure took another step forward, its movement jerky, like it was struggling against its own form. It didn't speak again, but its eyes locked onto hers, burning with a cold, unyielding intensity. The whispers around her grew louder, more insistent, and suddenly, the walls began to pulse with an ominous rhythm, as though the ship itself was alive, breathing in time with the figure's movements. Rhea's mind raced. What was this? Who, or what, was it? The questions spun through her head, but the answers were out of reach. She couldn't think. She couldn't breathe. She could only watch as the figure reached out, its hand outstretched toward her. She knew it wasn't just reaching for her, it was reaching for something deeper, something buried inside her. Her hand shot out instinctively, grabbing a nearby fire extinguisher. With a desperate cry, she swung it at the figure, the metal connecting with something that felt far too solid. There was a strange, hollow thud, like hitting a wall of ice. The figure recoiled for a moment, but its eyes never left hers. The ship shook again, the violent tremor nearly throwing her to the ground. The floor beneath her feet cracked, and the walls groaned, as though something inside them was trying to escape. Rhea's pulse raced, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts. She didn't know how much longer she could hold out, but she knew one thing for sure, whatever was in the ship wasn't done with her yet. It was only just beginning. Rhea stumbled backward, her eyes locked on the figure as it slowly advanced toward her, its glowing eyes narrowing with an intensity that felt suffocating. She could feel her pulse thrumming in her ears, drowning out the frantic whispers around her. Her hand tightened around the fire extinguisher, her grip slick with sweat, but the weight of it felt insignificant against the sheer presence of the thing in front of her. Every step the figure took seemed to distort the very air, warping the space around it as though it were bending reality itself. She couldn't think clearly, couldn't make sense of the situation. She'd always believed in the logic of the cosmos, stars, black holes, distant galaxies, all explainable, understandable. But this? This was beyond comprehension. It was as though the laws of physics had broken, and whatever this creature was, it was using that breach against her. "You're not meant to be here," the voice croaked, its tone deep and guttural, reverberating through her skull. She could feel the words vibrating in her bones, like the message was being forced into her body. Rhea's breath hitched. "What are you?" she managed to choke out, the words thick with dread. The figure did not answer, instead raising one of its long, thin arms and pointing at the walls. As it did, the lights flickered violently, casting sharp shadows that twisted and contorted as though the very shadows were alive, crawling across the floor toward her. The ship, which had once felt like a secure vessel, now felt alien, hostile. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like something vast, something sentient. Rhea's fingers twitched, her mind scrambling for an escape. She had to think fast. She had to get away. The distress beacon. The communications panel. If she could reach them, maybe she could call for help, maybe she could. A sudden screech cut through her thoughts, a sound so piercing that it nearly shattered her resolve. The noise came from the ship's ventilation system, a horrific whistling that twisted into an agonized scream, then fell silent. And then, without warning, the figure surged forward, moving in a blur, impossibly fast. Rhea barely had time to react. Her body instinctively lurched to the side, narrowly avoiding its grasp, but the creature's hand brushed against her shoulder. The cold burned through her suit like ice water seeping into her veins. She gasped, her body locking up in shock as she felt the temperature of the room plummet. The figure's eyes gleamed brighter, and its voice rasped again, echoing through her head with a chilling certainty. "You've disturbed us. Now, you will understand." Her mind reeled as the walls around her seemed to ripple, folding inward in slow motion. The once straight lines of the corridor began to twist and warp, shifting like a living thing. Rhea felt her stomach churn, her senses betraying her as the floor buckled beneath her feet, throwing her off balance. Panic surged through her as the ship seemed to close in on her from all sides. She had to escape. She couldn't fight this, whatever it was too powerful. Her eyes flicked desperately to the nearest doorway, the flickering red emergency light casting an eerie glow. She bolted toward it, her legs trembling beneath her as the whispers grew louder, closer, as if the ship itself was trying to drown her in sound. The door didn't open. Her hand slammed against the control panel, her fingers a blur, but nothing happened. The door remained shut, a barrier between her and whatever waited beyond. The whispers crescendoed into a cacophony of voices, each one distinct, each one speaking in a language she couldn't understand, but their tone, always pleading, always desperate, was unmistakable. She turned, her eyes darting around the corridor, looking for another way out. But the air felt thick, heavier now, as though something unseen was pressing down on her. And then, there it was, a flicker of movement in the shadows ahead. A second figure, almost identical to the first, appeared. Its features were just as distorted, just as unnatural. But this one didn't approach. Instead, it stood still, its head tilting slightly as though observing her. Its eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion, but Rhea couldn't make out any recognizable expression. The first figure turned to the new arrival, and for a moment, there was silence. The tension in the air grew unbearable, and Rhea's heart raced in her chest. Then the second figure spoke. Its voice, like 100 voices layered on top of one another, was deep and resonant. "She doesn't belong." The words sent a chill through her, and she staggered backward, her legs weak beneath her. "What do you want from me?" she demanded, her voice trembling with fear. "We only want what's ours," came the response, and the words felt like a weight pressing down on her chest. The walls seemed to close in tighter now, and the temperature continued to plummet, her breath visible in the air before her. She could feel her body growing colder, her limbs stiffening, but she refused to give in. A sharp sound echoed from somewhere deep within the bowels of the ship, a door opening, a hatch unlocking. The figure that had been watching her stepped forward, and Rhea's heart skipped a beat. A way out? Was it offering her a way out? Before she could react, the first figure reached out again, its hand grasping for her, its fingers elongated and cold as they closed around her wrist. "You cannot escape," it whispered. "You will stay with us." The darkness pressed closer, suffocating her, and for a moment, Rhea felt like she was drowning in it. And then, just as she was about to lose all hope, there was a sharp noise, like a crack splitting the air, and the ship seemed to shudder violently. The figure's grip loosened for just a split second, and Rhea wrenched herself free, stumbling backward as the creature screeched in frustration. But the room around her began to shift again. The walls twisted more violently now, and the air grew heavier, thicker with the weight of something unseen. She ran. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't know what to do, but she knew that if she stopped, if she let her guard down for even a moment, she would be lost. Rhea's breath came in ragged gasps as she sprinted through the corridor, her eyes scanning desperately for anything that could offer her a chance of escape. The ship, which had once felt like a mechanical marvel, now felt like a tomb that was alive, watching, and waiting. The soft hum of the engines, which once had been a comforting background sound, now echoed with an ominous resonance, vibrating through her skull with every step. She didn't know how long she had been running. Minutes? Hours? Time seemed irrelevant now, slipping through her grasp as the ship twisted and shifted around her, the walls warping in unnatural ways. She reached for the nearest panel, hoping for some sign of functionality. Her hand hovered over the control surface, fingers trembling, but before she could press anything, a voice, low, haunting, and unmistakably familiar, rang out from the shadows. "You cannot outrun us, Rhea." Her blood ran cold at the sound of her name, her pulse racing faster. The voice was no longer a distant whisper. It was clear now, surrounding her, as though the walls themselves were speaking to her. She spun around, her heart pounding in her chest, but there was nothing. Only darkness and the shifting, creaking sound of the ship as it moved around her. "You will learn what we've learned," the voice continued, closer now, echoing in her mind. "It's already too late." Rhea staggered back, her breath caught in her throat. The words twisted in her mind, like a seed of dread planted deep within her, growing and spreading with every second that passed. She had to get to the bridge. If she could just make it to the control room, maybe she could figure out what was happening, maybe she could fix whatever had gone wrong with the ship. Her steps quickened, but as she rounded the next corner, she slammed into a figure. She gasped, stumbling backward, heart racing. But it wasn't the creature, this time, it was a crew member. "Rhea?" The voice was shaky, unsure. She looked up, and her breath caught. It was Captain Aiden. But something was wrong. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, and his skin was unnaturally pale, as though the life had been drained from him. His hands shook as he reached for her, but his touch was cold, colder than the ship's metal walls. His mouth opened, but the words that came out were a low, guttural growl, unrecognizable, like a language from another world. "Captain, what happened to you?" Rhea whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of her heart. He didn't answer. Instead, his head tilted slightly, and he grinned, but it wasn't the grin she knew. It was twisted, wrong. His eyes flicked toward the corridor, and for a brief moment, Rhea saw a flash of something moving in the shadows, watching her. She took a step back, her breath coming faster. She needed to get out of there. She needed to find a way to stop this madness before it consumed them all. As she turned to flee, the lights above her flickered, plunging the corridor into darkness for a brief moment. When they returned, the shadows seemed deeper, thicker, like they were alive. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the silence returned. "Rhea," a voice called out from the darkness. "Don't run." It wasn't Captain Aiden's voice. It was the other voice, the one that had been whispering to her all this time. The creature, or whatever it was closer now, much closer. Her hand shot out to grab the nearest weapon she could find, a small wrench lying abandoned on the floor. It felt insignificant in her hand, but it was all she had. Her legs were unsteady as she backed away from Captain Aiden, who still stood motionless, his eyes fixed on her. "You think you can fight it?" the voice purred, this time almost mocking. "You're already a part of it. You always have been." The coldness in her chest deepened, and her grip tightened around the wrench. She had to stop it. She had to find a way to break free. But the ship was against her. The walls were closing in, and the whispers, the voices, they were everywhere, growing louder and louder with each passing second. Rhea looked around in a frenzy. The corridors stretched ahead, but they felt endless now, twisting back on themselves like a maze. She had no way out. No way to fight this thing. And that's when she heard it, the faint sound of footsteps. Soft, deliberate, but growing louder with each passing moment. She wasn't alone anymore. The stakes had just risen higher. Rhea's heart pounded in her chest as the footsteps grew closer. She could feel them echoing through the metal hallways, each step heavy and deliberate, vibrating through the soles of her boots. The wrench in her hand suddenly felt too small, too flimsy. She had no idea what she was facing, but instinct told her that running wasn't an option anymore. She backed up against the wall, trying to steady her breath. The cold metal beneath her fingers was a sharp contrast to the warmth spreading through her chest. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her mind raced. Was it the creature she had heard in the shadows? Or was it something else entirely? Her eyes darted around the corridor, but it seemed to stretch on forever, with no doors or alcoves to hide in. No escape. Then she heard it again, a voice, distorted, and yet unmistakable. Rhea. Her pulse skipped a beat. She whipped her head around, but saw nothing. No sign of movement, no figure emerging from the dark. The voice came again, this time closer, coming from the very walls themselves. You're just like them. You were always meant to join us. Rhea's hands tightened on the wrench, her knuckles white. She felt the ship pulsating around her, an almost rhythmic, unnatural thrum that seemed to call to her, urging her to move forward. But where? She couldn't trust the ship, not anymore. The steps grew louder, closer, until they stopped. The silence was unbearable. Rhea stood frozen, straining her ears to catch the slightest sound. But there was nothing, just the eerie hum of the ship and the disorienting pulse in the air. And then it came. A flash of movement in the corner of her vision, sharp, swift. She turned, but it was already gone, as if the ship itself had swallowed it up. The darkened corridor stretched out before her, a labyrinth of metallic walls that seemed to bend and warp. Every turn she made felt like it led her deeper into the heart of the ship, deeper into the unknown. She heard the voice once more, this time tinged with malice. There's no escape. You'll never leave. Not now. Rhea's breath hitched. She glanced back toward where Captain Aiden had stood, but he was gone, vanished into the shadows. She couldn't afford to stand still any longer. Her only option was to keep moving. She sprinted forward, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. The walls pressed in around her as if the ship were alive, watching, responding to her every movement. The air grew thick with tension, and Rhea's heart raced faster. She could hear it now, faint whispers surrounding her, coming from the very walls themselves. She couldn't understand the words, but she could feel the urgency in them. Whatever had happened to the crew, it was now part of the ship, part of her. Her vision blurred, her mind racing for a plan, any way out, but nothing made sense. Was the ship alive? Were the alien explorers from the old wreck still haunting these halls? Were they manipulating her, twisting her into something they wanted? A sudden jolt sent Rhea stumbling forward, her hand slamming into the wall for support. The ship had just shifted, as if responding to the chaos building inside her. The corridors began to warp around her, bending in ways that defied logic. She tried to steady herself, but her legs felt weak. The very structure of the ship seemed to be alive, responding to something within her, something she couldn't understand. Rhea. The voice, distorted and hollow, sounded again, closer this time, almost as if it were coming from inside her own head. Panic set in as she reached for her comm device, but it was dead. Nothing worked. She was completely alone. The walls pulsed once again, the hum growing louder until it vibrated through her bones. Rhea's grip tightened on the wrench, but it felt like nothing more than a toy. The air around her thickened, like a storm cloud ready to burst. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. A shadow, a figure standing just beyond the bend in the corridor. She froze. Was it a hallucination? A trick of the light? Or was it something else, something she had hoped she would never see? The figure stepped forward, and Rhea's heart stopped. It was the last thing she expected to see, Captain Aiden, his face blank, eyes hollow and lifeless. His lips barely moved, but she heard him clear as day. Come with me. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her legs were rooted to the spot. She couldn't move. Not anymore. The ship had claimed her. She was already one of them. The figure reached out, his cold fingers brushing against her skin. Rhea's body trembled under the touch, and the hum of the ship surged around her, louder and more insistent. The walls seemed to pulse with the same rhythm, and she realized with chilling clarity, it wasn't just the ship that was alive. It was everything. The ship. The crew. The alien explorers. And now, it was her. Her mouth went dry, and as she tried to take a step back, the corridor stretched even further before her. No way out. No way to stop it. Join us, Captain Aiden whispered, his voice as hollow as the ship itself. Rhea's mind raced. Could she fight it? Could she escape? Or was it already too late? Rhea's heart hammered in her chest as Captain Aiden's cold hand lingered on her skin. She could feel the steady pulse of the ship's hum beneath her feet, the air thick with tension, and the oppressive presence of something ancient and malevolent closing in around her. His eyes, once warm and alive, were now voids, dark, empty spaces that seemed to swallow all light. Join us, he repeated, his voice chillingly calm, almost as if it were coming from somewhere else entirely, a disembodied whisper carried on the air. You were always meant to be part of this. Rhea fought the urge to scream, to break free, but her body felt as though it had become trapped in the very walls of the ship. The hull stretched impossibly long, twisting and turning in ways that defied geometry. She tried to move, but her feet were cemented to the floor, a growing weight pressing down on her chest, threatening to crush the breath from her lungs. Stop, she managed, her voice barely above a whisper, hoarse with fear. She tugged against the force that held her in place, but it was futile. The ship's pulse beat in sync with her own, a steady thrum that seemed to reach deep into her bones. Aiden stepped closer, his figure now impossibly still, like a statue brought to life by some unseen force. His mouth barely moved when he spoke again, but his words sliced through the air with the sharpness of a blade. You can't escape it, Rhea. We are all connected. The explorers, the ship, and now you. The words echoed in her mind, each syllable growing heavier, more suffocating, as if the very meaning of them was slowly sinking into her skin, merging with her very essence. She could feel the walls around her, the air pressing in, and suddenly, she wasn't sure if it was the ship holding her in place or something much worse, something ancient and hungry. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it, something moving in the shadows behind Aiden. A flicker. A silhouette. It was there and gone in an instant, but the hairs on her neck stood on end. Rhea's breath caught in her throat. She wasn't alone. What is that? She gasped, her eyes darting back and forth, trying to make sense of what she'd seen. Aiden didn't react. He didn't even acknowledge the movement. His hollow eyes stayed locked on hers, the silence between them stretching out into something suffocating, as if the very air was growing thicker with every passing moment. You're not the first, he said softly, his tone almost sympathetic. There were others, too. Explorers. Captains. They all fell the same way. Her mind reeled, unable to comprehend the weight of his words. The ship was alive. It wasn't just a machine, it was something far older, far more powerful. And it had claimed every one of them. She wasn't just in danger of losing her life, she was in danger of losing herself. Another flash of movement. This time, it wasn't just a flicker. It was a figure, a shape moving just beyond the bend in the hallway. But it wasn't a human shape, it was something grotesque, something deformed and alien. Its long, spindly limbs twisted unnaturally, and its hollow eyes gleamed in the darkness. A low growl rumbled from the shadows as the figure slowly emerged into the light, its body rippling like liquid, shifting between forms in a way that made Rhea's stomach churn. She took a step back, her foot catching on something, metal debris scattered across the floor. Her hand shot out to steady herself, but she never took her eyes off the figure. It was close now, too close. And the walls seemed to pulse faster, the hum of the ship growing louder. Aiden remained unmoving, his gaze locked on her, his voice steady but cold. "They'll come for you, too," he said. "You can't hide from it. Not anymore." Her pulse quickened, panic seizing her chest. The shape was almost upon her, its form contorting and shifting in the shadows, becoming more solid with every heartbeat. She tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. There was no escaping it. Aiden's lips curled into a thin, hollow smile. "You're already a part of it." Just then, the figure lunged. Rhea screamed and spun around, her feet finally breaking free of the crushing weight of the ship's grip. She sprinted down the hall, her breath ragged, her legs burning with the effort, but she could hear it behind her, the heavy footsteps following her every move. Whatever that creature was, it was closing in. The walls seemed to close in as well, narrowing her path, forcing her into a corner with no escape. She couldn't stop now. She wouldn't. But the walls, they were changing, shifting again, impossibly fast. Every turn she made seemed to lead her deeper into the ship, deeper into the heart of the nightmare. The shadows stretched, distorting the hallway, and the ship's pulse quickened, now a deafening roar in her ears. Ahead, she saw something, a dim light cutting through the darkness. Was it the exit? Or was it something far worse? She had no choice but to find out. Rhea's pulse raced as she pushed forward, the distance between her and the creature narrowing. Her every instinct screamed to turn back, to hide, but she couldn't. The ship would never let her. And soon, she realized, neither would they. Rhea's breath came in ragged gasps as the creature's echoing steps drew nearer, the rhythmic pounding of its pursuit like a heartbeat in her ears. The hallway stretched ahead, a dark labyrinth that twisted in on itself. Every turn felt wrong, every step she took only seemed to lead her deeper into the ship's belly, into the very heart of the terror that had taken root. The pulsating hum of the ship seemed to sync with the rapid thudding of her pulse, the air growing heavier with each passing second, thick with the smell of metal and decay. Ahead, the faint light she had seen was growing stronger, but it didn't feel like salvation. It felt like a trap. She couldn't explain why, but every instinct screamed at her to turn back. But it was too late for that. The creature was closing in. Its presence was undeniable now, something alien, something ancient, and far too powerful to comprehend. Her eyes darted to the side, where a metal hatch flickered in the dim light. A slight, fleeting possibility of escape. The door could lead to the upper levels, or it could lead to another endless hallway. But she didn't have the luxury of thinking about that. With a burst of adrenaline, she shoved the door open, her body slamming against the cold, smooth surface as it creaked and groaned in protest. Inside, the room was pitch black, save for a sliver of light seeping through a small vent near the floor. The air was stale, but there was no time to wonder if it had been sealed for centuries. Rhea slammed the door behind her, the sound of the creature's heavy footsteps almost drowning out her own frantic breathing. But the ship was changing. She could feel it. The walls groaned as though alive, the hum now shifting in frequency, warping and twisting. It was as if the very vessel was aware of her presence, aware of the terror she was running from, and it was drawing closer to her, just as much a part of the nightmare as the creature hunting her. Rhea backed away from the door, trying to steady herself. But then, a sound, soft at first, almost imperceptible, came from the shadows behind her. A whisper, a rustle of movement that sent her heart into overdrive. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The whisper grew louder, more distinct. It was a voice. But it wasn't Aiden's. It wasn't human. "Join us." Rhea spun around, her eyes scanning the room, heart thudding painfully in her chest. She saw nothing. The room was empty. Yet the whisper continued, a soft hiss that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "Join us," the voice repeated, and Rhea could swear she felt its cold fingers graze her skin, even though nothing was there. Suddenly, the door behind her slammed open with a force that rattled the walls. The creature had found her. It was closer now, its presence heavy and suffocating, like a shadow that clung to every corner. The room seemed to warp again, the edges of her vision blurring as the ship bent reality around her. Every fiber of her being screamed for her to run, but her legs felt like lead. She had no way out. She pressed her back to the far wall, her eyes wide, scanning for anything that could help her escape. And then she saw it, the vent. Barely large enough for a person to fit through, but if she could just get to it, maybe, just maybe, she could make it out alive. But it was too late. A hiss, like the sound of static electricity, filled the room. The air turned icy cold, the very temperature of the ship dropping so suddenly that she could see her breath. A shadow moved in front of her, slowly taking shape, tall, long-limbed, but its features were hidden in the dark, just beyond the reach of the dim light. "Join us." The whisper was louder now, closer. She could almost feel its breath on her skin. Without thinking, she lunged for the vent, her hands scrambling to tear it open. But the ship's cold metal seemed to resist her. The vent didn't budge. It was locked, sealed shut. She pounded her fists against it in desperation, her heart racing, her breath shallow and panicked. The whisper was so close now, so close she could feel it deep within her chest. She turned around, her eyes desperate, searching for any escape. And then, she saw it. In the corner, a faint glimmer of something metallic, a lever, half hidden in the shadows, just beyond the reach of the light. It was her last chance. With a cry of frustration and fear, Rhea darted toward it, her fingers brushing the cold metal. The creature was only inches behind her now. She could hear its breathing, slow and steady, like a predator about to strike. But she didn't stop. She couldn't. Her hand grasped the lever, and she pulled with all her strength. There was a sudden, deafening clang, and the ship seemed to tremble beneath her feet. The walls shuddered, and the whispering voice fell silent. The lights flickered, then went out completely, leaving her in total darkness. She couldn't see anything, not even her own hands. But she could feel the ship's pulse beneath her feet, slow at first, then picking up speed as the walls groaned and the ship seemed to shift once more. Rhea felt the weight of something ancient and powerful moving, waking up as if it had been lying dormant for centuries. And she knew, in that moment, that whatever was hunting her wasn't just after her, it was after the ship, after the last of the explorers, after them all. And soon, it would have everything. Rhea's hands trembled as she stood in the suffocating darkness, her breath shallow and erratic. The hum of the ship had quieted, but the silence was no relief. It was a thick, heavy stillness, like the air before a storm. The ship seemed to have stopped moving, as though it too had become aware of what was happening. A low, distant growl echoed through the walls, not from the creature that had been hunting her, but from somewhere deeper within the ship. It was a warning, a primal growl that made her skin crawl, and it carried with it a sense of dread that she couldn't shake. She tried to steady herself, but her legs felt weak, unsteady beneath her. The weight of the ship's unnatural stillness pressed on her chest, and she struggled to swallow past the lump in her throat. She was alone, completely and utterly alone. But she wasn't. A faint movement caught her eye. It was only the barest shadow at first, but it grew more distinct as she focused. A figure, tall and hunched, slithered across the far wall of the chamber, its movements unnatural, like something not meant to move at all. Rhea's heart raced, her body frozen in place, as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The figure paused, as if sensing her gaze, and slowly turned to face her. There was nothing human about it. Its body was a mishmash of twisted metal and organic matter, its limbs long and jagged, as though it had been cobbled together from parts not meant to be fused. It had no face, only a shifting, ever-changing mass of blackness where its features should have been. And yet, it was staring at her, somehow, it was staring at her. Rhea stumbled backward, her breath hitching. She reached out, groping blindly for something, anything to hold on to, but her hand met nothing but cold, empty air. The creature stepped forward, its movement slow, deliberate, as though savoring her fear. A distant crash echoed through the ship, rattling the walls. The creature's head snapped toward the sound, and Rhea's eyes widened as she saw what it was, another one of the creatures, just as grotesque, just as terrifying, standing at the edge of the hallway. It hadn't noticed her yet, but it was too close for comfort. The ship was waking up. Rhea's mind raced, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. She needed to move, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. Panic set in, and she felt the pull of terror, deep and overwhelming. She had no idea how much time she had, but every instinct screamed at her to get out, to escape before the ship itself decided she was no longer welcome. The first creature turned back toward her, its non-existent gaze locking onto hers. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the distant groans of the ship and the steady beat of her own heart. The creature took another step forward, and then another. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. But then, the floor beneath her feet began to shift. The ground trembled, and the ship groaned in protest, as if it were in pain. A low, mechanical whirring filled the air, and the walls around her began to shift and realign, revealing something, no, someone, standing in the shadows. A figure, draped in tattered, worn space gear, hunched over and unmoving, like a relic of a long-forgotten time. It wasn't Aiden. It wasn't anyone she recognized. And yet, something about it called to her. She took a step forward, her legs trembling as the figure slowly straightened, its movements slow and mechanical. The silence around her deepened, but the creature that had been stalking her remained frozen in place. Its attention now fixed on the newcomer. Rhea's pulse raced as the figure turned its head, its helmet reflecting the dim light. And then, in a voice that chilled her to the core, it spoke. "Get out of here," it rasped. "It's coming. It's too late for all of us." Rhea's throat tightened, and she opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Her mind was numb, overwhelmed by everything that was happening. The figure turned its gaze toward the hallway, where the other creature lingered, and then back to her. The two seemed to be communicating, silent, unnerving communication that sent a shiver down Rhea's spine. "We have to move," the figure said, its voice trembling. "Before they wake up." The creature that had been pursuing Rhea shifted, its body flickering in and out of the shadows. The second creature was drawing nearer, its presence palpable, thickening the air between them. Rhea knew this was the moment. The ship was shifting, the creatures were closing in, and the silence that had once felt suffocating was now alive with purpose. But how could she escape when she didn't even know who, or what, she was running from? A sound, low and haunting, filled the chamber again, the cry of something ancient, something immense. It was the sound of a ship that had been lost, a voice long forgotten by time. Rhea's chest tightened. This was no longer just about survival. It was about something deeper, something more primal. The ship had awoken, and with it, the past had returned. She had no idea what she was truly up against. But one thing was certain, the ship's secret was something far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. And she had just scratched the surface. Rhea's mind raced, adrenaline pumping through her veins. The figure standing before her, the one she'd barely noticed until now, was clearly not human. Its movements were far too stiff, too mechanical, and its eyes, empty, hollow. Yet, there was a presence to it, an energy that wasn't just artificial. It felt alive in a way that made her blood run cold. Its warning rang in her ears, and with it, the full weight of the ship's eerie hum pressed down on her. "Before they wake up," the figure repeated, its voice ragged and strained. "It's coming." Rhea glanced around, her heart beating wildly as she searched for any sign of escape. The hallway she had been tracking earlier now seemed to distort before her eyes, the walls shifting unnaturally as if the ship itself were alive, responding to the threat it had become aware of. The second creature, the one that had been lurking in the shadows, moved again, its grotesque body flickering in and out of existence, like a broken signal trying to find its frequency. And all the while, the echo of that haunting cry filled the air, growing louder, more insistent. Rhea's legs felt like lead, but she forced herself to move, backing toward the narrow corridor where she had come from. She wasn't sure if the thing in front of her was friend or foe, but if it had any chance of helping her, she needed to stay close. She had no choice but to trust it for now. "Who are you?" Rhea whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of her own heartbeat. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it turned its gaze back toward the darkness of the hallway, where the sound of the approaching creature grew louder with each passing second. It seemed as if the ship itself was closing in on her, trapping her within its metallic skin. The walls seemed to pulse with a rhythm of their own, a strange mechanical thrum that made her bones ache. "I am, what's left," the figure finally said, its voice low and distant, as though the words were a burden. "We were all part of a mission, once. To explore, to find, something. But we were never meant to come back." The creature in the hallway hissed, its form contorting as it inched closer. "Then why are you still here?" Rhea demanded, fear gripping her chest, but she couldn't help the rising curiosity in her voice. "Why didn't you leave with the others? And who, or what are you running from?" The figure's head shifted, its helmet reflecting the dim light in strange patterns. "You don't understand," it murmured, its voice trembling as if the memory itself was too painful. "The ship, the beings aboard it, they were never meant to leave. And neither were we." A sharp screech cut through the air, and Rhea whirled around, her heart racing. The hallway was now bathed in an unnatural red glow, the kind that seemed to come from deep within the ship, as though the walls themselves had turned against her. The figure stepped forward, but this time, it was not with purpose, it was with desperation. "We're not alone," it whispered, urgency thick in its voice. "And the truth is far worse than you can imagine." Rhea could barely process the words. The ship's hum was now a growl, its vibrations so intense that they rattled her teeth. The creatures were closing in, and the very fabric of the ship seemed to be stretching, preparing for something unimaginable. Something that had waited too long. Something that would not rest until it had claimed what was rightfully, horribly, its own. The first creature appeared at the end of the corridor, its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, locked onto Rhea. Its presence was overwhelming, suffocating. The very air around her grew colder, heavier. The second creature was behind her, its massive form nearly too close to bear. There was no time left. The figure turned its back to her. "Get to the engine room," it commanded, its voice urgent. "It's your only chance." Before Rhea could respond, the figure was gone, disappearing into the shadows of the ship's depths, leaving only a lingering sense of foreboding. Her breathing quickened, but she knew she had no other choice. She had to move. With no other option, she sprinted down the hallway, her feet barely touching the ground. Every corner she turned, every darkened crevice she passed, seemed to echo with unseen eyes, watching her, waiting. The engine room, if it was even a real place anymore, felt like the only hope left. But the further she ran, the more uncertain she became of what was real. Was the ship itself alive? Was it working against her? Or had it always been this way? One thing was clear, she was running out of time. Rhea's footsteps echoed off the cold, metallic walls as she dashed down the winding corridors, the haunting hiss of the creatures growing louder with each passing second. The red lights overhead blinked erratically, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out and reach for her. Every instinct screamed at her to stop, to turn back, but the chilling knowledge that whatever was coming behind her was far worse than anything she could face head-on pushed her forward. The hum of the ship had morphed into something else, a deep, resonating growl that seemed to vibrate through her chest, sending tremors of unease down her spine. Her mind raced with questions, questions she knew she couldn't answer. What was happening to the ship? Why was it alive, or was it? What was chasing her? And most terrifying of all, was she the one who had unwittingly awakened something that was never meant to be disturbed? As she reached an intersection, a sudden jolt threw her off balance. The floor beneath her feet trembled violently, and the air around her grew thick with a sense of dread. The ship groaned, and the walls shimmered as if the very structure was twisting. She reached out, steadying herself against the nearby panel, only to have it shudder in her grasp. A low, mechanical whine followed by an ominous click told her that whatever was happening, it was escalating. The creature's screech pierced the air again, and she froze. She turned sharply, but the hallway was empty. A strange, eerie silence descended, as though the ship had drawn in a breath, waiting. Her mind whirled with possibilities. Maybe it was all in her head, after all, she hadn't had much sleep since the mission began. But then, the voice in her earpiece crackled to life, cutting through her thoughts like a knife. "Rhea, you're not alone." It was the voice of her commander, hollow and strained. She snapped her head toward the walls, her pulse quickening. "What do you mean?" "There's something aboard the ship. Something we didn't expect. It's alive, Rhea. And it's coming for you." The line went dead, leaving her in a heavy silence that felt suffocating. She pressed on, heart racing as the darkness seemed to close in around her, the ship's pulse now a steady rhythm in the background, like the beating of an unseen heart. As she neared the engine room, the temperature plummeted, and a new, low-frequency vibration rattled her bones. The door to the engine room loomed ahead, but it was no longer an escape, it was a trap. She knew it, deep down, but the pressure was building, the sense of urgency too much to ignore. The light above flickered once more, and then it went dark. Rhea reached for the control panel, her fingers trembling. Her mind screamed for her to find another way out, but there was no other path. She punched in the security code, hoping against hope that it would work. The door slid open with a soft hiss, and Rhea stepped into the darkened room. The only light came from the faint glow of the ship's core, the pulsating heart of the vessel. Her eyes scanned the shadows, every corner now a potential hiding place for whatever was lurking in the dark. There was no sound now, no footsteps or whispers, just the faint hum of the engine room systems. Her breath was shallow, her senses heightened, every nerve screaming that something was wrong. Then, from the far corner of the room, a figure emerged from the darkness, a silhouette, tall and thin, standing perfectly still. Rhea's pulse thundered in her ears. The figure's form was vague, almost translucent, as if it were an illusion brought on by the ship's strange atmosphere. But it wasn't an illusion. It was real. "Stay back," Rhea whispered, her voice shaking as she backed away toward the nearest control panel. Her hand hovered over the emergency shutdown sequence. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just watched her, its hollow eyes fixed on her every movement. The room around them seemed to pulse, as if reacting to its presence. Rhea's skin prickled with the overwhelming sense that this thing, whatever it was, had been here long before her. It was waiting, watching. The temperature dropped again, and she could feel the air thickening with a kind of static, the sense of something impending. The figure shifted slightly, and for a brief moment, Rhea thought she saw something in its hands, a small, faintly glowing object. The same object that had been shown to her in the brief, fragmented memory from the earlier encounter. But before she could process the implication, a voice, weak and raspy, whispered through the silence, coming from the figure's direction. "Run." The command was almost a plea, and Rhea hesitated, her mind racing. The room was closing in on her. There was no escape. Only the growing darkness and the figure's whispering voice, urging her to leave. The air in the engine room was thick, almost suffocating, and Rhea couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. She had to make a choice, and it had to be now. Rhea's hand hovered over the emergency shutdown sequence, her fingers cold with dread. The figure in the corner didn't move, but its presence seemed to grow stronger, more imposing with every passing second. The ship's hum grew louder, the pulsing vibrations vibrating through the floor beneath her feet. Her breath quickened as she tried to steady herself, but the weight of the situation pressed down on her chest, suffocating her. The temperature dropped again, and Rhea's teeth began to chatter. She turned her head, glancing at the control panel that would trigger the shutdown. But the room seemed to be shifting around her, the walls warping ever so slightly, as though the very structure of the ship was alive, reacting to the presence of the figure. She didn't know what it was, but she could feel the tension crackling in the air, thick with something ancient and wrong. A noise came from the other side of the room, soft at first, like a distant whisper. Rhea's head snapped back to the figure, but it hadn't moved. Instead, the sound grew louder, more distinct. It was a low growl, vibrating the air. It wasn't the ship. It wasn't the engine room. The sound seemed to come from the very walls themselves, a deep, resonant echo that sent a wave of terror through Rhea's body. She backed up slowly, her heart hammering against her ribs. The figure didn't take its eyes off her. It was as though it knew what she was thinking, knew what she feared most. She couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't alone, that the room, the ship itself, was holding something back. The pressure in her head was unbearable, as though the air around her had thickened to the point of suffocating her. A sudden flash of movement caught her eye. A shadow darted past the open door to the engine room, too fast to be human, too wrong to be anything she could comprehend. Rhea's stomach churned as she realized the ship wasn't just haunted, it was hunted. Whatever had happened here, whatever had torn apart the previous crew, was still lurking, still waiting. Her instincts screamed at her to run, but the emergency shutdown was her only chance of getting the systems offline, of ending whatever had begun. She glanced at the control panel again, the flashing red lights taunting her. It felt like an eternity as she debated, torn between the desperate need for safety and the looming, incomprehensible threat that hung in the shadows. Another growl, closer now. Her blood ran cold. "Run," the whisper came again, not from the figure, but from somewhere deep within the bowels of the ship. It wasn't her commander's voice this time. It was something else, something ancient, something filled with an almost insidious urgency. She couldn't move. Her body felt frozen, caught between the desperation to escape and the overwhelming need to stop whatever nightmare had awakened in the ship's dark heart. The growls sounded again, this time accompanied by a series of sharp, metallic clangs. The walls shuddered, and a new vibration started, stronger this time, like a heartbeat reverberating through the metal. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble. The lights flickered, the hum of the ship shifting to an unnatural frequency. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, as though the ship itself was aware of what was coming, what it had been hiding all along. Rhea's grip tightened on the console. She could hear the sound of something moving in the dark corners of the room, something large, something ancient, and something very real. The growls continued, and the whispering voice began to crescendo, urging her to leave, to escape before it was too late. Rhea's pulse raced, her instincts screaming at her to press the button, to shut everything down and try to escape. But deep down, she knew it wouldn't be that easy. The ship wasn't just haunted, it was a predator. And whatever hunted her was getting closer. Another shadow flickered across the room, this time larger, more distinct. She wasn't alone. Whatever was hunting her had arrived. A sharp metallic screech split the air, and then the lights went out completely. Only the dim red glow of the emergency system illuminated the room. Rhea's breath hitched as the unmistakable sound of heavy, uneven breathing filled the space. Whatever was coming, it wasn't human. And it was closing in. Rhea's breath quickened, her eyes scanning the dark corners of the room as the growls grew louder, more distinct. The metallic screeching that had torn through the air moments before had subsided, but the oppressive silence now felt even worse. It was as if the entire ship was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The low hum of the ship had been replaced by a strange, hollow vibration, like the pulsing of some ancient force buried deep within its structure. The emergency lights flickered once more, casting long shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Rhea's grip tightened around the console, but she didn't dare press the shutdown sequence. Every nerve in her body screamed at her to do it, to stop whatever was creeping through the ship, but her instincts held her back. The atmosphere was too heavy, too charged with danger. There was something else at play here, something far worse than a simple mechanical failure or malfunction. Her eyes snapped to the darkened hallway outside the control room. The shadows there seemed to stretch unnaturally, as if alive, twisting and curling like smoke. The soft scraping sound of something dragging across metal reached her ears. It was coming closer, moving with an eerie, deliberate pace. "Rhea, you have to leave," the voice whispered again, louder now, more insistent. It was the same voice as before, but now it was joined by others, dozens, hundreds, all whispering in unison. The sound was deafening, the words impossible to make out. They were almost pleading. Rhea's heart hammered in her chest. She wanted to run, to flee the ship and never look back, but something held her in place. Fear? Curiosity? Or was it something worse, something that had latched onto her mind, manipulating her thoughts, forcing her to wait, to listen? Another shadow appeared in the hallway, larger this time. A figure, a hulking shape, lurched forward, its movement jerky and unnatural. The faint light from the emergency system revealed it to be, not human. The shape seemed to twist and distort, an amalgamation of shadows and broken fragments. It was as though the ship itself had given birth to this creature, something spawned from the wreckage of the previous crew, something that didn't belong here. Rhea staggered back, her legs shaking beneath her. The growls were louder now, mingling with the whispers, the voices growing in volume until it felt like the walls themselves were vibrating with the sound. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she realized the horrifying truth: whatever had taken the previous crew was still here. And it was getting closer. She tried to think, tried to reason through the fear, but her thoughts were a tangled mess. The ship, the voices, the creature, none of it made sense. Why hadn't the emergency protocols activated? Why hadn't the ship's systems detected this threat? And most importantly, why was it happening now, so long after they'd embarked on this mission? With a shaking hand, Rhea reached for the control panel again, her fingers hovering over the shutdown button. Her instincts told her it was the only way to stop this nightmare. But the creature was almost to the door now, its grotesque form filling the space between the control room and the hallway. It let out a deafening screech that rattled the walls, its unnatural sound slicing through the air like a knife. Rhea's body froze. The creature's eyes locked onto hers, two glowing orbs of pure malice. For a moment, she felt as though she was trapped in its gaze, her entire body paralyzed with fear. But then the voice spoke again, louder this time, more insistent. "Leave now. It's too late for you." A sudden burst of energy surged through Rhea's body, breaking her paralysis. She slammed her hand down on the shutdown button, but nothing happened. The lights flickered again, and the low hum of the ship intensified, resonating deep in her bones. The creature moved closer, its distorted limbs crawling across the floor, dragging itself toward her like some abomination born of the void. Rhea's mind raced. This was it. There was no escaping it. The ship, the creature, the voices, everything was closing in on her. And yet, a part of her, deep down, refused to give up. She had to keep fighting. She had to find a way out. The creature let out another guttural roar, its mouth opening wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. And then, silence. The air seemed to freeze, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Rhea's heart pounded in her chest as she backed away, her thoughts swirling in a haze of fear and uncertainty. What was she supposed to do now? There had to be a way to survive this, to stop whatever was coming for her. But as the creature lunged toward her, the only thing she could think of was to run. And so, she did. Rhea's breath came in jagged gasps as she bolted down the corridor, the pounding of her feet almost drowned out by the eerie screeching from behind her. The creature, no, the thing, was still on her heels, its movement unsettlingly quick despite its grotesque form. She didn't dare look back. The door to the next compartment was in sight, but it felt as though it was moving farther away, each step carrying her further into the abyss. The walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heart, the vibrations now deep and guttural. The faint hum of the ship's failing systems echoed in the silence that enveloped the corridor, amplifying the sense of isolation. As she neared the door, Rhea could feel the coldness creeping into her bones, an unnatural chill that had nothing to do with the ship's temperature. It was as if the very essence of the place had turned against her. Her fingers scrambled for the control panel by the door. The flashing red warning lights made it hard to focus, the words on the display blurring with her panic. She had to lock the door. She had to keep it out. Her hands were shaking so badly that she missed the button twice before finally managing to press it. The door slid open with a sharp hiss, too slow, too steady. She didn't hesitate. She dove through just as she heard the faint scratching noise behind her. The door barely clicked shut in time, the sound of its locking mechanism barely drowning out the low, mournful wail that echoed from the other side. Rhea stumbled into the next room, her body slamming into the wall as she struggled to regain her footing. She didn't stop to rest. Not now. Not while the thing, whatever it was still on the ship. The room she had entered was dark, its only illumination coming from a flickering emergency light. She could make out the outlines of control consoles and chairs strewn haphazardly around the space, signs of the crew's abrupt departure, or worse, their end. Her eyes darted around, trying to find something, anything, that could help her. She needed a weapon, a plan, a way to survive this. But the ship's systems were failing faster than she could assess them. The screens blinked erratically, all of them showing the same disturbing message, data inaccessible. As she took a shaky step forward, a sudden chill swept over her, followed by an unnatural gust of wind. Her breath hitched. The air itself had changed. The walls, the floor beneath her, even the faint humming of the ship, nothing felt right. It wasn't just the creature. It was everything. There was a presence here, something far older, far darker than any alien entity. And it was getting closer. A soft whisper reached her ears, barely audible at first. The voice was familiar. Not in a comforting way, but in a horrifying, invasive sense. It called her name, Rhea. Again, and again. It was all around her now, coming from the walls, the vents, the very structure of the ship itself. She turned quickly, trying to make sense of the distorted sound, but it was impossible. Her pulse raced in her ears. The room was empty, no signs of movement, no creatures lurking in the shadows. But that whisper, it was real. She could feel it in her skin, prickling against the nerves, like fingers brushing her back, ghostly and cold. With a terrified glance over her shoulder, she moved toward the control panel at the far side of the room. If she could access the ship's logs, maybe, just maybe, she could learn more about what had happened here, what they had missed. The answer might be there, hidden in the data that the ship's crew had left behind. Her fingers hovered over the console, hesitating. Every second felt like an eternity. What if this was exactly what the creature wanted, her to dig deeper, to uncover something that would lead to her demise? The lights flickered once again, this time plunging the room into absolute darkness. The air shifted again, colder this time, heavier. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, their words sharp and fragmented. They didn't leave soon. The hairs on Rhea's neck stood on end. She wasn't alone in the room anymore. Rhea's breath caught in her throat. The whispers intensified, like a chorus of voices echoing from every direction. Her heart pounded in her chest, the sound filling her ears until it drowned out everything else. She didn't dare move, even though every instinct screamed for her to run, to escape this place. The hairs on her neck prickled as if someone were standing behind her, breathing down her neck. The whispering grew clearer, the words now distinguishable. "We never left you." Rhea spun around, her eyes desperately scanning the shadows, but the room remained empty, save for the worn-out consoles and debris scattered across the floor. She could feel something, though, something unseen, but undeniably there. The air was thick, pressing in on her from all sides, as if the very atmosphere were suffocating her. She was trapped. A sudden, sharp scrape of metal against metal echoed from the hallway outside, followed by a low thrum that vibrated through the floor beneath her. Her breath hitched. Whatever was chasing her wasn't just hunting her down, it was playing with her. She wasn't sure which was worse, the creature or the inexplicable presence now flooding the room. Her fingers trembled as they hovered over the console once again. If she could just get the ship's system online, she might be able to send out a distress signal, or find some way to stop this madness. But the whispering grew louder, more insistent, drowning out her thoughts, until she couldn't distinguish the voices from her own fears. "Rhea, don't, it's already too late." Her heart nearly stopped at the words. She froze, unable to move. Was it just her imagination? Or was this something else? Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw it. A shadow, long and unnatural, creeping along the far wall. It wasn't just the dim light playing tricks. It was real, moving, following her every step. Her pulse quickened as she backed away, her breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps. But the shadow didn't stop. It moved with terrifying purpose, closing the gap between them. She could hear the soft scrape of claws against the metal floor, each step sending a fresh wave of panic through her. The thing was getting closer. Her mind raced. She had to act, now. There was no time to think. She grabbed a nearby tool, a heavy wrench that had been left abandoned on a console, and gripped it tightly. It was nothing compared to the creature, but it was all she had. The shadow stopped, just out of her reach, but still within sight. Rhea's breathing was loud in her ears as she waited, heart pounding. She had no idea how long she could keep this up. The fear gnawed at her insides, but she couldn't show it. She wouldn't. Suddenly, the whispering ceased. A deep, bone-chilling silence filled the room. And then, without warning, the shadow lunged. It wasn't like anything she had ever seen. Its form was distorted, shifting as if it was made of smoke and darkness, its edges constantly flickering in and out of focus. But its eyes, they were the most terrifying thing. Glowing a sickly yellow, they burned into her soul, filling her with a cold dread unlike anything she had ever known. She swung the wrench, the metal connecting with the shadow, but it passed through as if it were nothing but air. Panic surged through her, and she stumbled back, the wrench slipping from her grasp. There was no way to fight it. She couldn't touch it. And it was getting closer, its eyes never leaving hers. The whispers resumed, louder now, as if the walls themselves were breathing. "You shouldn't have come, you shouldn't have found us." Rhea's mind raced for a solution, but she could hear the unmistakable sound of something else approaching, the heavy clank of footsteps from down the hall. Someone else was coming. Or, was it another one of them? The creatures? The room felt smaller now, as if it were closing in on her. Her chest tightened, and she stumbled backward into a wall, her eyes darting around for an escape. But the door was blocked, and the only way out seemed to be further into the darkness, where the whispers promised only more pain. Rhea felt her mind slip into a blur, every corner of the room beginning to melt into the same oppressive, suffocating space. What had she unleashed? What had the crew left behind that was so terrifying, so powerful? And now, it was coming for her. Rhea's breath quickened, and her vision blurred as the shadow closed in, an impenetrable darkness that seemed to stretch unnaturally, growing larger by the second. She forced herself to turn away from the creature, trying to find the tiniest sliver of escape. The heavy footsteps coming from down the hall continued, growing louder. They were closer now, someone else was out there. But who could it be? Had anyone else survived? She clutched the wall, her hands slick with sweat, her mind racing for a solution. The walls seemed to close in on her, the air thickening with each passing moment. Her eyes flitted to the far corner, where the console lay untouched, its blinking lights offering a dim beacon of hope. If she could just. The shadow lunged again, and this time, its form solidified just for an instant, the edges of its tendrils slashing through the air with sickening speed. It reached for her, the cold, empty gaze of its eyes inches from her own. But Rhea reacted on instinct, diving sideways toward the console. She barely caught herself against the cold metal, her fingers grazing the controls in a frantic blur. With trembling hands, she pressed a sequence of buttons, anything to get something working, anything to make the nightmare stop. The whir of machinery echoed through the room, followed by a sharp, high-pitched beeping. A light on the console flashed green. She had triggered the emergency protocol. She wasn't sure exactly what it would do, but it was a start. The shadow hissed, yes, hissed, its form rippling violently as it seemed to recoil from the sudden surge of energy in the air. But it didn't retreat. It moved closer, its dark tendrils swirling in the air like liquid night, each movement deliberate and purposeful. "Get away from me!" Rhea screamed, her voice hoarse from fear. She grabbed a loose piece of metal from the floor and hurled it toward the creature, but it sailed harmlessly through the air, as if the very fabric of reality were bending around it. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't care. Her heart pounded in her chest as she frantically scanned the console. The emergency system was connected to the ship's communication array, but the frequency was only set to internal channels. She needed to get it onto an open, long-range frequency. She could feel the sweat stinging her eyes as she forced her fingers to steady themselves on the buttons. Another hiss filled the room, closer now. The shadow's presence grew overwhelming, suffocating her, but Rhea couldn't afford to look away from the console. If she didn't manage to send out a distress signal, she might as well be already dead. The sound of approaching footsteps seemed to grow distant, as if the person, whoever it was, had heard the commotion and decided to stay out of sight. Or worse, maybe they were avoiding whatever was hunting her. "Please, please, please," Rhea whispered, as her trembling hands finally found the right sequence of buttons. The signal was now broadcasting on a wide-open frequency, but whether anyone would hear it, or if there was anyone left out there, was still uncertain. The shadow hissed again, and this time, it was too close. Its presence pressed against her chest, as if it were suffocating her soul. Rhea's heart stopped for a brief moment, the sound of her own pulse deafening in her ears. She was running out of time. "Come on," she muttered, desperately reaching for one last control. She didn't know what it would do, but it was her only chance. Rhea's heart pounded as the seconds dragged on like hours. She could feel the weight of the shadow creeping closer, its cold presence sucking the warmth from the room. Her hand, slick with sweat, hovered over the final button. One wrong move, and it could all be over. The whirring of the emergency system was now deafening, filling the small control room with an unsettling hum. The lights flickered again, casting long, jagged shadows across the walls. Rhea's breath came in ragged gasps as she steadied herself. The shadow inched closer, its tendrils slithering, reaching for her like the fingers of a nightmare. With a quick, almost desperate motion, she slammed her palm down onto the button. The hum of the machinery shifted, faster, more intense. The emergency broadcast signal was now fully active. But it wasn't enough. She could still feel the presence of the entity, its hunger pressing against her very soul. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind her. Rhea spun around, heart leaping into her throat. Through the thick mist of shadow, she saw a silhouette, another human figure, but something was wrong. The person's movements were jerky, unnatural, as if they were being pulled by strings rather than walking of their own accord. Their eyes were wide, glazed over, and their mouth hung open in a silent scream. "Help!" Rhea shouted, but the figure didn't respond. They just stood there, swaying, as the dark tendrils of the shadow seemed to wrap around them, tightening with every passing second. Rhea's mind raced. Was this the same person who had been approaching before? The one whose footsteps she had heard but never seen? Or was this someone else, someone who had succumbed to whatever malevolent force haunted the ship? She didn't have time to wonder. The shadow began to pulse, its tendrils thickening, growing more solid. A low, guttural growl reverberated through the room, vibrating the walls. The emergency system's lights flickered once more, dimming, as the signal Rhea had triggered seemed to falter. "Not now," she whispered, panic rising in her chest. She couldn't afford to lose the signal, not when she was so close to reaching someone. The figure, now fully enveloped in the shadow, let out a soft, strangled moan. It was a sound that chilled Rhea to her core. This wasn't just a haunting. It was something worse, something alive. The realization hit her like a punch to the stomach. The ship, the crew, it had all been a part of something much bigger, much darker, than she had ever imagined. The lights went out entirely. Everything was plunged into darkness. A coldness seeped into her skin, making her blood run cold. The faint hum of the emergency system was the only thing that kept her grounded, but even that seemed to waver. Then, in the silence that followed, a new sound emerged. A whisper, barely audible, but unmistakable. "Join us." The voice was hollow, distorted, like 1,000 voices layered on top of one another. Rhea spun around, her heart in her throat, but the only thing she could see were the twisting shadows, writhing and pulsing, closing in on her. Her hand shot out, fumbling for the emergency signal once more, but before she could make contact, something icy and tight wrapped around her wrist. She gasped as the cold burned through her skin, crawling deeper into her bones. The tendrils pulled her toward the darkness, drawing her into its suffocating embrace. Her pulse raced, adrenaline flooding her system. She couldn't let it take her, she couldn't. She had to fight back. The lives of everyone aboard the ship depended on it. With all her strength, Rhea twisted and yanked her wrist free, but the shadow didn't let go. It was everywhere now, pressing in on her from all sides. The ship itself seemed to groan under the weight of it, as if it were being consumed by the darkness. She had no choice but to keep moving. Her feet slipped as she sprinted through the darkness, her mind racing for answers. Was there a way to fight this? To stop it? Or had she already sealed her fate the moment she triggered the emergency signal? Her hand fumbled desperately for the controls again, but the shadow was closing in fast. A cold laugh, empty, malicious, filled the space around her, and she knew, deep in her gut, that there was no turning back now. The stakes had never been higher, and the answers she sought lay somewhere within the depths of the ship, and possibly beyond, in the far reaches of the cosmos. But the question remained, would anyone ever hear her plea for help before it was too late? Rhea's breath came in shallow, panicked gasps as she stumbled through the darkened corridor, her heart thundering in her chest. The air around her had grown thick and heavy, pressing against her lungs like a vice. She could hear the faint rustling sound, like something shifting in the shadows, but every time she turned her head, there was nothing there. But she knew it was there. Something was hunting her. Her footsteps echoed unerringly loud in the empty hallway, each sound amplified by the oppressive silence that followed. The control room was just a few meters away, but the shadow, whatever it was growing stronger. Rhea could feel it closing in, its cold fingers brushing against her thoughts, pushing against the walls of her mind. She had to reach the control room. She had to. A loud bang echoed from the room behind her. She spun around, but there was nothing. The corridor stretched on, endlessly, like an eternal loop. Her pulse quickened. That sound, it hadn't been in her head. It was real. The emergency lights flickered, their dim glow casting long, distorted shadows across the walls. Rhea's eyes darted around, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. Not yet. Keep it together, she muttered to herself, willing her hands to stop shaking. You're almost there. Her fingers brushed the cold steel of the control room door, and for a moment, she thought she heard something behind her again. She spun quickly, but the hallway remained eerily still. She was losing her grip on reality. She had to get inside. With a desperate lunge, she threw herself through the door and slammed it shut behind her. The small room was bathed in the faint glow of the emergency lights, but it did little to break the oppressive atmosphere that clung to the space like a heavy fog. Rhea moved quickly to the control panel, her fingers flying over the buttons as she tried to regain some semblance of control. The emergency broadcast was still active, but there was no way to know if it was working. No way to know if anyone was even listening. "Come on," she whispered, frantically scanning the display. A sudden crash from outside the door startled her, and she froze, the sound sending a sharp chill through her veins. The door shuddered under the impact. She wasn't alone anymore. Something had found her. She stumbled back from the control panel, her eyes darting to the door as the noises outside grew louder. A soft scraping sound. A slow, deliberate movement. The shadows seemed to press against the walls, twisting and stretching, reaching toward her. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. No answer came. But the door rattled again, harder this time. A long, drawn-out screech echoed from the other side, like nails on a chalkboard. The sound reverberated through her bones, a tangible thing that felt like it was crawling under her skin. Her mind raced. What did it want? Why was it following her? The door rattled again. This time, the force was stronger. The control room, once a place of safety, felt like a coffin, suffocating her with each passing second. She needed to think, she needed to act. Rhea glanced at the panel again. If she could get the communication system back online, there might still be a chance. If someone, anyone, was out there, maybe they could help. But the system was down, and she was no engineer. Her heart raced as the door shuddered once more, this time accompanied by a sickening sound. The soft thump of something heavy hitting the floor. Then silence. She didn't dare move at first, too afraid to make a sound. Her breath caught in her throat, and she felt the weight of 1,000 unseen eyes bearing down on her. It was here. Whatever it was right outside the door. The silence dragged on, unbearable and suffocating, before a deep, guttural sound reverberated through the walls. It was low, almost a growl. A warning. Then, click. The lock on the door. Rhea's stomach dropped as the door began to creak open, inch by agonizing inch. Her mind raced, but all she could think was one thing: she had to get out of here. She couldn't be trapped. Not like this. Her eyes scanned the control room wildly, desperately looking for anything that could help her. She had a split second before it was too late. Suddenly, she spotted something, a small vent in the corner, just big enough for her to fit through. Without thinking, Rhea lunged toward it, grabbing the edges of the metal grate and pulling with all her strength. The door continued to creak open behind her, the sound growing louder. The darkness outside seemed to seep into the room like liquid, covering the walls, pooling beneath her feet. It was coming. Her heart thundered in her chest as she finally yanked the vent open. She didn't wait for a second longer. Without looking back, Rhea crawled into the small shaft, her mind fixed on the dark, unknown path ahead. The air inside was suffocating, the claustrophobia rising with every inch she moved. The shadows from behind were closing in fast. She could feel it, someone, was right behind her. The narrow tunnel stretched before her, winding and endless, but she had no choice. The thing outside the door was hunting her, and there was nowhere left to hide. The only thing she could do now was run. Rhea crawled through the narrow vent, her breath coming in shallow bursts. Every twist and turn seemed to amplify the sound of her racing heart, thumping in her ears, drowning out everything else. The metallic walls of the shaft pressed in on her, cold and unyielding. Her body ached from the cramped space, but there was no time to slow down. The growl from behind her still echoed in her mind, a chilling reminder that whatever was pursuing her wasn't far behind. As she maneuvered through the vent, her hands scraped against the rough surface, and a few sharp rocks fell, clattering to the floor below. She froze, holding her breath. For a moment, the silence was overwhelming. She strained her ears, listening for the faintest sound of movement. The ventilation system, once steady and humdrum, now seemed eerily quiet, as though the entire station had gone still, waiting for something. Then, a sudden loud thud from behind, something heavy, something large. She felt the vibrations through the metal, and her heart skipped a beat. The thing was gaining on her, its presence undeniable. Each sound, each echo in the stillness, pushed her deeper into panic. Rhea reached a junction in the vent, a T-shaped intersection. The dim lights that flickered on the walls barely illuminated the paths ahead. She could go left or right, but she didn't know which was safer. The tension in the air was suffocating, pressing on her like a heavy blanket. Every decision felt like a matter of life or death. She forced herself to focus. The thing outside, she didn't know what it was, but it was something unnatural, something ancient. Something that had been lying in wait for years. Every instinct in her screamed that it wasn't just a mindless predator, it was intelligent. Watching. Waiting. The way it had moved so carefully, so methodically, outside the control room, sent a chill through her spine. She chose the left path, moving as quickly as the narrow space allowed. The air was growing thicker, harder to breathe. A low whistling noise filled the tunnel, almost like a wind, but there was no breeze. Rhea's skin prickled. Something about the sound felt wrong. It felt like it was part of the entity's hunt, an eerie, inescapable rhythm. A sudden hiss echoed through the shaft. It wasn't a mechanical sound. No, it was something far more disturbing. The hiss was too organic, too alive. Her breath caught in her throat. She stopped moving, frozen, straining to hear. It was close now. It was too close. She could feel it. The air in the vent had grown unnaturally still, like everything was waiting for something to happen. Then came the sound again, this time closer. The unmistakable hiss that turned her blood cold. It was following her, and there was no escape. Rhea's mind raced. The vent offered no protection, no real escape. She had to get out of this trap before it cornered her. But how? She had no idea where the shaft led, no clue if it would bring her to safety. The only thing she knew for sure was that the creature behind her was relentless. She had seen nothing, yet she knew it was there, pursuing her through the metal tunnels like a shadow. The hiss came again, closer now, followed by the unmistakable scrape of claws on metal. Her body tensed, panic flooding her senses. Rhea pushed herself forward, her hands now slick with sweat as she gripped the walls for traction. She had to go faster. She couldn't let it catch her. And then, as if answering her desperate prayers, she saw a faint light ahead. The end of the shaft. Her heart pounded harder, faster, at the sight of it. The exit was in sight. She pushed herself even harder, ignoring the burning in her legs, ignoring the ache in her body. The only thing that mattered was that light. But just as she reached for the opening, a loud crash echoed from behind her. The vent shook violently as if something massive had slammed into it. Rhea screamed, scrambling for the exit. Her fingers brushed the edge, but it wasn't enough. She was still inside, and the creature was getting closer. With a final, desperate push, she managed to pry the grate off the opening, her fingers raw from the effort. She squeezed her body through, falling out of the shaft and onto the cold metal floor outside. Her breath caught in her throat as she scrambled to her feet. But the sound of the vent being torn apart echoed from behind her, and Rhea didn't wait. She bolted forward, her legs burning as she ran down the hallway. Her eyes darted around, searching for any sign of safety, any sign of escape. But the silence that followed her felt suffocating. Rhea's breath came in ragged gasps as she sprinted down the dark corridor. The walls around her seemed to close in, the shadows growing thicker, more oppressive. Her legs screamed in protest, but there was no time to stop, no time to even think. She could still hear the distinct scraping sound, the horrific screech of claws against metal, growing louder with each passing second. Her mind was a blur of panic, the silence pressing down on her like a weight. Was it getting closer, or was her mind playing tricks on her? The hallway stretched out before her, an endless tunnel that seemed to offer no escape. She had no map, no way of knowing which direction would lead her to safety. All she knew was that the creature was still behind her, following her every move. Rhea's eyes flicked to the side, searching for something, anything, that could help her. The flickering lights cast long, distorted shadows, and she thought she saw shapes moving at the edges of her vision. She shook her head, pushing the thought away. The creature was real. She couldn't afford to let fear distract her now. She rounded a corner, her shoes skidding against the smooth metal floor. The lights overhead flickered again, briefly plunging the corridor into darkness before snapping back to life. In that instant of blackness, she felt it, a shift in the air, a sudden chill, a presence that she could almost touch. Rhea's heart slammed in her chest as she broke into another run, her breath hitching in her throat. Was it there? Was it just behind her, its cold eyes watching her every move? She couldn't afford to look back, but she had to know, she had to be certain. A sharp hiss filled the air again, this time much closer, and Rhea felt her blood run cold. It was not a creature that moved with the simple hunger of a predator. It was something more deliberate, more terrifying. It knew she was running. It was toying with her. Desperation clawed at her chest. She couldn't outrun it forever, not in this place. Her eyes scanned the hallway ahead, looking for any sign of hope. There, an open door, its edges barely visible in the dim light. Without thinking, Rhea darted toward it, her pulse quickening as she closed the distance. She reached for the handle, her fingers trembling with fear, but before she could grasp it, a loud crash reverberated through the hall behind her. The vent she had escaped from was torn open, the sound of metal twisting and breaking echoing through the station. The creature was relentless. It had found a way through. Rhea flung the door open with a force that nearly knocked it off its hinges, her breath a mixture of fear and hope. The room was a storage area, dimly lit, filled with crates and equipment. It wasn't much, but it was a place to hide. She slammed the door shut behind her, leaning against it as she panted for air, her heart still racing. For a moment, the silence of the room seemed almost peaceful, but her mind couldn't stop racing. The creature was close, too close. She could feel it, hear it, its presence like a heavy weight pressing down on her. Rhea's eyes darted around the room, seeking anything that could help her. The crates were piled high, blocking her line of sight, but she could hear the faintest sound from the other side, footsteps, slow and deliberate, like it was savoring the moment before it struck. She knew it wasn't just hunting her, it was playing with her, studying her every move. In the silence, she could hear her own breathing, loud and ragged in the small, confined space. Her mind screamed for her to run again, but she couldn't see where to go. She had no plan, no direction. She was trapped. But then, from the shadows, she saw something, a faint glimmer of light, a panel on the wall. Rhea hesitated. Was it a way out? Or was it just another trap? Without thinking, she rushed toward it, her fingers flying over the panel. It was an access point, she could override the door's lock. Her heart pounded in her chest as she worked, each second feeling like an eternity. The creature was getting closer, its breath like a low growl vibrating through the walls. Just as she thought she had it, just as the door to the next chamber began to shift, the room shook violently. The entire station seemed to groan under some immense pressure, a terrifying rumble that rattled the walls. Rhea stumbled back, her heart leaping into her throat. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. The station trembled again, this time more violently. Rhea's knees buckled beneath her as the ground seemed to shift under her feet. The harsh screeching sound, louder than anything she had ever heard before, rattled her bones. It wasn't the creature this time, it was the station itself, groaning in distress as if it were alive, suffocating under the weight of something far worse. A sharp, metallic hiss followed, and Rhea instinctively turned her head toward the sound. From the darkness, two glowing eyes pierced through the shadows. They were not the eyes of the creature, it was something else. Something far bigger, something far more dangerous. The light flickered above her head, throwing erratic shadows that danced across the walls. A low growl rumbled through the room, unmistakable, but this time it was layered with an unnerving, almost mechanical tone. She didn't know if it was coming from the creature she had been running from or something worse, but she knew one thing for sure, the station was no longer just a prison for her. It was a battleground, and she had no way of knowing who, or what, would emerge victorious. Rhea glanced back at the access panel. It was still partially open, but she could feel the ground beneath her shifting again. Panic surged in her chest. The rumbling wasn't just the station, it was something more. And it was getting closer. She had only moments to decide. Should she make her escape through the hatch, or stay hidden in the room where she could barely breathe from the tension? With shaking hands, she pressed her palms against the wall, trying to steady herself. Her mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. The strange glow in the distance seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, a bizarre energy that didn't belong in a place like this. It was unnatural. Unfamiliar. Her hand shot out to grab a nearby crate, as if it might anchor her to reality. The metal was cold beneath her fingers, like everything else in this place, frozen, lifeless. But then, as her eyes adjusted to the flickering lights above, she saw it, a streak of movement in the shadows, too fast to follow. The creature. No, not the creature, the thing, was close. Closer than ever before. A low rumble of sound echoed through the hallway as something massive and mechanical shifted beneath the surface of the station, its presence unmistakable. Rhea's heart beat faster, each pulse a deafening reminder of how close she was to losing everything. If she stayed in the storage room, she would be trapped. But if she opened the door, if she stepped into the unknown corridors of this cursed station, she could run directly into the heart of whatever had caused this destruction. The cold air felt heavy in her lungs as she stepped toward the door again, her breath shallow, heart racing. Should she trust her instincts to find a way out, or was there something even darker waiting for her beyond the door? The scraping sound began again, growing louder. Closer. She had no time to waste. Without thinking, she swung the door wide open and bolted into the hallway, the darkness swallowing her whole. The corridor stretched out before her, impossibly long and cloaked in an unnatural stillness. Rhea's footsteps echoed louder than she expected, a harsh sound that seemed to antagonize the silence around her. She didn't dare look back, but she could feel the weight of something closing in, its presence suffocating the air. The pulse of energy, that eerie light, still flickered at the end of the hallway, growing stronger with each passing second. She wasn't sure if she was being hunted or if she was simply running towards something far worse, but she couldn't stop. Not now. The walls seemed to close in around her, the metal groaning as if reacting to her every movement. Was the station alive, too? Or was it just her mind playing tricks in the midst of fear? Her breath came in ragged bursts, the fear clawing at her chest with every step. Her hand grazed the side of the hallway as she stumbled forward, seeking something to steady herself. The pulse was growing, closer now, with a rhythm that almost seemed familiar. A whisper from her past, something long forgotten, a memory just out of reach. Suddenly, the ground shifted again, this time sending Rhea crashing to the floor. The sound of scraping metal filled her ears, followed by a distant scream that could have been human, or something pretending to be. She pushed herself back up, her head spinning, trying to focus through the disorienting tremors that rocked the station. Ahead, she saw the faint outline of a door. It wasn't the hatch she had hoped for. It was something else. A massive metallic frame, ancient and weathered, standing untouched for who knew how long. The shape was wrong, too vast, too imposing, like an entrance to something no human had ever seen, or at least not returned from. There was no turning back. She had to move forward. Rhea's hand hovered over the door control, her fingers trembling. She was being pulled toward this unknown, this darkness that seemed to call her name. What lay beyond it? Was it the escape she had been searching for, or the final descent into the nightmare the station had become? The pulse of light was almost upon her now, its brilliance blinding. It seemed to hum, almost alive, vibrating through the very walls as if feeding on her fear. Something inside her screamed to stop, to run, but her body betrayed her. With one final press, the door slid open, and she stepped into the abyss. As the door slid shut behind her, the darkness swallowed Rhea whole. The hum of the pulse still vibrated in the air, now intensified, reverberating through her body. The space was vast, and she could feel the weight of something ancient pressing down on her chest. The walls seemed to bend, twisting in an unnatural way, as if the very architecture of the station was alive and watching. Her breath quickened, but she couldn't move. The ground under her feet felt uneven, like it was shifting beneath her, and the very air seemed to grow thicker with each passing moment. The faint light from the corridor seemed to recede, leaving her alone in a cavernous void that stretched endlessly in front of her. Every instinct screamed at her to turn back, but the door behind her had sealed tight with a resounding clang, and there was no escape. Not now. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, a faint, distant whisper, like a voice from the void. It was too soft at first to make out, but it grew louder, clearer, as if it was being drawn toward her. The words were unintelligible, yet they carried a weight, a chill that sank into her bones. Was it a warning? Or was it the station itself trying to communicate, or perhaps something far worse? A shiver ran down her spine as she strained her ears, her heartbeat echoing in her skull. The voice, if that was what it was, grew closer, now accompanied by a strange buzzing noise, almost like static, filling the empty space. It sounded almost like a transmission. But why would anyone be broadcasting in a place like this? Rhea took a cautious step forward, the floor beneath her feet creaking, a sound like an old ship groaning under the pressure of the deep sea. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being led deeper into the heart of this forgotten relic, that every step forward was drawing her closer to the unknown. The pulse was intensifying again, its light flickering erratically, now shifting in hues, strange blues and greens that sent an unsettling chill through her. And then, there was a noise, a sharp, mechanical click. She froze, her eyes wide, scanning the shadows for the source. The light flared brightly before dying down again, and in that brief moment, she thought she saw a figure, a shape in the corner of her eye, something standing motionless in the darkness. A silhouette, so faint it could have been a trick of her mind. She quickly turned, her heart racing, but the space around her remained empty. The whisper continued, now louder and more distinct. It wasn't just one voice. No, it was multiple voices, layered over each other in a dissonant chorus, each one pleading, crying, whispering. Rhea's mind reeled as she fought to make sense of it, her thoughts racing. She wasn't alone. She was being watched. A sudden flash of light from the far end of the chamber startled her, and she instinctively took a step back. There, at the center of the room, something moved. Something large. A figure, no, a collection of shapes, shifted in the darkness. And it wasn't human. Rhea's pulse thundered in her ears as she took another step back. The whispering voices grew louder, merging into a cacophony of sound that echoed through the chamber, a rising tide of desperate noise. The shape moved again, slowly, deliberately, as if calculating its next move. Her mind raced with questions. What were they? What had happened here? And more importantly, what did they want with her? The creature's form began to become clearer, emerging from the shadows. The light flickered again, just enough to illuminate what it was, broken and scarred, a twisted amalgamation of metal and something organic. It wasn't a machine. It wasn't a human. It was something else entirely. And it was moving closer. Rhea's breath caught in her throat. There was no way out. Rhea's mind raced as the figure continued to move closer, its presence growing more real, more menacing. The cold sweat on her brow felt like ice against her skin. She could see it now, the details becoming clearer, disjointed limbs, jagged metal plates fused with flesh, glistening in the dim light. It was almost like a distorted parody of life, but there was something hauntingly familiar about it. The way it moved, it was deliberate, not like an accident, but something carefully constructed. The whispers intensified, their volume increasing with each step the figure took. It was as if the room itself was alive, the very air thick with a feeling of impending doom. Every instinct within her screamed for her to flee, but the path behind her was sealed, the door locked tight as if the station itself was trapping her here. The figure was now less than 10 feet away, its movements almost fluid, though the grinding of its metal body sent painful vibrations through the room. A sudden, sharp beep interrupted the escalating tension. It came from her wrist, the communicator. The signal was weak, static buzzing, but it was enough to pierce through the overwhelming sense of isolation. She couldn't make out the voice on the other side at first, but then a recognizable call cut through the static. Rhea. Rhea, do you copy? This is Dr. Marcus. Her heart surged with hope, but it was fleeting. The voice wasn't coming from the calm link anymore. It was coming from somewhere within the room itself. The echoes of Dr. Marcus' voice, distorted and multiplied, filled the space, bouncing off the walls as though trapped in the very structure of the station. Her skin prickled with the realization, Dr. Marcus was here. Or at least, his voice was. Her hand shook as she pressed the comm unit to her ear, desperately trying to focus on the transmission. Marcus? Where are you? What's going on? The voice responded, but it wasn't Dr. Marcus anymore. The words were garbled, warped, but there was an unmistakable tone of warning underneath them. Rhea, don't trust the signal. They're listening, it's a trap. The figure in front of her halted. The whispering voices fell silent, and for a brief moment, there was stillness in the air. The silence was deafening, suffocating. Then, with a sudden, jerky motion, the creature lunged forward. Rhea instinctively ducked, feeling the air shift as the creature's claws missed her by mere inches. Her pulse was hammering in her chest as she stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding its grasp. The figure let out a low, mechanical growl, a chilling sound that rattled her bones. Rhea's thoughts scrambled. There had to be a way out. The only escape route was to move deeper into the station, but that was where the creature had come from. It had to be the heart of the station, the very core. But what if that's where the answers were? What if she could learn what had happened here? The whispers, the voices, they had to mean something. With no other choice, Rhea turned, moving toward the far end of the room, her legs trembling under the strain of both fear and uncertainty. The figure was still pursuing her, its movements becoming more erratic, as though it had lost any shred of rationality. The further she pushed forward, the more distorted the environment became. The walls warped, and the flickering lights became erratic, casting long, nightmarish shadows. Then, the faintest sound, almost like a voice, cut through the air again. This time, it was closer, more distinct. Rhea, it's not too late. It sounded like a plea, but it didn't come from the communicator this time. It came from the walls themselves. The very structure of the station seemed to hum with it, an unsettling vibration that rattled her teeth. Her eyes darted around as she moved deeper into the station, her breath quickening. The walls, the echoes, everything was warping. What was this place? What was she running toward? And more importantly, who was trying to warn her? Rhea's steps faltered as the air around her seemed to pulse with unseen forces. Her breath came in sharp gasps, each step an effort as the twisting hallways of the station warped further. The walls shifted as if alive, constricting around her, pressing her forward, trapping her in an endless loop of confusion. The whispers grew louder now, seeping through the walls and vibrating through the floor beneath her boots. They were closer, too close. She spun around, heart pounding in her chest, the figure she'd been avoiding now just a blur in the dim light. It was still following her. The monstrous creature wasn't just a shadow or a hallucination. It had shape, form, purpose. Its mechanical joints grated against each other as it moved with relentless precision. Each time Rhea looked over her shoulder, its ghastly silhouette loomed larger, more detailed, its face, if it could be called that, twisted in a grotesque mask of agony and fear. But was it truly the creature she should fear, or something else entirely? "Rhea, listen to me." The voice crackled through the calm once again, clearer now, though its tone was frantic. "The station is alive, it's been alive since the first experiment. It's trying to." The voice cut off abruptly. Static consumed the line, and then it came again, this time distorted, layered with multiple voices, all yelling in unison, "Get out! Get out now!" Rhea's feet moved almost by instinct as she sprinted toward the inner core of the station, her mind racing. She didn't know who she could trust, if anyone. Was the message from Dr. Marcus a warning, or was he part of the madness that gripped this place? The station had always felt wrong. But now it was more than just a creeping sense of dread. It was a living nightmare, folding in on itself, manipulating time and space as it saw fit. She reached a door at the end of a hallway, her fingers trembling as she fumbled with the keypad, trying to enter the access code. The screen flashed red. No access. Panic rose in her chest. She tried again, nothing. The growl of the creature reverberated through the walls, a low, guttural sound that raised the hairs on the back of her neck. It was closing in. She had no choice but to run. There was no other way. Her mind screamed, but her body obeyed. She turned, sprinting toward the maintenance shaft on the far side of the room, hoping against hope that it would lead her to safety. The moment she approached the ladder, something strange happened. A shimmer of light, like a flicker of a glitch, spread across the floor, swirling around her feet. A warning. She could feel it, a strange tug on her consciousness, a whisper against the edges of her mind, urging her to stop, to turn back. But the air was growing heavier with each passing second, suffocating her, urging her to keep going. Her fingers brushed the ladder, and before she could pull herself up, the ground beneath her feet shifted. The entire station shuddered violently, knocking her off balance. She caught herself just in time, her back hitting the cold metal wall with a thud. The whispers morphed again, now taking on a new tone. They weren't the same voices, but they were coming from everywhere. They were inside her head now, impossibly close, as though they knew her deepest fears. She could no longer distinguish between the whispers and her own thoughts. And then, everything went silent. Rhea's heart raced as the silence stretched on, deafening in its stillness. But she didn't trust it. She couldn't. The station had gone quiet, too quiet. Something was waiting. Something was watching. She turned, slowly, as a shadow moved in the corner of her eye. A figure, tall, impossibly tall, humanoid yet not. The darkness surrounding it seemed to swallow the light. It reached out, its fingers stretching toward her, unnaturally long, its movement almost graceful in its malevolence. The figure whispered her name, a voice she thought she recognized but couldn't place. "Rhea, come closer." It beckoned. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her body refused. She was frozen, caught in its grip. She could see it clearly now, the thing that had been following her, not just a creature, but a manifestation of the station's will. It had been waiting, watching, manipulating the very fabric of space and time within these walls. And she realized, with growing horror, that she wasn't just running from it. She was running toward something far worse. The air around Rhea thickened, pressing in from all sides as the figure in the shadows seemed to grow taller, its form stretching beyond the boundaries of what was possible. The station seemed to hum in response, a low, almost imperceptible vibration shaking the walls as if the entire structure was alive, feeding off the terror that now gripped her. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, the whispers around her intensifying, their voices layered and overlapping, each one more insistent than the last. "Rhea, come closer, join us, you know the truth." The darkness seemed to pulse, as if the walls themselves were breathing, the very air saturated with an oppressive weight. Her heart thudded in her chest, each beat louder than the last. The figure stepped forward, its elongated limbs moving in fluid motions, unnatural yet hypnotic. It was close now, so close that Rhea could feel the temperature drop, a coldness seeping into her bones, numbing her hands as she reached out instinctively toward the maintenance shaft ladder again. Her mind raced, every fiber of her being screaming at her to run. But the air had turned solid, like it was holding her in place, forcing her to confront the impossible. The figure spoke again, its voice now a mixture of both familiar and alien, layered with distortion. "It was never just an experiment, Rhea. We were chosen, but so were you." A shock ran through her as the words pierced her, confusing and disorienting. She took a step back, feeling the pull of the darkness, a force stronger than any fear she'd ever known. Her eyes darted around, but all she saw were the endless corridors of the station, shifting and changing with every second. "Chosen for what?" she whispered, her voice barely audible against the cacophony of sounds filling her head. The figure tilted its head, the movement strange, unsettling. "To be the key." Before Rhea could process the meaning of those words, a sharp metallic shriek tore through the silence. The station quivered as if something vast and ancient was awakening from a long slumber. The walls cracked, a deep rumbling noise filling the air as the lights flickered erratically, casting the station in alternating shadows and light. A sudden, terrible realization hit her: something was coming, something far worse than the creature now standing in front of her. The whispers stopped, replaced by a single, clear voice that thundered in her mind. "It's here." Rhea spun toward the source of the voice, her heart racing as a new tremor shook the station. It felt as though the entire structure was being pulled apart from the inside, the walls groaning and cracking under the pressure. She turned back toward the ladder. She had to climb. The figure in the darkness still lingered, but the growing dread that something far more dangerous was arriving made her choice clear. She had no other option. Climbing quickly, she reached the top, her hands shaking, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The hatch above her opened with a screech as she hauled herself into the maintenance room, her feet barely touching the floor as she twisted toward the narrow hall leading to the next module. She heard it then, the sound of something heavy dragging, scraping against the floor. Her stomach churned as she glanced back, the realization sinking in that whatever was coming wasn't going to stop until it found her. The station, the creature, even the whispers, it was all part of something far darker, far older, and far more malevolent than she had ever imagined. But as she sprinted down the narrow hallway, the rumble grew louder, and the station seemed to grow darker, every step taking her closer to something beyond her understanding. The pulse of light in her head matched the rhythm of her racing heart. Something in the shadows moved, shifting and stretching impossibly far, and she knew, with terrifying certainty, that it was no longer the creature following her. It was something far worse. And it had been waiting for her. Rhea's pulse quickened as she sprinted through the narrow corridors, her footsteps echoing off the cold metal walls, each one swallowed by the ominous hum of the station. The scrape of something large, metallic, and inexorable scraped closer. It was as if the walls themselves were shifting, closing in on her, the station becoming a labyrinth of twisting hallways and dead ends. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her lungs burning with each stride. She barely glanced over her shoulder, there was no time to check for what followed. The sound was constant now, a low growl beneath the screech of the lights overhead. The temperature dropped even further, the cold biting at her skin as she turned another corner, her fingers desperately searching the walls for anything that might give her a clue as to where to go next. She needed to keep moving. Ahead, the emergency exit sign flickered, its red glow pulsing erratically like a heartbeat. She sprinted toward it, but just as her hand reached for the door, the station jolted violently, sending her crashing to the floor. The lights flickered once more, and the scraping noise intensified, now accompanied by a faint, almost inaudible voice whispering her name in a tone that made her stomach lurch. Rhea. It was impossible. She'd left it behind, that creature in the depths of the station. But now it felt closer than ever, like it was inside her mind. She could feel the weight of it, its presence pressing against her thoughts, feeding off her fear. Shaking, she pushed herself up, her legs unsteady, her fingers trembling as she gripped the door handle again. This time, it opened. The small room beyond was dimly lit, its walls lined with monitors displaying data she couldn't read. The walls hummed with a low vibration, like the heartbeat of the station itself, unsettling in its rhythm. The door slammed shut behind her, and she was plunged into a suffocating silence. For a moment, she let herself breathe, deep, steadying breaths, but the stillness was short-lived. An unnatural sound echoed from somewhere deeper in the station, a low, guttural groan that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Her heart skipped a beat, and she spun toward the source, but there was nothing. Just the hum of the ship's systems, the quiet clicking of the monitors. But then something shifted in the shadows. A figure, indistinct but towering, began to materialize before her. It wasn't human, not by any stretch of the imagination. A dark shape twisted in ways that made her stomach churn, each movement more grotesque than the last. The whispers returned, louder this time, reverberating in her skull. "Come closer," the voice growled. It was familiar, too familiar, as though it had once belonged to someone she had known. "We are waiting. We have always been waiting." A pulse of dread surged through her. She needed to run, but her legs felt frozen, locked in place by some unseen force. As the shape grew larger, the station seemed to shift again, the walls bending in impossible directions, the air growing heavier with every passing second. "Rhea." The voice whispered again, this time cold and sharp, like the edge of a blade. "Join us." Rhea's eyes widened as the dark form began to stretch toward her, tendrils of shadow reaching out, brushing against the walls, the floor, the ceiling. She turned, but there was no escape. No way out. The station was alive. The thing that had been waiting was no longer a whisper in the darkness, it was here. And it was reaching for her. Her breath quickened, her pulse racing as she backed away, the walls closing in, the station itself groaning under the weight of whatever force was coming. There was no place left to run. Rhea's heart pounded, her breath shallow, every nerve in her body screaming to run, but the oppressive weight of the station had her trapped. The shadows before her began to stretch further, as though they could swallow everything in their path. Each twist of the dark form felt deliberate, as though it was testing the air, searching for her. The room felt colder, the walls pulsating with the rhythm of something ancient, something far beyond her comprehension. Her eyes darted to the control panel beside her, the blinking lights mocking her in their casual indifference. None of the systems seemed to respond to her frantic touch. Panic surged, and her mind raced for a solution, any escape route. But the shadows drew closer with each passing second, inching toward her with an unsettling inevitability. The voice was louder now, more insistent, like a chorus of whispers converging into a singular, haunting call. "Come closer, Rhea," it crooned. "You can't escape. We are everywhere, inside you, inside the station. We have always been watching." A sickening realization began to crawl through her thoughts, this was no ordinary station malfunction. The creature, if it could even be called that, was not bound by any physical laws she understood. It existed in the very fabric of the station, a part of it, and it was calling to her, drawing her into its dark embrace. Desperation clawed at her. There had to be something she could do. The escape hatch in the back of the room loomed as her only option, but it was too far. The dark shape seemed to stretch further, becoming more solid, more real with every breath she took. It was alive, its form a grotesque mockery of organic life, moving with the grace of something that had never known the limits of a physical body. Rhea took a step backward, then another, but the movement only seemed to provoke the creature, and it surged forward, its tendrils flicking through the air, making a horrible, bone-chilling screech as they scraped against the walls. The station's hum grew louder, faster, as though it, too, was aware of the impending danger. "Don't fight it," the voice urged, soft yet maddening. "You cannot fight what you already are. We are one. You are one with us." She closed her eyes, her mind screaming for clarity. She had to stay in control. She had to think. Then, the sound of footsteps, human footsteps, echoed through the hallway outside. At first, she thought she was imagining them, a fleeting hope. But they grew louder, real, unmistakable. Someone else was here. "Rhea! Where are you?" the voice shouted, barely audible over the chaotic hum. It was Jake, her co-pilot. He had to be. The sound of the door behind her rattled as if someone was trying to break through. Rhea didn't dare to turn. The shadows were closing in now, and they were more than just shadows. They were a presence, a cold, suffocating force that seemed to pulse with malicious intent. She couldn't see what Jake would be walking into, but every instinct screamed that she had to warn him. She had to stop him from coming closer, but the words stuck in her throat. The control panel flickered one last time. A red emergency button blinked urgently in the corner of the screen. The station shuddered again, a violent jolt that threw her against the wall, knocking the breath from her lungs. The whispers surged, louder than before, as the lights above her flickered erratically. "Join us, Rhea," the voice hissed, now sharp and desperate, its tone seeping into her bones, dragging her toward the growing darkness. Rhea's pulse raced as the control panel flickered with a haunting urgency. Her hands trembled against the console, desperately seeking any means of escape. The emergency button was right there, within reach, but it seemed impossibly far away. The shadows in the room pressed closer, cold tendrils of darkness swirling in her peripheral vision, hungry and insistent. The whispers grew louder, each syllable twisting through her mind, pushing deeper into her thoughts. "You cannot escape us. You are a part of us now, Rhea. We have always been waiting." Her breath hitched as the walls seemed to close in, the very air thickening with a palpable dread. Her eyes darted to the door, hearing Jake's footsteps growing closer, but the shadows, the voices, they were everything now. She needed to act before it was too late. She needed to do something, anything. But then, something shifted in the room. The temperature dropped sharply, the once vibrant hum of the station turning into a low, mournful groan as though the ship itself were in pain. The lights above flickered wildly, casting bizarre shadows that writhed and distorted across the walls. The metal walls creaked under pressure, groaning as if the entire station were on the verge of collapse. Then, in the midst of the chaos, the whispers ceased, suddenly, completely. Silence. The room was dead quiet, unnervingly so, and it was the most terrifying thing Rhea had ever experienced. Her heart hammered in her chest, her hands frozen on the console, waiting for the next sound to break the silence. But nothing came. Not even the station's hum. Then, a cold voice, distinct and clear, pierced the silence, sending a shiver down Rhea's spine. "He's coming." The words hung in the air, thick with meaning. They weren't just a warning, they were a truth. The shadows began to pulse again, this time in time with the eerie silence. Her breath hitched in her throat as the realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. The entity was not alone. Jake wasn't just at the door anymore, he was already in its grip, and there was no escaping it. "Jake!" she shouted, her voice raw with panic. She slammed her fist against the console, her eyes locking on the door, praying for him to hear her, to stop. But the shadows kept growing, curling like tendrils, wrapping themselves around the edges of the doorframe, sealing it shut. Her mind screamed for a way out. The escape hatch. She had to reach the hatch before it was too late, before Jake was consumed by the darkness that had already taken hold of the station. But with every passing second, the darkness spread further, suffocating her, pulling at her very soul. The station groaned again, its pulse louder now, a slow rhythm, as if it were alive. As if it were feeding. Rhea's instincts screamed at her to run, but the shadows weren't done with her. They were patient, relentless. They were waiting for the right moment. Her pulse quickened as the door to the control room shook violently. Jake's voice filtered through, distorted and faint, "Rhea, please, you have to help me." The plea was almost unrecognizable, a tortured echo of the man she once knew. Rhea's breath caught as a deep, hollow laugh reverberated from the darkness, low and guttural. It wasn't Jake. It never had been. The shadows mimicked him, taking his form, his voice, bending him into something else entirely. And they were getting closer. She had to act. She had to choose. The station's hum rose again, louder, faster, more erratic, as though the walls themselves were closing in. The shadows swarmed toward her, the air thick with their oppressive presence. Something was about to break. She had to make it through to the hatch. Rhea darted toward the escape route, but a tendril shot out from the shadows, curling around her wrist with a grip stronger than steel. Her vision blurred as the cold darkness rushed into her mind, pulling at her very thoughts, erasing her sense of self. She screamed, fighting to break free, but it was as if the station itself had come alive to bind her, to make her a part of it. And then, just as the blackness began to consume her, a violent crash sounded from the hallway outside. The door to the control room burst open, and a figure stumbled inside. It wasn't Jake. Rhea's heart stopped as the figure staggered through the broken doorway, bloodied and bruised, barely standing. Her eyes widened with a mixture of disbelief and dread as she recognized the person who had entered the control room. It wasn't Jake. The stranger, clad in a tattered uniform of the space station's crew, seemed to almost materialize out of the shadows themselves, as though he had been walking in the same darkness that had overtaken the station. His face was gaunt, his eyes wild with panic, but it was the strange, unnatural way he moved that unsettled Rhea the most. He didn't walk, he stumbled, swayed as though caught between two worlds, dragging his feet like he was being pulled by unseen hands. "Rhea," he rasped, his voice choked with fear. It took a moment for her to recognize the voice, but when it finally hit her, she nearly gasped in horror. It was Theo, the station's chief engineer, but there was something deeply wrong with him. His clothes were torn, his hands clawed at his chest as though trying to hold himself together, as though he were falling apart from the inside out. "What happened to you?" Rhea managed, her voice shaking. He shook his head, his lips parting in a silent scream. His eyes locked onto the shadows that had begun to swirl at the edges of the room, twisting and thrashing like living things. Don't let them take you," Theo gasped, his voice thick with desperation. "They're not just in the walls. They're in us. Inside us." Rhea's pulse quickened, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up as she looked from Theo to the dark, writhing mass growing stronger by the second. The shadows were feeding, growing larger, reaching out to claim what was left of the station, and she could feel their hunger growing. Theo's head snapped back toward her, his eyes wild and frantic. You don't understand. It's too late for me. But there's still time for you. You have to get to the engine room. You have to." His voice faltered as his eyes glazed over, and in an instant, the shadows reached forward, a single tendril slithering across his body, wrapping around him like a noose. His scream cut off abruptly, replaced by a horrible, choking sound as the darkness seemed to pull him back into itself. Rhea's breath caught in her throat as she watched in horror, her limbs frozen, every instinct in her body telling her to run, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. Theo's body convulsed violently, his face contorting in agony as he was slowly consumed by the dark tendrils, swallowed whole by the very thing that had been lurking in the station since the beginning. With a final, muffled scream, his body disappeared entirely, leaving nothing but a fading, echoing whisper that sent a chill down Rhea's spine. "They're here," the whisper said, soft but unmistakable. "And they won't stop." Rhea stumbled backward, her mind racing for an escape, but the shadows weren't just in the walls anymore. They were inside the very air, suffocating her, pulling at her, trying to drag her into the same dark oblivion that had consumed Theo. She had to move, had to do something. With one last glance at the now empty space where Theo had stood, Rhea bolted toward the hatch. But as she reached for the handle, a low, menacing hum filled the room. The shadows surged forward, filling every corner of the control room, and she realized with a sickening certainty that the darkness was alive. It wasn't just in the station. It was the station. The door behind her slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping her in the heart of the darkness. Rhea's breath quickened, the walls closing in as the shadows pulsed, swirling around her. There was no escape. She heard Jake's voice again, faint, barely audible, but it was there, mixed in with the shrill noise of the shadow's hunger. The darkness had a voice now, and it was calling her name. But Rhea couldn't stop. She had to find him, had to save him, even if it meant confronting whatever nightmare had taken hold of the station. She turned, facing the twisting, pulsating shadows that seemed to wait for her, their whispers louder, more urgent. Time was running out. Rhea's heart raced as the darkness continued to churn around her, a living, breathing entity determined to consume her. She slammed her hand against the door, trying to force it open, but the shadows had already sealed it shut, trapping her inside. The space around her seemed to distort, the walls pulsing with a rhythmic hum that reverberated through her chest. Her mind reeled, grasping for any semblance of hope, any way to escape. The shadows had taken Theo. They had taken the engineer, the crew, who knew how many more had fallen to this suffocating force. But Jake was still out there, somewhere. She had to believe that. She had to find him. Rhea's breath caught as a new sound emerged from the depths of the dark mass, a low, guttural growl that seemed to reverberate in her bones. It wasn't human, it was something far more primal, far more ancient. And it was getting closer. With her pulse pounding in her ears, Rhea whipped around, scanning the room, her eyes landing on a small, forgotten hatchway near the floor. It was the maintenance tunnel, the old, barely used passage that led to the lower levels. She had passed it 1,000 times but never once considered it. Now, it seemed like her only chance. Without a second thought, she dropped to her knees and yanked at the hatch, her hands trembling. The growl echoed again, and she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Something was coming, something that would not stop until it found her. She yanked harder, the hatch finally giving way, and she crawled into the darkened tunnel, her heart racing. The moment her feet hit the cold, metallic floor of the tunnel, she heard it, a heavy thud. The sound was followed by another, and then another, growing louder with each passing second. Rhea's blood ran cold as the realization hit her, the darkness had found her. She scrambled forward, the tunnel stretching out endlessly in front of her. Every instinct screamed at her to go faster, but the tunnel seemed to twist, to distort, making it impossible to tell where she was going. She could feel the shadows closing in on her from behind, stretching out like tendrils, wrapping around her, pulling her back. Her breath became shallow, her movements desperate as she forced herself to move forward, never daring to look back. The tunnel was winding, claustrophobic, but her focus remained on one thing, finding Jake. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, a high-pitched, agonizing cry that sent a wave of dread through Rhea's chest. She froze, her heart pounding in her ears. The scream sounded like it had come from one of the crew members, their agony echoing down the endless, winding path. The darkness was feeding, growing stronger, and it wouldn't stop until it had claimed everyone aboard the station. Rhea pushed herself harder, running now, her feet slapping against the metal beneath her. She had to keep going, had to find Jake, had to find the heart of this nightmare and destroy it before it destroyed them all. But as she rounded a corner, she collided with something, someone, and tumbled to the ground. She gasped, her eyes wild with fear, but when she looked up, she saw nothing but shadows. The figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared, but not before a chilling whisper brushed past her ear. "You're too late." Rhea's blood ran cold as the whisper seemed to echo around her, bouncing off the walls. She scrambled to her feet, her breath coming in ragged gasps, and pressed on. But now, she wasn't sure if the shadows were closing in on her, or if they had already taken her. The stakes were higher now, she could feel it. There was no turning back. Rhea's breath quickened, and her pulse hammered in her throat as she staggered forward, the walls of the tunnel narrowing around her, closing in like a vice. The whispers had followed her down, relentless and insidious, seeping into her mind with every step. She had to push forward. She had to. There was no other choice. The shadows were relentless, and the growl, that horrifying, inhuman sound, was getting closer. The sense of dread seemed to thicken the air, like the very space around her was infected by an evil she couldn't comprehend. Rhea stumbled, her knees giving way as she almost fell, but she caught herself, her hands slamming into the cold metal of the tunnel wall. Her fingers traced the edge of the wall, slick with moisture that shouldn't have been there. The deeper she went, the more the tunnel seemed to warp and twist, each turn bringing more questions, more confusion. Time was a blurry concept here. How long had she been running? Minutes? Hours? Was there even a way out? A sudden screeching sound echoed from above her, sending a jolt of panic through her chest. It was as if the very station itself was protesting her presence here, as if it were alive and aware, and it didn't want her to reach whatever lay beyond the tunnel. The walls of the tunnel seemed to close in on her as the screech grew louder, reverberating through the metal like a voice. But it wasn't a voice. It was something more ancient, something primal. Something that had been buried in the depths of the station for too long. Her heart thundered as she pushed forward, knowing she was losing precious time. She had to find Jake. She had to find the source of this nightmare before it consumed them both. The sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, reached her ears. She froze. She knew the sounds of the station's corridors, too many years working here. But these steps weren't normal. They were distorted, like they were being made by something that wasn't quite human anymore. Her mind flashed to the shadow she had seen earlier, the one that vanished before she could even comprehend its form. That whisper, had it been trying to warn her, or had it been mocking her? The words echoed again, colder now, "You're too late." The air around her thickened. The very walls seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, closing in on her as if they were breathing. She had to act. The tunnel split ahead, another fork, another decision, another dead end, perhaps, or worse, a trap. She had no way of knowing. Rhea's thoughts were chaotic. What if the whispers were right? What if it was already too late, and everything she was doing, all her desperate running, was just feeding whatever dark force had claimed this station? She pushed herself harder, her body aching, mind desperate. She felt the pull of the shadows again, the unnatural chill creeping up her spine, and before she could think, her hand shot out, gripping the cold handle of a door, another maintenance hatch, not unlike the one that had led her here. She yanked it open, her pulse wild, expecting to find another dark tunnel, another maze of horrors. But what she saw made her freeze. A face. A familiar face. Jake. He stood there, his eyes wide, his body stiff as though he, too, had been trapped in the suffocating grasp of whatever cursed this station. But there was something wrong. His eyes were glazed over, distant. The shadows around him seemed to ripple, stretching out like dark tendrils, wrapping themselves around his body. He didn't speak. His lips moved, but the words didn't form. They were lost in the deafening noise in her mind. A scream? A cry for help? Or something more sinister? The darkness twisted. The shadows seemed to consume Jake whole, pulling him into the abyss, and Rhea was left alone, gasping for breath. The door slammed shut behind her, cutting off the image of Jake, but she could still hear him. His voice, muffled, distorted, was it a warning? Or was it something more? Rhea's world began to spin as she realized with sudden clarity that she was not alone, not by a long shot. Something was in the station with her, hunting her, and it wasn't about to stop until it had claimed her, too. Rhea's heart raced as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into darkness. The air grew colder still, the shadows around her thickening with an oppressive weight. She stumbled back, her hands skimming the walls for any sign of a way out, but the silence in the tunnel was deafening now. The echoes of Jake's face, his eyes, lost, burned into her mind. She could feel the presence again, lurking just out of sight, its cold touch sending shivers down her spine. The whispering had stopped, but the feeling of being watched, hunted, remained. Rhea's breath came in shallow gasps as she tried to regain control, her eyes frantically searching for any exit, any hint of light. The oppressive darkness seemed to swallow every ray of hope. The tunnel stretched ahead, endless and winding, as if the station itself were shifting, changing to trap her. She could hear it again, the faint sound of footsteps. Slow. Methodical. Unmistakable. This time, they were closer. She didn't dare look behind her. Instead, she forced herself to move forward, her legs trembling beneath her. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the ground itself was trying to pull her under. And then it came, the sudden rush of cold air, a draft that cut through her like a knife. The walls shifted again, creaking and groaning as though the station were alive, reacting to her every movement. The darkness seemed to pulse, and the distant echo of those footsteps grew louder, closer. She had to find Jake, she couldn't leave him behind. But how? The shadows were alive now, reaching for her, pushing her, pulling her towards something she couldn't understand. And the whispers, they had returned, but this time, they were no longer distant. They were right beside her, behind her, suffocating her thoughts. Come closer. They beckoned, their voices warped and twisted, like something monstrous trying to speak through a cracked lens. Rhea's pulse quickened as she realized, with a sickening lurch in her stomach, that the shadows weren't just following her. They were closing in on her, becoming more than just a presence. They were a force, something ancient, something powerful. They wanted her. They needed her. She had no choice but to keep moving, to keep fighting. But with every step she took, she felt herself sinking deeper into the station's twisted grip, the walls pressing closer, the air growing colder. There was no escape from this place, not now. She had crossed some threshold, some point of no return, and the station had claimed her as its own. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. A silence so complete it rang in her ears. Rhea froze, every muscle tense, every fiber of her being on high alert. She held her breath, straining to hear anything. And then, a voice. Not Jake's voice. Not human at all. It was a rasping, guttural sound, as if something were trying to push its way through the fabric of reality itself. She's almost ready. It hissed. So close. So close. Rhea's blood ran cold as she realized with horror that whatever was stalking her wasn't after her to kill her. It wanted something else. It wanted her, for something. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the very walls of the tunnel seemed to groan with malevolent energy. She didn't know how much longer she could keep running. The darkness was suffocating, and the shadows were closing in. Her vision blurred, her thoughts fragmented. This wasn't just a nightmare anymore. It was real. And whatever was hunting her, it was getting closer. Rhea's feet felt like they were sinking into the cold concrete with each step. Every breath she took seemed harder, as though the air itself had thickened. The station's oppressive darkness pressed in around her, wrapping its unseen tendrils around her mind, pulling her deeper into its grip. She stumbled, nearly falling, but quickly caught herself. The whispers continued, though now they felt different. They weren't distant echoes anymore. They were inside her head, swirling around her thoughts, making her question everything she thought she knew about this place. She paused for a moment, trying to steady her breathing. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark contrast to the sinister cacophony of whispers that had filled the air only moments before. It was as though the very heart of the station had stopped beating, waiting, watching. Her pulse quickened again, and she could feel the weight of something heavy in the air. Something was coming. Something worse than just the shadows, something far more dangerous. Then, a cold draft swept through the tunnel again, sharper this time, carrying with it a foul, metallic scent. It made her stomach churn. She turned instinctively, but there was nothing behind her, only darkness, stretching endlessly. Yet, she could feel the presence closing in, its pressure building around her like a vice. With a gasp, she realized that the tunnel was no longer straight. It had twisted, shifting in ways that defied the laws of physics. The walls, once smooth and unyielding, now seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As Rhea tried to take another step forward, the ground beneath her feet trembled again, and the air grew colder still. And then, a sound, soft, almost imperceptible at first, like a scraping noise, but it grew louder, more pronounced. Rhea's heart skipped a beat. It was the unmistakable sound of something dragging along the floor, slow, deliberate, as though whatever was coming was savoring her fear. She didn't dare look back, but her senses screamed that whatever it was right behind her, stalking her with its unnatural, predatory silence. Her eyes darted to the side, searching for anything, a sign, a way out, but the walls closed in on her. They seemed to move as if alive, shifting in a rhythm she could not understand. Rhea's mind began to unravel, her thoughts racing in frantic circles. Was this real? Was it the station itself doing this to her? She clenched her fists and pushed forward, every instinct telling her to run, to get out, but there was nowhere to go. Every turn, every choice led her deeper into the station's heart, into its very soul, where it could hold her forever. The scraping noise stopped. The silence was thick now, the air pressing down on her chest as if something unseen was choking the life out of her. And then, the voice returned, closer now, so close she could feel its breath on her neck. "You're almost there," it rasped, the words slithering into her ears like worms. So close. Just a little further. Fear and dread coiled tightly in her stomach, but she couldn't stop now. Not when Jake was still out there, not when she had come this far. She had to keep going. The shadows were closing in, she could feel them creeping along her heels. But then, just as she rounded the next corner, the walls shifted again, more violently this time, as though the entire station was shaking, fighting back. The pressure increased tenfold, and the floor beneath her cracked open, a wide fissure stretching toward the edge of the tunnel. Rhea barely had time to react before the earth beneath her feet gave way. She screamed as she fell, plunging into a vast, dark pit that seemed to open up without warning, pulling her into the black void below. She tried to grab onto something, anything, but the air was thick with the weight of an invisible force, dragging her deeper, faster. The station, it seemed, had no end, no escape. Just as she thought she might lose consciousness, something reached out from the darkness, cold and unyielding. Rhea's fingers brushed something solid, a hand. It grabbed her wrist with terrifying strength, pulling her upward, only to release her the moment she thought she was safe, sending her back into the void with a crushing finality. And in that moment, the whispers returned with a vengeance, louder, fiercer, drowning out everything else, until all that was left was the unrelenting darkness. The pit seemed to stretch forever. Rhea's body was numb, the sensation of falling now nothing more than an echo, swallowed by the depths. Every sense, every nerve screamed in the endless dark, but her mind couldn't focus on any one thought for long before another terrifying realization smothered it. And then, just as suddenly as the fall began, it stopped. She slammed into something soft yet unyielding, like a great mass of tangled ropes. Her limbs were tangled in the thick mass, and she gasped, trying to catch her breath. The darkness didn't relent, it was as though it had gotten deeper here, more complete. The air felt dense, harder to breathe. She gasped for air, but it seemed to stifle her lungs, the same pressure that had surrounded her tightening further. Rhea reached out, her hands brushing against cold metal and wet stone, but the grip was too strong. Something was holding her, keeping her in place, like it was feeding on her fear. She struggled, trying to free herself, but the more she fought, the tighter the invisible force became. The whispers returned, louder now. They didn't just swirl around her, they felt as if they were burrowing into her skull, thrumming inside her mind. There was no escape from them, no place to hide. They were everywhere, and in that suffocating moment, Rhea knew that the station had claimed her. But it wasn't done with her yet. It still had something worse in store. Suddenly, the shadows shifted around her. The whispers were replaced by sounds, slithering, scratching, something moving just out of reach. The soft scrape of claws against stone. The sensation of being watched intensified. Every inch of her body screamed in terror, urging her to move, to do something, anything to escape. Her eyes darted in every direction, but there was nothing visible, just the oppressive weight of the dark and the echoes of something stirring nearby. Then, the ground began to rumble. A deep, guttural growl vibrated through the air. It wasn't a sound she could comprehend, not something from the world she knew. It was alien, unnatural. A sound that belonged to something far older and more terrible than the station itself. A shadow stretched out from the corner of her vision. It wasn't just dark, it was an absence of light, an entity that devoured the very light around it. It grew, inching closer with every passing second, its form growing more tangible, more monstrous. The darkness itself seemed to bend around it, as if afraid. Rhea's breath hitched, and a sharp instinct told her to run, but her body wouldn't obey. Her limbs were frozen, paralyzed by the weight of the shadow. It was alive, pulsating, the sound of it dragging closer with every heartbeat. She could feel it pulling her in, inch by inch. A cold wind swept through the pit, the kind that carried death in its wake. It cut through her clothes, making her skin crawl with an icy chill that burrowed deep into her bones. The wind seemed to howl, but the sound was distorted, like it was mixed with the agonized scream of something long lost, echoing from a time before Rhea could even comprehend. Her hands found the edge of something sharp and jagged. Her fingers wrapped around it instinctively, but the object was slick and moving, as though it too were alive. She tried to pull herself up, but the air seemed to push her down, a force as heavy as stone. She gasped again, feeling the darkness closing in even tighter, its edges biting at her skin. The growl grew louder. Closer. And suddenly, it was there. The shadow enveloped her in its grasp, its presence suffocating. For a brief moment, Rhea's eyes met something within the darkness, two glimmering lights, not eyes, but something far worse. Something that knew her. Knew everything about her. It spoke, though its voice was not a sound, but a feeling. A pressure. You cannot escape, it whispered, not in words, but in Rhea's mind. You were always meant to be here. The weight of those words settled over her like a crushing weight, and she felt the fear clawing its way into every part of her soul. The shadow stretched its tendrils closer, and Rhea realized, with a sinking heart, that the station wasn't a place. It was a prison, and she was its latest prisoner. But it wasn't done. Not yet. With a sudden, jarring motion, Rhea's body was thrust forward, into the pit again, plummeting into the abyss, but this time the darkness seemed to follow, a living thing, a monstrous entity clawing its way into her reality. And that was when she saw it. Far below, through the black void, there was light, just a glimmer of it. But whether it was salvation or something far worse, Rhea couldn't tell. The pull of the darkness grew stronger, the whispers louder, the air colder as the light drew closer, but so did the hunger. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Only the fall, and the choice. Rhea's pulse thundered in her ears as the light ahead flickered, faint, almost unreal. She wasn't sure if it was hope or a mirage. It was so far below, too far to reach by any means she could fathom. Yet, it called to her. It was the only thing in this crushing dark that offered even the faintest sense of direction. But the darkness that chased her didn't care for hope. It had no use for the concept. The weight of the shadow wrapped around her, dragging her back like a vicious current in a river too deep to swim. As her body fell again, the temperature dropped, and a pressure built within her chest. The feeling was suffocating, unnatural. The shadows, once flickering, were now solid, dense, thick, swirling like a storm. Every inch of air felt more oppressive, each breath harder to take. Something about the silence here was crushing, too. It pressed on her from every direction, from the very ground beneath her, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. The whispers had ceased for a brief moment, but she knew it wasn't over. The station had never let her go this easily before. The pull of the shadow was relentless. She couldn't help but feel that it was only biding its time, waiting for something, or someone. And then, just as the cold, suffocating air became unbearable, a crack sounded in the darkness. A faint, sharp noise. The sound of something breaking, splintering. Something was happening in the space around her. A flash of cold, white light streaked across the void, splitting the shadows momentarily. Rhea's heart leaped. Was this the light she had seen before? Was this the salvation she had hoped for? But then came the roar, the monstrous, distorted roar of something far worse than the shadow. It vibrated through her chest, shaking her to her core. The light dimmed, retreating as if it too were being consumed by the darkness. It seemed to recoil from whatever was coming, the pressure increasing tenfold. Rhea's limbs trembled as she realized, this wasn't just a battle between light and dark, hope and despair. Something else was moving in the depths. Something ancient. Something alive. The shadows thickened again, and with them, a feeling of immense malevolence. It wasn't just the physical darkness anymore, it was a presence, a force. The temperature dropped again, colder than before. The crushing pressure in the air now felt like hands, clawing at her, pulling her deeper into the abyss. The whispers returned, but they were different now. Their cadence had changed, more frantic, more desperate. They spoke in a language she didn't understand, but Rhea felt the meaning nonetheless. It was a warning. A warning that something worse was coming, something that would claim not just her, but the station itself. And then it hit her, a realization that clawed its way into her mind with sudden, devastating clarity. The station wasn't just a place. It wasn't merely a prison. It was a conduit, a gateway to something far older, far more dangerous, and the longer she lingered, the deeper she fell, the more she would become part of it. A tremor shot through the pit, a violent shudder that rattled the walls of her mind. The air around her crackled, and the weight of it all grew unbearable. She was being drawn into something far worse than she could comprehend, and there was no escape, no light, nothing but the growing hunger that would consume her whole. The light flickered again, now almost out of reach. The darkness roared louder, threatening to swallow it whole. Rhea couldn't tell which direction to run. The path was obscured, twisted in ways that made her question her every thought. Then, without warning, the darkness surged forward, slamming into her with a force she couldn't resist. Rhea gasped, and the sensation was instantaneous, cold and suffocating, as if she were being pulled under the weight of the ocean itself. The whispers became deafening, the pressure unbearable. Something in the distance stirred, just at the edge of her perception. Something ancient. Something powerful. The deeper she went, the more she felt it, alive, watching, waiting. Rhea felt the darkness closing in, tighter and tighter. The whispers in her ears had grown louder, now a cacophony of voices, their words indecipherable, but their tone unmistakable, urgent, frantic, and warning. She could hear them, each whisper brushing against her consciousness, each one trying to reach her, to convey something. But what? Her mind was a blur, too overwhelmed by the pressing weight of the situation. The light, what was left of it, began to flicker again, just out of reach. The air was thick with a cold that seeped deep into her bones, a suffocating chill that felt like death itself was breathing down her neck. But she couldn't look away from the glow. It was still there, a tiny beacon of hope, and yet every time she moved toward it, the distance seemed to stretch impossibly further. It was as if the very darkness itself was mocking her, playing with her, toying with her last bit of will. And then, she felt it, the ground beneath her shifting. A tremor ran through the floor, subtle at first, like a pulse vibrating through the walls. But then it grew, stronger, fiercer, until the entire station seemed to groan in protest, as if it were alive, as if it too were being dragged into the abyss. Rhea's legs buckled under the strain of it, and she fell to her knees, gasping for breath as the world around her began to warp. A low growl echoed from the depths of the void. It was a sound like nothing she had ever heard, a guttural, primal noise that sent ripples of fear through her entire body. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to escape, but the darkness was everywhere now, closing in, leaving no room for flight. No place to hide. It was all-encompassing, the kind of terror that made her feel small and insignificant, like a speck in the grand, horrifying universe. The whispers had stopped. There was nothing but silence now, a thick, suffocating silence that pressed in from all sides. Then, a single voice broke through, low and rasping, a voice she recognized but couldn't place. It was familiar, but distorted, like an echo from a nightmare. Rhea, it hissed, the name drawing out into a long, breathless rasp. You should never have come here. Now you belong to us. The words hit her like a punch to the gut. She wanted to scream, to cry out, but the words stuck in her throat. The weight of them sank deep into her chest, suffocating her, stealing the breath from her lungs. She tried to move, tried to stand, but her limbs felt heavy, like they were made of stone. The light, the small flicker she had been chasing, suddenly flared up once more, brighter this time, almost blinding. Rhea squinted against the brightness, her eyes struggling to adjust. The flickering was erratic, like a heartbeat, pulsing in and out. Was it growing stronger, or was it just her mind playing tricks on her? And then she saw it, something moving within the light. A shadow, or perhaps a figure, but it was distorted, shifting in ways that didn't make sense. Was it a person? Was it something else? It moved closer, the air around it vibrating with power, and for a brief moment, Rhea thought she saw something, someone, familiar. A face. But before she could process it, the light snapped off with a sharp crack, plunging the world back into complete darkness. The voice, now unmistakably close, rasped once more, colder than before. Don't you see? It whispered, its words curling into her mind like a vine, tightening, suffocating. There is no escape. Rhea's heart pounded in her chest, a frantic rhythm that seemed to echo in the silence. She could hear the scraping, the crawling sound of something moving in the shadows, growing closer. Her breathing was shallow, panic rising in her throat. She could feel it now, a pressure in the air, something coming for her, something that would drag her into the same darkness that had claimed everything else. There was no light left. No hope. Just the sound of her own breathing in the relentless, pulsating darkness. Rhea closed her eyes and let her breath steady for just a moment, tuning out the oppressive darkness and the relentless whispers clawing at her mind. She remembered her grandmother's words from long ago, even in the darkest moments, light can bloom if you dare to believe in it. Summoning every ounce of courage, she reached deep within herself, past the fear, past the doubt. Her trembling fingers found the pendant around her neck, the one she hadn't thought much about since arriving at the station. It was a gift from her grandmother, an heirloom with an ancient symbol etched into its surface. She gripped it tightly and whispered, if there's still hope, show me the way. The pendant grew warm against her skin, a subtle hum vibrating through her palm. Suddenly, a gentle, golden glow emanated from it, casting soft, flickering light around her. The suffocating darkness recoiled as if burned, retreating from her in shuddering waves. The whispers ceased, replaced by a deep, resonating silence. Ahead of her, where the ominous figure had been moments before, the light began to coalesce into a new shape, something kind and familiar. It was the face she had seen in the light earlier, now fully formed, her grandmother, glowing softly and smiling warmly. "You've always been stronger than you know," her grandmother said, her voice soothing yet powerful. "This place feeds on fear, but it cannot touch those who hold on to love and courage." The shadows began to writhe and twist, their once dominant presence now shrinking into faint wisps. The station shifted and groaned as if releasing a long-held breath, and the oppressive weight that had plagued Rhea lifted entirely. She could see the outlines of the station again, but this time, it felt different, lighter, brighter. Her grandmother's form began to fade with the light. "This will not be the last challenge, my dear, but remember, you have the strength within you. You always have." Before Rhea could respond, the light from the pendant flared one last time, engulfing her completely. When she opened her eyes, she was standing on the platform in broad daylight, the warm sun on her face and the chatter of people bustling around her. The station looked normal, no cracks, no shadows. Just a bustling, lively place. A deep breath filled her lungs as relief washed over her. Whatever darkness had been waiting for her, she had faced it and won. She touched the pendant around her neck, now cool and silent, and smiled. As Rhea walked away from the station, her steps lighter than they had been in days, she whispered a thank you to her grandmother and to herself for not giving up. If you enjoyed this story and want to see more thrilling adventures like this one, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell on our channel. Stay tuned for more captivating tales. Your support means the world.